In the frozen silence of the intensive care unit, our story begins with a patient lying motionless under an anesthesia mask as doctors fight for his life, battling the risk of bleeding and falling blood pressure. The tension in the air rises as the doctors, starting to get nervous, urgently ask their assistants to bring a bag of blood and clamps to stop the relentless bleeding. All eyes are on the monitor of destiny, where the patient's pulse drops lower and lower than normal. Each heartbeat is a battle for life, as the situation is truly very critical. One of the surgeons said that it seems that the iron object removed previously caused a very strong infection, which left the surgeon very surprised and nervous, as he could not understand how this was possible. In a race against time, where every second is precious, doctors realize that any delay could cost the patient's life. So they decide that it is necessary to immediately revive the heart and lungs. The equipment's grim readings cast a shadow of hope, foreshadowing that the patient is already on the brink of life and death. At this critical moment, a heavy-hearted assistant informs the doctor that the patient's heart has stopped beating, adding another disturbing note to an already tense atmosphere. He tried to contain his emotions but failed, saying the patient was no longer alive. The doctor's heart sinks as he remembers the words of the patient's mother, who on the eve of the operation anxiously asked him if her son would be okay, leaving him wondering how she could announce such sad news. He remembers how she, choking back tears, begged him to save her son, telling him how much he had endured because of her mistakes, words that are deeply engraved in his soul. His thoughts return to his mother's words, that her son is the only thing she lives for on this earth, her only joy and meaning in life, giving it a special meaning. The doctor's gaze slides once more over the face of the patient who sleeps helplessly under anesthesia and who is no longer breathing, making the doctor feel a deep sense of loss. He revisits his mother's words over and over in his thoughts, as if trying to find an answer, and with a heavy heart, he closes his eyes, sighing deeply at the helplessness and bitterness of what is happening. There is a sudden silence in the surgical ward as everyone lowers their hands, looking sadly at the patient, paying their respects with a moment of silence, while the medical records record the time of his death and the tragic cause: an infection that led to brain death due to profuse bleeding. The unconscious patient was in the intensive care unit, where his life was at stake and the anesthesia tube seemed unnecessary because his condition was critical. In the waiting room, her mother sat with her fingers crossed, praying hopefully for a successful outcome of the surgery, each breath reflecting both hope and fear. She continued to cry, feeling helpless in the face of the unknown, and the only thing left for her was to hope for a positive outcome that could change everything. The tension reached a climax when the operating room doors opened and one of the doctors walked out, causing a wave of anxiety among those waiting. This surprised everyone a lot because the operation wasn't over yet, so it was arrogance. Therefore, the chief surgeon ordered everyone to quickly return to their seats, as well as prepare a logbook and the patient's vital signs. The doctor immediately ordered the blood transfusion to be expedited as well, and also told to check the metal object taken out from the patient's body. And also, since there were enough necessary instruments on the table, the doctor decided to suggest another test for tetanus. The doctor also took off his mask, which is strictly prohibited in operating rooms, but he began to think that they still had an excellent chance of saving the patient. At that moment, all the surgeons were surprised. Why would there be any point in operating on a patient who had already died? But the doctor was resolute and said that everything was truly different now. The rumors about this doctor probably hadn't reached him yet. He was special because he always took on the most difficult tasks and saved the lives of those who could not be returned, even though he walked around without a mask the whole time. No one even guessed about his abilities until recently. But when he arrived, the operation resumed, because he is the one who can even bring the dead back from the other world, and all this in the literal sense of the word. His name was Shin Yu-sun. He is also better known by the nickname God Hands, so he also decided not to waste time, and using his mask, he proceeded with the operation. Indeed, some magical processes began on the electrocardiogram, and the heartbeat began to gradually recover, which was really hard to believe. After a few hours of work, the operation was finally a success, And in the operating room, everyone began to shout and rejoice together, because it was truly an excellent job, after which the patient was saved. And after a hard day, you really need to relax somehow, so the doctor took a can of drink and opened it. He decided to relax a little and have a drink, as he was very tired after the operation, and he also realized that he would spend his entire vacation in the hospital again. As he walked out and looked at the excellent view of the city, he realized that he really hadn't had a normal rest in a long time. Again, today, he spent the whole day in the operating room, despite having had a day off. He looked at the sky and didn't understand why life is so cruel. At that moment, a large announcement also appeared, which tells us that these are indeed the hands of a god. It was already dark, but his nickname was given for a reason. But all because he can save even dead people. As he himself says, at first he even liked it, and his main motivation was the joy he felt when saving the dying, because that really is a talent, taking people from the other world. However, he lay in bed and felt a lot of pain, all because he had not had time to rest after several rumors that spread throughout the city. Now, every time, he's tasked with treating truly important and wealthy patients whose lives must be saved, he's mistaken for portable medical devices that can be used at any time. But he understood that it would not last that long. So something was needed, and he looked with his tired eyes at his hands, and really became interested in understanding what the title of the Hand of God, which was presented to him, means. It's really not easy, because of this, all the doctors started to be afraid of him and avoid him. So now it's become more like a mockery. He took a deep breath and decided to really think about when was the last time he rested and didn't work under supervision and pressure. Choosing the next can of soda, he understood that at least he would earn a lot of money, but he didn't even have time to spend it. He smiled and looked down, realizing that maybe you are at some point in your life. He still turned the wrong way. So as soon as he gets home, he will drink another can of beer and relax a little. Suddenly, a bus passed him at great speed, which the guy obviously didn't see as it was moving straight towards him. The headlights began to dazzle his glasses, and, as he himself liked to say, when a person dies, their whole life flashes before their eyes. That's exactly what happened to our hero. He actually started to remember all his most interesting and intimate moments. But basically everything he had in mind, as well as his entire practical life, was spent in the operating room. He himself was very interested. Why does he only see memories of the operating room? But there was little time for reflection, and her bag flew right out of her hands. And almost immediately, there was a bright white flash, which informed the whole world that the brilliant surgeon was no longer alive. Meanwhile, the weather was really nice outside. Everything was happening in the old city, whose construction was very similar to a castle. Out of the leaves, someone started yelling and calling out to a guy named Ray. It was the name of our surgeon, who still couldn't understand whose voice it was. The girl noticed that he seemed to be trying to open his eyes now. But wasn't he dead? The surgeon looked at his hands, which had actually rejuvenated a lot, and was very surprised by this, as he didn't understand what was wrong with them. At that moment, his new family approached him, who noticed that the boy had already woken up, and were very happy about that. Ray was really surprised and seemed to begin to understand what had just happened. The family continued to rejoice and hug their son, rejoicing in every moment, because how can a child be so sweet when awake? Furthermore, his new father reported that the boy really looks a lot like his mother, which is why he's so cute. She continued hugging her son and was really happy. But the boy himself didn't like it very much because he couldn't understand at all what was happening to him now. But the only question that plagued him at that moment, as the new environment stared back at him, was why is he still alive? And while he was trying to figure out who all those people were that were starting to squeeze him, the girl made a comment to the boy, saying that he should do everything much more gently, as he could hurt the child. The surgeon didn't understand what kind of small body he had, why everyone wanted to squeeze him so tightly. Was he really reborn as the son of these two? And after analyzing this situation, he realized that these people look like his parents, but what kind of clothes are they wearing? Are they cosplayers? The girl took her son in her arms and began to apologize to him for the fact that his father had hurt him a little with his beard, from which the child had a small cut. They looked at his hand and were very scared, as was the child, who noticed that his hand was hurt. Panicked after learning that Ray had been hurt, he offered to call a priest to heal him. It was obvious he was panicking and had never had any experience with a child. But the girl reassured him, saying it was just a scratch and nothing was wrong. She put it on the surface and said that she herself could cure him without any problems, which surprised the child a lot. I wonder how she is trying to cure him, especially from what? He looked into her eyes and on the surface and said that she herself could cure him without any problems, which surprised the child a lot. I wonder how she is trying to cure him, especially from what? He looked into her eyes and began to study her even more superficially. Is she really a doctor too? And then he realized that the ointment could actually leave a scar, but he didn't know how I could know that. But the girl used her magic and, without touching the child, created a magical power that began to heal his hand. He was very surprised, as she healed immediately, which he had never seen before, during all the time of his work as a surgeon. At this moment, he once again analyzed his hand and looked at it and realized that this is not medicine, so does it mean magic? And his mother started laughing and said that the operation was over and the wound really didn't seem to exist. The guy looked at his hand and was very happy, as were his parents, as there was no trace of the injury visible. The girl started laughing and said that she had been told that she could take care of it herself. Thanks to that, her father exhaled heavily in relief and said that she had not lost her magical abilities yet. And the surgeon, upon hearing the word magic just sounded, concluded that it seems he is now a completely different person, and has he really been reborn into another world? Well, in the meantime, it was getting dark outside, and the whole family started getting ready for bed. The parents decided to put their little son to bed, but he couldn't sleep for a long time as he thought about his new business and the meaning of life. He woke up a few hours later, very alert, and also aware of the fact that he hadn't slept in a long time. 3 months had passed since he was reborn into this world, and during that time, he had understood much of their conversations. This world is truly completely different from the one the surgeon lived in before, as if it were a fantasy world. This is where the lives of monsters and people begin, as well as other creatures fighting each other. Because of this, people can be attacked at any time by monsters and various orcs. The villagers also say they need to develop their strengths and dedicate themselves to their chosen profession from an early age. Meanwhile, my mother approached Ray and decided to heal him. Another characteristic of this world, magic, which thrives here instead of science. Whenever Sane heals a child's wounds, he always resorts to magic, not medicine, as was the case in his world. It was truly an incredible life, one the surgeon truly deserved. He realized that everything he finds himself in now is not a dream, but a new reality. But for some reason, the memories and knowledge from his past life are also well preserved. He continued to sit in bed, staring at the moon, because he'd never realized he was so lazy and enjoyed sleeping. Thinking back in his past life, he didn't even have a regular schedule for a simple nap. If he hadn't died in an accident, he probably would have died from overwork, because a surgeon's job is really a very difficult thing. And now, having been reborn, he can't even think about it and rest as much as he needs. When else will he have the chance to sit around and do so much nothing? Well, however, the night was coming to an end, and there was a very beautiful pot with an unusual plant on the windowsill. It seems he was also covered in magic, as he was constantly attracting something to himself, and it was very strange. But in the meantime, white spines spread throughout the room, and while the guy slept, everyone also continued to fly towards that same magical plant. And he absolutely couldn't understand what it was. It was as if a thin thread was piercing his body. There was such a slight feeling that this was something incredible, because after 10 minutes of this dream, the man already felt very happy. Maybe this is the same mana your parents were talking about? After trying to administer it, the surgeon realized it was actually very difficult, and every time he tried to make it move, it just flew away. At this point, he even tried to focus on where the mana flow begins and ends, since it really isn't that different from blood. If you imagine it flowing through your veins, you can immediately feel how it will begin to completely fill your body. It was truly an infinite energy that was truly an art to master. But you really need to do this very, very slowly, trying to feel every breath and every movement of your body, like a leaf floating on water, or as if you were in a winter region watching snowflakes flying in the wind. And it is indeed very difficult, but only through this diligent process, the first magical flame can appear from the hand. And finally, he succeeded. After so many years of training, he was able to prove himself and for the first time created fire with his hand. He was very proud of himself because he could actually do it. He even started crying because he finally managed to use fire magic and managed to direct mana in the right direction. It took him 3 whole years of hard work to do this, and he somehow managed to direct the flow of mana and remember the entire process. He remembers absolutely everything he read in books late at night. But the only thing he didn't understand was the mana management manual. So far, it was really difficult for him. The method described in the book is the principle of accumulating the mother in the body and using it rationally. And if it is replenished from outside, then why should it accumulate it in the body? Furthermore, accumulating mana within yourself and then using it has some limitations, because no matter how you look at it, this is not an inefficient way to use it. The guy kept reading books to study this subject, and now he became interested. What if he prefers to use it freely without trying to restrict it? After all, it's actually much better to restore mana from outside and spend it immediately. Then, the need for mana circles will disappear, and he was able to come to this conclusion entirely on his own, in his youth. But it is also the most dangerous method that is not described in any book. But it is definitely worth trying. Even though the guy said that, he didn't even know if he could do it. He thought he would have to research the subject more. His parents were really surprised how a child can read so many books in his free time, but they were also very happy for him. It's really wonderful to see. They were very proud of him because their main task was to raise him into a very good person as well as an equally strong magician. His father was very surprised because with that physique, a guy could definitely become a good swordsman. But his wife beat him to it because in this case, their baby Ray will grow into the same mountain of muscles as his father. He was a little annoyed by this, but at least he said it was cute. Well, the guy continued reading books in his spare time and studying all the information about this Manu. But he still couldn't understand why his parents were hiding if they were still so loud. Anyway, the mother began to suspect something was wrong, so she turned to her husband and asked, "Doesn't it seem strange to you that he only does what he reads?" But this question confused him a bit. What did she mean? They looked at the boy again and said that ordinary children his age want to play and walk in the street, but it seems that he is only interested in books. Well, he didn't see any problem with it, and said his mother shouldn't worry. Isn't it great that he likes studying? Besides, she herself said she wants to make him an excellent magician. The girl looked at him and actually agreed with it, though she didn't say anything. But the guy heard all this and realized that he was still very far from this calling, so he needed to study a lot indeed. He continued absorbing one book after another because he needed to finally learn how to restore his mana, moreover, to perfection. Another night passed in the process of studying the books, and the long-awaited morning arrived. His mother entered the room with a smile and greeted her son. But suddenly he continued sitting and studying the book and told his mother that he woke up a long time ago and is still reading, which she actually started crying and getting a little nervous. Sure, reading books and learning is great, but in any case, he should have plenty of fun before he grows up. At that moment, the mother looked at her son once more and began to think that perhaps she really does not dedicate enough time to him. And then tears began to flow from her thoughts because she had really been crying a lot lately. She walked over to her boyfriend and sat down across from him, asking if he wanted to play with his mom today. But that question turned out to be much more difficult than expected, so she surprised him. His eyes lit up. Was she really going to teach him magic? He was thrilled with this offer, as she wanted to educate his son through childish play. Then he screamed and got up from his chair, saying he really wanted this and dreamed of going to play with her. But the mother herself saw something wrong, and it alarmed her greatly. She ran over and hugged her son tightly, realizing he was very happy, which meant he'd been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Well, the guy just barely endured all the hugs at that moment. He looked at his mother and just couldn't understand what she wanted to do now. They went for a walk with her, and it wasn't at all what he expected. He told her there were no books here, so why did they come here? But Mom told him to put all the books away today so they could go out and play better there. But Ray had completely different plans for today, saying it would be better to go and do more, and thanked him for this opportunity. He didn't understand what was happening now. Why should he waste time playing instead of practicing? The mother was overjoyed, because how could a baby say such beautiful words? It's truly a delight to the ears of every child's mother. She suggested that at least today he should relax a little, but the guy was very surprised by this, because he didn't go out all the time, and he didn't plan on going out at all. But his mother insisted and asked him just once to have fun with her on the street. And he hadn't really gone out since he was reborn. All his time was spent in the library and learning new skills. He didn't even know what the outside world was like. So he smiled and agreed immediately, but only for once. That's great, so move on now? And when they had already left, the guy constantly looked around, because he could not believe that now this is his new reality, and the world he is in now is completely different from the one he was in before. And yes, it's true, it was a very small and beautiful city with a welcoming atmosphere where it was truly a pleasure to be. He looked at the very water on which the leaves floated and realized the fact that for the past 3 years he had only been doing his own thing, that he had been reading books sitting at home. He looked at the beautiful windmills and bolted, and also said that he couldn't even think about leaving the house and felt like a wild beast locked in a cage. And all these thoughts started to put a little pressure on his young head, which really made him think about the current state. At that moment, his mother smiled and looked in his direction. It was clear that he was thinking deeply about something, so she asked if everything was okay with him. But the guy didn't know how to react correctly and what to answer, so his mother suggested that he just look and run around this territory. They immediately began to do this, because there was no reason to worry or think about the difficult philosophical life. The guy was very happy, because after a life spent as a surgeon, he finally had free time, as well as the opportunity to be a little happy, and also to be a child. That's why he tried to live each of these moments in a special way, and he also didn't distract them in any way with difficult adult tasks. At that moment, he really felt like a real child, which he really was. But this time it was actually possible to worry about absolutely nothing. He was very happy and really couldn't believe that this was now his new reality. The sky was simply beautiful, as if it had been created for this moment and for this work. Moreover, the guy came with his mother to the top of the rock, from where there was a very beautiful view of the lake and the fir trees growing near it. In fact, this surprised everyone a lot, because during the long years he spent in the operating room, he never had time to see such beautiful edges and views and moments. So for him, it was just surprise and pleasure. Before he was reborn, he didn't even have time to stop. He kept running and running all the time. He lived for the sake of others, and therefore, he was tired of himself because he simply had to survive. All of this compares to the fact that he was the chief surgeon who saved every life except his own. He continued to look at this beautiful view and finally became happy because he had never felt so free before and expressed great gratitude for the fact that he had been fortunate enough to be reborn in this world. He smiled and immediately decided to share this moment with his mother, so he turned to her. He turned and looked at her with his sweet, childlike smile. After that, together, they began to look at the sky, and the guy himself began to thank her for opening this world to him. But thoughts of his old job still couldn't leave him because he constantly remembered how he cared for each patient and sent him to the operating room. It was during his lifetime that he was constantly busy with patients and performed numerous examinations and operations. He recalled how an assistant approached him and informed him that the next operation would be in 5 minutes. At that moment, when he was sitting in his office and leaning against the wall, begging for at least someone to save him from overwork. And he remembers it as a terrible dream. Since he couldn't go on like that anymore, it was really his limit. At that moment, black and white dots and flashes began to appear in front of him. These were very frightening memories that made him panic and worry deeply about the situation. He screamed in panic that it was heart fibrillation, just as his mother tried to hug the boy and calm him down. She smiled and asked if he was just having a nightmare. But it was just a dream. He really had a great time with his mother, but why did he have such a terrible dream? He opened his eyes and looked away and cried a little. Meanwhile, the weather was still beautiful outside and the city continued to live its own life, although there weren't many people there now. He remembered that he was reborn in this world. Therefore, those same dreams visited him, so the old life decided to remember. But the guy looked at the building next door, saying that this time he lives a completely different life than in the past. And so far, everything seemed very much like paradise. The people were friendly, and the trees and bushes continued to grow, delighting everyone around every day. It was time to go home, so my mother happily informed my father that they had arrived. At that moment, he cleaned the room a bit, also very happy with this walk, and said he had something. He tugged sharply on his mother's dress, trying to get her attention. He looked at her with his cute, childish eyes, asking her to do him a small favor, that is, teach him magic. From such a proposal, his mother was very surprised and scared, as she did not expect it to happen so quickly. Then she asked her husband, "How can he be so cute?" And she fell on him with joy. She was very pleased with such an offer, so she asked the child if he was already impatient to learn magic. But since he wants it so much, she would be happy to teach him. He was very happy with the answer and continued to smile, as he never seemed to get used to such a reaction. But my mom was prepared for this, so she asked why he wants to start training. But the boy replied affirmatively that he wanted to study the fire element, so the mother immediately activated the fire and showed it to her son. He was really happy, because he understood that his mother was truly a true professional in her field, but he didn't show any special emotion. She was a little startled and surprised by such a reaction, because how could that be? She just caught fire. Isn't it amazing that the guy made absolutely no reaction? Then Mom started waving her fingers, asking if the magic was too weak. But the guy just said that he had used this magic so many times, so you definitely shouldn't be offended by it. To begin with, the mother invited the boy to sit down. "We are looking, of course," he immediately agreed. She looked at him and decided to let him know that magic is not that simple. It is the magic they are using now that must first be transformed into mandu. And when you use a spell, for example, fire, then the magic quickly kicks in and everything works out. The man looked at her with surprised eyes and was overjoyed, for they had finally begun to teach him magic. But he still had another question that haunted him. He asked his mother if there is any other way to transform Manu. This made her think a bit, and then she asked the guy to explain a bit what he meant. She wanted to know if, for example, it was possible to transform fire or something like that. Mom explained to him that he should first spend mana and then you restore it. All this happens due to the force of friction with which the same fire is formed. The guy waved his hand and said, "There's a much easier way to convert mana just once instead of 3 times, right? But in that case, your mana reserves will run out quickly." The girl was very surprised by such a question, and also did not understand why he started asking such difficult questions. She quickly thought and said that everything is already possible. There is some sense in it. She smiled and said that if all 3 of these actions could be stabilized into one, then it would be quite possible to accomplish anything, at least in theory anyway. At that moment, in his large 3-story house, everything also happened in a long and surprising atmosphere, during which the guy received new knowledge. He put his finger to his lips and began to think about what stabilization really means. It turns out that in its final form it will be possible to improve its properties. He looked at his hand, which, after another spell, began to draw its fire. And this surprised him a lot, and also made his mother think several times more, because the flame that formed in his hand scared her a lot and surprised her, especially because all of this happened in their house. But the guy didn't think about what happened in the house. He was satisfied thinking that everything finally worked out for him. At that moment, the flame woke up the father, who immediately approached them and decided to explain what was happening here, why the fire appeared in the house. Mom also panicked and didn't even know what to say. She looked at the guy and said that he himself was able to use magic. She didn't even understand how it happened. When using magic, a flow of mana inevitably occurs, which made her think a lot. To be honest, she still feels pretty bad about the process, but shouldn't he? But this experience has kindled a bit of a fire in their bedroom. The guy sat down and continued analyzing this situation because it's easier for him to figure it out if you imagine it's an atom. And to interact with mana, you don't need to keep it indoors. To him, and he continued to sit and think about this matter, but the fact that he was still a child did not leave him alone. She looked at him and I got really excited and scared, but the guy smiled and just said it looked like he had gone too far. He looked at his mother and tried to somehow ease the situation with his beautiful little eyes, asking what happened to her now. But she also didn't know what to say, because only a child can use magic, which she is very proud of him for. The guy also smiled and looked embarrassed, asking if she really thinks that way. He seems like a genius, but the mother also continued to praise him and be happy for him, because their son is really cool. Meanwhile, in the evening of the same day, some strange things began to happen. This has already become a problem for a guy who woke up in the middle of the night to some strange sounds. It was his father and mother who started sitting around the table and discussing what they would do if the guy suddenly got called up to the academy at such a young age, so they decided to do everything in their power to prevent that from happening. The guy woke up so abruptly and he couldn't quite understand everything that was happening. Were they the ones arguing? But after all, my mother also understood that it wasn't that easy to do. She claimed that her son is truly a genius born once in 1,000 years. If he's going to attract the Academy's attention after all, what else will they need to do? They're still trying to find an answer to this question. Ray also had no idea which academy they were talking about, but he also understood that it seemed like he could be forcibly taken there because of his skills. That's why he closed his hand and said that to avoid this, he needs to become even stronger before trying to learn magic for fun. But from that moment on, everything changed. Now he is determined to study the subject further, as the absolute power over magic is quite understandable to him. Meanwhile, the weather was really beautiful outside. Birds were perching on the trees. Some silhouettes were visible in the window. It seemed like there was really someone there. There was a kind of menu, as well as a book and a candle, which had been lit since morning. Ray woke up and stretched, having barely slept last night while studying magic. He looked out the window and was very surprised to see that it was already morning outside and another interesting and sleepless night had passed. He didn't leave his room all the time, so he didn't even realize how time flies. It's really strange, because he spent all his time studying magic. So, he should still go out and start exploring this world, as he is already 15 years old, 10 of which he has been constantly learning and improving his skills in magic. Mana research experiments gradually increased Ray's skill levels, and his ingenious understanding of how mana actually works reached a whole new level. He could sit quietly in his room and meditate, creating holograms of magic around him. This was the basis of his rapid development, which is why he himself began studying books from an early age so as not to waste time. Due to the fact that he absorbed a large amount of mana, his hair became truly white and pure. He didn't know if his medical knowledge would be useful, but he was sure that this component should be taken into study in the same way. He understood that in any case it was worth trying and wrote on the tablet that he was ready to heal the sick. He was really shocked, as his new reality was still starting to connect him a little with his previous life, where he also remembered it before the exit, which he had last time. There was a lot of fire and absolutely everything changed beyond recognition. At that moment, there was wind and ice and lots of really amazing magical things. Because he constantly studied magic, he was able to synchronize all the elements with his finger and also began to control them with great confidence. And all this at the age of 15, while all his classmates were still playing on the street. He smiled and shook his head, as he realized that this is the ideal future he has built for himself, as very soon he will be able to become one of the most powerful and successful magicians in history, just as he did before in surgery. The weather was really beautiful outside. The sun had just come out and started to light up all the roads around here. Suddenly, he started moving the wooden stick with great force, making not very pleasant squeaks. But he had nowhere to go. As part of his plan, he stayed right in the center of the city with a sign promising to cure all the sick. He started coughing as he realized it was actually a bit embarrassing, but there was nothing wrong with that as he was completely confident in his abilities. He remembers that in his previous life he was a brilliant surgeon, so now he decided to use his favorite skills to help people, just like in his past life. He began shouting that he could heal absolutely anyone, so he asked for as many patients as possible. His parents were happy because their son was finally starting to do what he loved and enjoy. But not everyone was happy to see the young man, as the townspeople quickly approached him and began to ridicule the novice magician, telling him he'd better go home and play doctor there. They began to mock him, saying he really is the same sick man. Ray didn't like it very much. He didn't think people would treat him like that because what do they know about him? Of course he didn't expect this, so he grabbed his head and smiled because he understood that it takes a long time for people to start appreciating him. Someone approached him, but it was already getting dark outside. He fell to his knees and threw his sign. He was very upset because no one came to him. He had already started getting ready, realizing he definitely wouldn't be able to do anything today. That's why he needed to get home, but suddenly a girl appeared in front of him, which surprised him a little. The guy looked at her and barely held back his tears, but the girl really came with an interesting offer, or rather she wanted to ask, can a guy really cure a sick person? The girl was very surprised, but no less than Ray. She was very interested to know if he could actually cure a particular patient. The guy liked the idea because now his first patient appeared in front of him. He started raising his hands and actually rejoicing, like a child, which is what he was. But the girl just looked at him again and asked if he could really do it or not. But Ray first needs to familiarize himself with his condition before answering these questions. The girl looked at him and also started to cry a little. It was noticeable that she was really unhappy. She became very angry and began to insult the boy because how could a child as small as him heal a sick person? So she began to insult him and leave. He was actually quite surprised by such an expression in his direction, so he simply smiled, absolutely expecting such a standardized and banal reaction. He looked at the girl who was leaving and started to address her, which she certainly couldn't have expected. Ray was very serious and said he might look like a 15-year-old boy, but there isn't a single patient in this world he can't cure. He was very self-confident, so he ordered the girl not to judge him by his young face. The girl was very surprised by the guy saying such intelligent things. She couldn't understand why he was so angry because he is still a child. Once again, she looked at him and she didn't know why, but she had great trust and respect for him because she felt in him a strong doctor. Then she turned around and apologized, admitting that she was indeed wrong. So she asked him for permission to introduce herself. She was the only daughter of Viscount Gate, a girl named Gate von Elisa. She looked at the guy and told him she wasn't his little girl. He was a little surprised by this, too, but he also introduced himself and said his name was Ray. But the question lingered. If the girl is from a wealthy family, what about her clothes? She was very surprised by this form of communication because why did he start talking to her so respectfully? So she asked him to speak as he usually did. The patient she was talking about was her father and he urgently needed help. She started to tell me that it started a short time ago. The skin on his chest turned red and some strange swellings appeared. Everything was very swollen and it became the size of a balloon. The man put his finger to his chin and began to analyze the situation. It was worsening, suggesting a malignant tumor. But in any case, he must first examine and analyze the patient. And if he's right, every minute counts now. He was very upset, because if it is a malignant tumor the size of a balloon, so you really need to hurry, because it wouldn't be too late. The girl and the guy began to move quickly to the designated place. And now, after a few minutes, they had already arrived, so the girl suggested they go there as soon as possible. And at that moment, the guy looked at their house and was very surprised, but then realized that the girl was from a wealthy family. Right at the entrance, first meet the butler, who is cheerful and welcomes you first. The girl ran up to him and started grabbing him by his jacket, asking how her father was feeling. But he received bad news, saying his condition had worsened significantly and he had died suddenly. This frightened her deeply and made her cry because she couldn't believe it. Immediately after that, She started running and the butler tried to stop her. The child couldn't believe that this had actually happened because it couldn't have happened. She ran into the living room screaming and started yelling, trying to talk to her father. But at that moment, her mother was already there, who was sitting and also crying. After that, she looked at her daughter. She also decided to reach out to her father, whose tumor was already really big, but she still hoped he would be okay. Ray decided not to walk away and approached the girl, asking permission to examine her father. He began to analyze the current situation and actually saw 3 very large tumors that had been in the patient's body for a long time. Looking at them more closely, he realized that they were actually draining a lot of energy from his body. Placing his hand on his body, he was still weak, but he could still feel his father's heartbeat. Therefore, he concluded that he is still alive, so there is still a possibility of saving him. At this, everyone was very shocked, including the butler, his mother, and his daughter. And the daughter began to grab his clothes, begging him to save her father. Tears actually started to flow in her eyes. She wasn't ready to believe it. And Ray himself just looked at what was happening and realized that this was really his chance to prove what he was capable of. He looked at them and smiled, making it clear that he could handle it and that there was absolutely no reason to worry. As he continued examining his patient, along with his daughter, a sense of incomprehension began to reign in the room, as everyone was truly shocked, unsure of who the child was. But the butler said that Ray had come with the girl. No one could believe she had let a simple person into the house so thoughtlessly. One of them started shouting, as he was very surprised that this guy had resurrected the deceased Viscount. Is he some kind of con artist? They asked him to come here, and now they're planning to steal his jewels. But his wife continued to cry because she did not understand what the meaning of my words was now. She looked at the guy and realized that she needed to take advantage of every opportunity now, so she just needed to believe that this boy could perform a miracle. The tumors were really big, everything turned very black, and the body started to rot. The guy activated his magic and realized he needed to concentrate all the mana flow into his fingertip and thus create a scalpel. At that moment, everyone was shocked and started screaming in fear as they had never seen anything like it before. They stopped the guy from working, constantly asking him what he was trying to do now, but he didn't listen and simply closed his ears. But he really didn't like it, so he decided to explain everything by saying, "I'm trying to fix everything, isn't it obvious?" But still no one wanted to believe him. He was so tired of it that he just exhaled and said, if they don't believe him, then he can just leave, if, of course, they don't mind. His wife started yelling at the security guard. She seemed very agitated and aggressive, too. She looked at him and ordered him to try to believe in that boy, letting him do his job. After giving the order, the young man ordered everyone out of the room and, with his shouting, disrupted the work. The guard, of course, clenched his fists and thought to himself, this child is really quite cheeky. Ray decided to take action and realized that after piercing the tumor, only pus came out instead of blood. He looked at it again and realized it wasn't just a tumor, but something special. After studying it more closely, he realized that it was formed under the influence of poison. It seems that someone wanted to poison the king a long time ago. Therefore, he remained close to the king and tried to help him by forming a huge magic circle around him with the help of mana. It was time for a full operation. So he braced himself and began straightening his elbows. After preparing for the operation, he still possessed great skills from a past life, immediately formed a scalpel from his finger, as well as other necessary tools, and was ready to begin the procedure. First of all, he needs to remove the parts that have already become infected so that the infection is not transmitted to healthy organs. The whole family watched this process, and were also a little embarrassed that all of this had been done by a little 15-year-old genius. He also needed to make an incision on the right side, on the side of his chest. After doing so, he grimaced slightly at what he saw, as the image wasn't the most pleasant. And it happened as he expected. Even the lungs were affected, meaning the disease had been progressing for a long time. He was very interested to know why no one had considered it before. But fortunately, he can now fully dedicate himself to his treatment, which he is doing right now. The rotten part of the lungs isn't that big, so it can be easily restored. Immediately afterward, truly magical things began to happen on the operating table. Ray decided to create a surgical thread using mana, then planned to use it and stitch the body together. All his skills, which he had been honing for 10 years in the library, were very useful to him at this moment, as he continued to perform a miracle in front of the whole family. Everyone was as shocked as could be, but no one screamed or resisted his actions. Everyone just watched. Suddenly, another maid appeared, who said that the boy brought by the young mistress was really very clever. Furthermore, the butler praised him, as he also didn't expect him to be so nice. But the guy was as focused and serious as possible, despite already having charisma, which is not inherent to his age, as well as skillful hand movements. He was truly a genius born once in 1,000 years. He continued to stitch up his patient as if he were in the operating room of a past life, with only one last stitch left to make. Everyone watched him and concluded that he was like a puppeteer pulling the strings. No one could say anything bad about him because everyone was shocked that he was actually such a cool expert. Almost no one doubted that Ray could actually perform a miracle and save his patient. The maid who literally just arrived was also shocked by this, as she had never seen anything like it in her life. So together they looked at the guy again, and they both agreed on this. The operation wasn't easy, so the guy was sweating a little and decided to wipe his forehead, since he was almost done with the operation. He's already done all the main stitches and stitched up all the patient's wounds. The only thing left is the simplest task, simply lighting the hearts to make it work. He began giving him artificial heart massage and, in addition, decided to create an automatic external defibrillator, which is designed to restore normal heart function, all with the help of his magic. And after he created a defibrillator himself, he began massaging the heart, stimulating its work. And after just a minute, the patient's heart started beating again. He started to get covered in blood. Everything was so well done, like in a previous life. The guy received unexpected positive emotions, as for the first time in this life he managed to save the patient. He reached out to the patient's family and informed them that the operation was indeed a success. Everyone was shocked, including the guard who didn't like this guy that much. But Ray was no less surprised, as he didn't understand why they had such a reaction. Looking back at the patient, he saw blood coming from his mouth, and everything became clear to him. Because the corpse's blood had suddenly begun to circulate, there was severe bleeding, which must be corrected now. Here the guard really couldn't hold it in at all, and could barely contain his emotions. But it didn't last long. After that, he immediately started pointing his finger at the guy and yelling, accusing him of being a scammer, which he was sure of from the start. But Ray smiled and felt a little embarrassed as he tried to explain to everyone what had happened. But the guard didn't believe him at all and tried to convince everyone else of this, since the patient was still dead. Is he alive? The guard got very angry, so he asked the boy if he really wanted to explain to him now and prove that the patient is alive. Can't he see that blood is flowing from him? But Ray tried to calm them down because for him it wasn't a problem. This is a normal part of the operation. The most important thing is that the patient is alive. But no one would listen to him, since he simply opened the deceased's body. Doesn't he have at least a shred of humanity? Ray shook his head, as it was very strange to him that absolutely no one wanted to listen to him, despite him trying to explain everything. At that moment, the girl also entered into dialogue and told him that he had promised her that he could definitely save her father. She looked at Ray and started screaming because she simply trusted him. But the guy remained shocked because he had actually done his job well and the patient hadn't actually died. The girl asked to look at him, at a time when the patient remained lying down, without showing any active signs of life. She kept crying a lot because her father had just died because of this guy, since the girl brought him to her house. Ray was very upset. He couldn't understand why she didn't believe him. All he asked was to wait a bit. It's really strange, because what's wrong with them? Do they really not know what surgery is? Absolutely unexpectedly for him, all the guards began to insult the guy. One of them even put a sword to his neck. The guard started shouting that the man had killed the Viscount. And now he still dares to argue with the young mistress? He called another guard for help, and also asked if what he had done with the king's body was not enough for him. They got even closer to him and started threatening him with guns, which Ray clearly didn't expect. He exhaled and said that saving his life was not really easy, and instead of gratitude, they just showed their balls and sent them to the guy. He addressed the guard in a gruff tone, asking him to repeat what they were trying to accuse Ray of. Do they really believe he's the con man who killed the Viscount? From then on, he became very angry and became as aggressive as possible, saying that this time they had definitely contacted the wrong person. In fact, not everyone is ready to cope with the loss of a loved one, and everyone's emotions are different. As a doctor, the man understood this, and it was clear to him that they were deeply upset. He looked at the guards and put his hands in his pockets, waiting for the fight to begin. But he also realized that nothing more could be expected from this world, in which he had only just begun to appear as a person. He exhaled and tried to explain to them once again in a calm tone that the operation was indeed a success and that a little time was needed. He was about to leave and said that they had seen the patient after a short time, as he needed to recover from the operation, and now, in order not to waste time, he would simply leave. He looked at them and became irritated, making it clear that they should not stop him in any way. But the guard was very angry. It was clear that he didn't like the guy from the beginning, so there was a feeling that he was ready to break him right now. And so it happened. He couldn't control himself and pulled out a sword, saying he would destroy the guy for disrespect. Ray was as cool as possible, as this is not the first conflict situation in his life, who was trying to stab him with his magical chains. He didn't expect this to happen to him, because how could such a small guy be able to handcuff him with magic? How is this possible? He was like a helpless child watched by his entire army and awaiting instructions. No wonder he immediately ordered an attack on this guy. Although he was scared, he understood that Ray wouldn't be able to use multiple spells in a row, so he needed to hurry. But Ray was very clever, so with a slight movement of his hand, he used the next grip. A few seconds later, two knights were immediately chained and disarmed. The most important commander was truly startled and began to worry a little because this guy had actually mastered dual magic in his youth. The commander looked at him and couldn't understand how he had acquired so much magical knowledge. But the guy really understood a lot about him, and he is strong. It was clear that he was not prepared to be offended, especially when he did everything in the most correct way possible. He looked again at the three guards trying to catch him, and, like a true gentleman, said he was warning them for the last time. He ordered the guards not to even try to catch him. It was already very dark outside. The guy spent a lot of time with them, which he could have spent learning from the same magic. He was upset that his time was wasted and no one appreciated his skills. He realized that it didn't matter how far removed they were from modern medicine. But such behavior is already quite wild. It was unpleasant for him that everyone considered him a stupid child. Moreover, they also called him a fraudster. But he did not doubt himself in the least and went to the door of his house, rejoicing that he was truly the first patient healed in this world. As he thought, his medical training was of little use in this world. His mother was waiting for him and decided to ask him why he was home so late. But he told her he was really busy, so he didn't even keep track of the time. She started scolding him because he really didn't remember what time she told him to be home. He was supposed to be back at 7 p.m. Didn't he check the time? There are so many bad people in this world. Why didn't he think about his mother and what she would have done if something happened to him? So she punished him, and now he'll be home for 2 days. She continued to scold him and used her index finger while Ray himself just tilted his head and listened. It was very unpleasant for him because everyone everywhere looked after him like a small child, so this thought did not allow him to sleep peacefully, and he spent the whole night with insomnia. Meanwhile, at the king's mansion on whom the guy just performed the operation, really interesting things started to happen. The king woke up and asked everyone what had happened. Besides, he couldn't help but wonder who this guy was anyway. Everyone was shocked, including his daughter, who began screaming happily in her father's direction, rejoicing that he could speak again. He started crying with happiness, because life came back to him, which means it's not time for him to die yet. The daughter and his wife were very surprised and scared at the same time, because they had never seen such a miracle before. Whoever insulted the guy and wanted to destroy him was also shocked in the same way, because he couldn't believe that his boss was alive. But how could this happen? He hid his weapons and could not believe that the Viscount had actually been resurrected. Immediately after that, they began to remember the words they spoke in the guy's direction. They took him for a hoax. Furthermore, the guard also felt ashamed of having insulted him and wanted to kill him. The wife also closed her eyes and began to cry, because a young man in whom no one believed could perform a miracle. They looked around the room and realized it was a huge mistake. After all, they hadn't even thanked their savior in any way. So the wife ordered the security guard to take responsibility and find the boy as quickly as possible. Patamushta, this matter is a matter of honor for your family. The guard was very shocked. Did he really have to take responsibility for this? He took a step and said it was really a very stupid magic. But his wife insisted that he find him as soon as possible and apologize for his rudeness, to which he, of course, agreed and began to carry out this order. The butler was also shocked and still couldn't believe that such a young boy had performed such a miracle. Is he really a saint? Suddenly, everyone turned sharply in the same direction and were startled by this sentence. They looked out the window and continued discussing the guy, as they had never heard that saints could use magic, so it was incomprehensible to them. The butler looked at his king and asked everyone to also notice how much more handsome his face was. "Have you all seen it? He's definitely gone to hell." The guard was terrified and asked everyone in the room, because if he is not a saint, how did he bring the king back from the other world? A huge emblem appeared. So who are the saints? They are chosen by the gods themselves and endowed with incredible divine power. This is an opportunity to hear the Lord's will. They are the ones destined for the fate of God's favorites. And they are also God, only in human form. The wife grabbed his chin and became very nervous. Because was that boy really one of them? She had never heard of saints in her kingdom. Perhaps the rumors of his greatness have not yet spread strongly enough, since not even the high priest was able to cure his relative's illness. If he is a saint, then the knight commander made a grave mistake. He himself has already realized this, so he asked for forgiveness, for with his ignorance he dishonored the honor of his entire family. The wife was upset, but still said it was everyone's fault in the room, so the girl offered to go find a boy and apologize. At that moment, the father also woke up and began to ask what they were talking about there. This scared his daughter a little, and he grabbed his chest, where they were at the beginning of the operation, and also asked what other saint they were discussing. What were they trying to do behind his back? But his daughter approached him and later reported that the saint managed to cure him. The father hit his fist on Daddy's blanket and decided to ask, did he really wake up thanks to the saint? After that, he looked at the guards and started yelling at them, as they also managed to be rude to him. He was ready to tear them apart, because how dare they do that? He looked at his hands and felt young again, so he ordered them to find him immediately. It was necessary to connect absolutely everyone in the mansion to find her by any means possible. He once again looked at the room, after which he began to shout, ordering him to immediately begin this task. Well, Ray continued to sit in his room and read literature about magic, but he noticed that his ears were really burning very badly. Did someone start discussing him so much? He spent the next morning in the forest, as he had been walking that path since the following morning. His mother wished the boy luck and supported him in learning a new skill. He was very excited because he was standing there with his wand and trying to use his spell, trying to activate the healing ability. But apparently something didn't go as planned, because the wand broke into pieces and the hand was also partially damaged by such action. Ray wasn't used to not getting it right the first time. He was already used to it, as he considered himself a young genius. He made one more attempt, and then a fire formed on his finger, which was not what he really wanted. His mother thought it was funny to watch, so she brought him his movie glasses and popcorn, because the boy always managed to catch fire no matter what else he tried to do. But Ray was determined, so after another try, everything worked out for him and the healing magic was formed. Unfortunately, it didn't last long, and after a few seconds it disappeared completely, leaving the boy confused. He was very aggressive and upset, not understanding why he couldn't do anything. He's a genius who's already learned a lot, but he's just not given the cure. His mother kept laughing and told him to try again, and listen carefully this time as she explained. Healing is a magic that increases vitality through mana. It is very useful. He was surprised that he managed to activate the healing skill this time. And not just healing, but also other types of magic that convert into skills. The mother tried to encourage her son and asked him to try again. Then she turned sharply and heard a strange sound near them. It was a deer that ran out of the middle of the forest and was looking for shelter. He needed help because his leg was injured. Mom suggested that Ray try to heal the deer's leg. This will be good practice for him, he thought, and it was actually more interesting than studying late at night. They agreed to approach him discreetly so as not to scare him. Mom started laughing, but Ray didn't see the funny side of it. They adjusted and began to carefully close the distance to the deer. But the boy didn't look at his feet and accidentally stepped on a branch that broke, and that caught the deer's attention. He became alert and realized someone was approaching him. They didn't have time to advance a few meters before he jumped into the forest and ran. Mom nudged Ray and told him to reach out. He really didn't want to do it, but he listened to his mother and ran after him into the forest. Does a person who has been called the hands of God have to learn to heal the hard way? Of course, because as a doctor he should have saved even more lives. If you compare what he did in his past life, people in the modern world did not understand the approach of modern medicine and did not trust it. Before each visit to the doctor, they felt anxiety and fear. Ray used magic handcuffs to stop this deer. It worked. The guy was shocked at how fast he ran even with an injured leg. He approached the deer and started talking to it and promised to help with the wound. If magic is used here, he will be ready to do anything to get it. The mother watched her son's every step and controlled the process. But she was very surprised to see such strength in him. Before, he couldn't achieve anything and couldn't even show his skills on a branch. He thought it was because he was still a doctor. Something went wrong, and he needed to start over. After his magical powers, the deer was lying down and looked dead. The only thing that distinguished him from the dead was his breathing. Ray looked at him and couldn't understand what he was doing wrong. But after some time, the two realized that not everything went according to plan. And he killed that deer. Ray thought he should be cured after his spells. Now he was a doctor who couldn't even cure a patient. The boy began to remember how he had been taught this subject. The only thing he couldn't do compared to other wizards was heal him. All because his mana path was special among others. The main thing is not to use healing on people. He imagined a patient came to him and asked to be cured. The guy applied his skills, and the patient began to see the light at the end of the tunnel. As a result, the whole family will mourn the monument to a loved one. Ray understood that he shouldn't use healing magic yet. He couldn't afford to hurt anyone else. Mother and son walked through the forest and headed home. It was already dark outside, and all that was left was to enjoy the rest. Mom prepared a very tasty meat snack, especially for dinner. When her eldest son asked what that delicious dinner was for, she was embarrassed. He added that it should be a tribute to the fact that his son was unable to cope with the cure. And together they began to laugh and joke with Ray. This irritated him. He swore never to study healing magic again in his life. Meanwhile, a planned government began in the Sacred Kingdom. There was a very beautiful sculpture that seemed to start talking. The Holy Father felt this and fell to his knees before her. It seemed to him that she called him completely to her. She gave the Holy Father the task of finding this person. The Mother of God told her to go and find a new white-haired boy for herself. While the guard went in search of a new saint, the knights discussed the news. As far as they knew, he was young enough, but it didn't matter if he was chosen by God. They believed there was nothing wrong with having another saint. This is a first in history. All this happened 10 hours before sending the Sacred Kingdom delegation in search. Meanwhile, the owner called an assistant for her. He fell to his knees before her and thanked her for her mercy. He then asked what important matter she had prepared for him. The mistress told them to find a white-haired boy in the kingdom of Cilia. Then there was a silence between them which lasted for several minutes. He said there could be thousands of white-haired boys in the kingdom. But the mistress said that the new saint is only 15 years old and she must find him and bring him to the kingdom. He accepted the task without any hesitation and promised to do it immediately. He ran out of the room and immediately started calling for Aaron. The boy approached the man and asked why he was calling him. He ordered a delegation to be assembled. They must head to the kingdom of Cilia as soon as possible. The man thought what kind of new saint he is, 15 years old, chosen by God. Ray's father suggested that he try learning the art of fencing. This is a good skill he can use to protect himself. Ray was interested in this and really saw the significance of this training. Compared to your past life where your basic needs could be met. But here sometimes you have to take risks, even for an apple. He said he wanted to try it once. Dad was happy and offered to start training right away. They clashed swords on the training ground. My father praised Ray. For the first time, he looked very good. The fact that he enjoyed fencing helped him a lot. It was actually quite easy for him. But he still didn't have the strength to defeat his father. So he began to think about what he should use to win. What trick could be used? Ray stopped and seemed to refuse to continue the fight. The father didn't understand what he was trying to do and why he stopped. He asked if Ray was ready to give up after a grueling match. He did not like this word and again stood in front of the enemy. The guy replied that he needed some time to change his strategy. My father was a little surprised that I chose to use the sword's aura, and they crossed swords again in this duel. Ray attacked with great confidence. Even his father was shocked by such a technique. He even began to think about the fact that if he continued to attack like this, he would lose. He had no choice and must also start using the aura to not lose. If he doesn't do this, his chances of winning will be almost nil. Ray looked at his father with joy and was proud of him. His strength was unmatched, and his aura was not standard. He gripped his weapon and was ready to attack. When he hit Ray's sword, it flew 10 meters away from him, and the guy fell too. He was so absorbed in his father that he missed the attack. The father ran to Ray and said he didn't mean to hit him so hard and apologized. Recently, there have been a lot of scouts in the market. No one understood who they wanted to find and why. They were scouts from the royal castle. They were sent by order of the mistress. They were disguised as completely different workers at every turn. They communicated with each other, and they all agreed that it's impossible to find a person just by knowing their age and hair color. This made them very angry. They were forced to report every day. And once again, the managers came to see the results of the intelligence. But they simply had nothing to say because it was nearly impossible, especially if he was always somewhere in the house. It was easier to find a needle in a haystack. White hair and 15 years old, that's not enough information. He considered them completely ineffective and only wasted time with them. Vicomte started yelling at them because they had no idea after several days. In turn, Vicomte listened to his boss's morals. He said he was an unusual boy, and if people found out about his act, then a war would break out, and the Holy Kingdom would declare war on them. If he didn't want to tarnish the family name, he had to find him now. Vicomte was ready to pay any money to whoever found him. A man was nearby and heard the whole conversation and asked how much they would pay for it. If the pay is right for him, they can fully count on him. He wasn't even a man, but a boy. He always had a smile on his face. After training with his father, Ray broke and cut his arm. He apologized to his son and said it wasn't on purpose. The boy laughed and said there was nothing wrong. His mother ran and asked what happened to his hand. She saw that there was a broken bone. Ray reassured her mother that they could heal it with magic. Mom said she would fix everything, but the boy insisted that he would heal his hand himself. He began to heal his hand without any effort. A large amount of magic immediately gathered around him, even though it hadn't existed before. Mom was shocked by what she saw with her own eyes. It was something new to her, and after a few minutes, the wound disappeared completely and the hand looked like it did before the injury. But his mother didn't understand how he managed to do it. They'd trained for so long, and he couldn't even heal a branch, but here he healed his hand without a problem. His father was also shocked. The mother recalled that her last attempt ended with the death of the deer. Ray realized he definitely needed to explain the situation. He turned to his parents and said he wanted to tell them something about himself. Ray began by saying that he was different from ordinary people. He was different, one among thousands of ordinary people. Mom said she never doubted it and that he would always be the best, but Dad whispered something in her ear. Mom said they would always be there for her no matter what. Even if he brought home an orc daughter-in-law, they would still support him. This was too much even for those who weren't superstitious. That night, the parents asked Ray again about his mana flow because at first they thought of something else. He replied that he uses his mana a little differently. He can infinitely use the mana streams he produces. These mana currents were much stronger. Now his mother understood why his magic was so powerful. That's why when he uses heals on others, they simply can't handle the streams of pure mana. Everyone remembered that the meat was very tasty that night. The parents understood that their son was a genius, but they asked him not to use these abilities on others. This could be very dangerous. They were right, because he can't even heal ordinary people with magic. But as a doctor, he can't back down. He has to find a way out of this situation. Mom and Dad also started thinking about this question, but nothing came to mind. The boy knew for sure that he needed more practice in surgical operations. After the conversation, Ray said he needed to get out for a bit. According to him, he went for a walk. because the guy couldn't say he was going to look for new patients. Before leaving, his mother asked him not to go anywhere with strangers. He promised he wouldn't do that and that he would be back soon. 2 tourists arrived at the village, but they didn't imagine it would be so big. They were going to pass by this place quickly, but now they can even rest there. A man approached them from behind and asked them to ask him a question. He wondered if they had met a boy like that somewhere, with white hair and blue eyes, such a handsome guy. But it was a very bad image for them to compare someone to. The man started yelling and demanded answers to his questions. The man begged him not to yell, as they hadn't really seen anyone like him. Ray was passing by and stopped to see what was going on between them. In its place, the population increased significantly and many people arrived. The boy heard the knight's name, which was familiar to him. He said he was paid a lot of money to find this guy. If he had known where he was, he wouldn't have asked passers-by about it. He seems to have been a respectable young man. Then the knight looked to the side and saw this boy in front of him. The boy thought that maybe these people were looking for him. He ran up to the boy and began examining him and comparing his drawing. Then he moved even closer to Ray. He had white hair and blue eyes. The knight asked to write to the guild to inform them that he had found him. The knight tried not to scare him and said he was from the information guild, but Ray didn't care. He agreed to go. The man even liked being so young, yet so sensible. He asked if he had been taught not to communicate with strangers. But the boy didn't understand why they were asking him that. Ray said he knew they were looking for him on Viscount's orders. He just wanted to see his patient. When they were already riding in the carriage, the knight asked to ask the boy a question. What did he mean when he called Viscount a patient? Is someone else sick in his place? Without thinking, he replied that it was true, without even looking him in the eyes. Ray asked if he was okay now, after his treatment. The knight began to think he was delusional. He was so much like him. As they talked, they were taken to the right place. The boy left with a smile on his face. As soon as he got out of the carriage, all the servants began to greet him. They called him a saint and welcomed him into their kingdom. At first he was scared, but then he even started to like it. Although Ray was happy to be here, he had something to say to the king. He wasn't the saint they were looking for. They found the wrong one. But the king would not allow such a thing to be said in his presence. He knew the boy was a saint, and was sure he had saved him and his family. The king considered Ray the one who raised him from the dead. Therefore, he cannot be a saint. The guy said it was a normal standard treatment that any doctor could do. Then the queen joined her, and was also sure that Ray had saved her family, and would not let him deny it. The woman had her daughter Alice express her gratitude to Ray. She was a little scared, but thanked him for saving her father. She was wearing a very beautiful dress and elegant gloves. The boy paid attention to her, but he couldn't remember her from the last time. Especially last time when he treated her father, she said he was brought in for nothing and couldn't help. The parents were shocked by their daughter's behavior. Dad turned to her and asked if he taught her and raised her this way. He ordered him to quickly repent and apologize. Ray was very flattered and pleased. He tried to say he wasn't offended and was just joking. The boy didn't understand why they behaved like that, because he really didn't do anything special. So he turned away from the royal family and returned to the maid. He asked where the guy who came with him had gone. She replied that he left almost immediately. This guy was running in an unknown direction very fast. He couldn't believe that the boy was really a saint. He was very happy to have been able to obtain such valuable information. He needed to get to the guild as soon as possible to inform the guild. Ray hoped nothing bad would happen to him on the way. The boy was presented with delicious food and always asked if he liked everything. The king said they were trying very hard, and he was very happy that they liked it. The boy admitted that he doubted he would ever be able to taste that food again. He couldn't worry about this, because after he reached the Holy Realm, he would eat this every day. Ray froze on the spot and couldn't even swallow his tea. He asked the commander what he was talking about. The man thought he had already been informed. The delegation from the Sacred Kingdom has arrived and is ready to take you home. The man got angry and asked how they found out he was here. Rumors were that the father was being frankly told by his own mistress. Ray didn't understand why they needed him or what it meant. A sacred kingdom blessed by the gods. Every time the saints appeared, the mistress commanded frankness. She did not speak directly to the people, but was caught and hanged. They say a halo always shines over saints. It blinds the eyes. The boy asked what he should do now. The commander replied that he needed to go to the sacred realm. They sincerely congratulated him on such a significant event and wished him only luck. Meanwhile, his parents had no idea he wasn't home. Mom thought he was too tired from his walk, so he didn't leave his room. Dad said he shouldn't be disturbed for now. Before going to sleep, Ray thought about everything he had been told about the sacred realm. He was so worried about all this that he fell asleep very quickly. He just wanted to live a peaceful life in this amazing world. Morning arrived, and Cilia Castle greeted passers-by with its brightness and beauty. The maids talked among themselves about who had arrived and lived in the annex. It was a holiday of the sacred kingdom of Gay. Finally, the holiday came to his kingdom. One of the maids asked what she was like, and she heard that this girl had received a blessing as a child. She had beautiful hair that reached her waist. Her eyes were like pink diamonds. It was said that she was as beautiful as if she were always illuminated by the rays of the sun. If you're lucky, you might see her while she's in her kingdom. Saint was looking out the window, and at that moment, a servant knocked on his door and asked if he could come in. The girl replied that he could enter without any problems. He opened the door a little and said she had to go to dinner. She was upset that she wasn't allowed to rest for a second. The servant took the liberty of saying that the saint should hurry to arrive on time. As she prepared for dinner, she remembered something. She asked the servant if he knew anything about the saint. He just received good news on this matter. The girl couldn't believe that her life would finally become a little easier. A smile immediately appeared on her face. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, he will come, and there will be a person who will understand him. Ray still managed to escape the commander and return home. But he understood that now they know where he lives, and it will be very easy to find him. He couldn't think of anything. If the people of the sacred kingdom caught him, he would be finished. And his second life will be much more complicated than the last. The boy will have to pray to a god he doesn't know. He shouted out loud that he didn't want this. And at that moment, his parents came into his room. Ray thought about telling his parents so they could run away together. But the fact is, they have nowhere to run. They have a job and a home here. Wherever he hides, the sacred kingdom will continue to search for him. The mother noticed that her son had been very nervous since the night before. The boy did not respond and did not say a word. He got out of bed and said he needed to go out for a bit. His parents could only guess what might have happened to him. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Salia, the Vicomte was talking to his commissioned knight. He told him that the Holy Kingdom itself was interested in this boy. In other words, your guesses were confirmed about this, that he was a holy boy. He could be identified by his blue eyes and white hair. The knight said he could trust him, because he came to him as soon as he received this information. Vicomte understood and already submitted the information to the sacred realm. All that was left was to find this guy. He decided to send people to look for him on the outskirts of the city. He most likely lives there, as his appearance makes it clear he doesn't come from a wealthy family. Everyone will look for a guy in the village, and thanks to that, they will gain time. So it will be as agreed. When the kingdom pays the money, he will return it. The knight looked at the forest and thought. He had a question. Vicomte saw that the knight was distracted and decided to ask what was wrong with him. The boy pointed to the forest and asked if they had searched it yet. The commander immediately changed his face and asked if he didn't know who lived there and why they didn't go there. But the knight decided not to jump to conclusions and assumed that the saint might live there. But the commander was sure that if he lived in that forest, he simply would not be able to survive there. Those who are there don't like strangers at all and are never happy for them. They knew only themselves and their values, but for some reason the knight had a strange premonition that he might be there. And his house could be in the very place everyone avoids. The forest provided peace and tranquility to its guests. The gentle rustling of leaves could enchant anyone. Ray decided to take a walk. He was thinking about getting some air and figuring out what to do next. But unfortunately, he had no idea how to avoid it. Is there nothing left for you to do but run away from your family and your destiny? But the boy also didn't want to spend his entire life as a fugitive. He sat on a large rock and wanted to put his thoughts in order. And as he thought about the future, someone could be heard walking through the forest in the distance. He quickly got up and began analyzing options for further moves. With each minute, the sounds grew louder and closer. He couldn't believe that the people of the Holy Kingdom had already found him. After a while, these sounds disappeared. Ray decided to wait and see what would happen next. But it seems these sounds coming from the depths of the forest have just come to him. As he looked in one direction, the trees and bushes began to rustle in the other direction. He didn't understand what was happening there and began to carefully inspect the area. Then he heard the tree start talking to him. The boy heard this voice clearly but did not understand where it came from. This voice asked him what he was doing in this forest. He thought it might be a forest spirit, but he replied that he had only stopped to rest for a while. But they told him that this was their territory and that he had better get out of here. He ignored their comments and said he wanted to sit a little longer. The voice repeatedly told him to go away. Ray became suspicious of who was talking to him. He was indignant because some persecuted him, others expelled him. But he wanted the voice to understand that he was leaving of his own free will, not because of what he had ordered him to do. Before leaving, he asked the voice to come to him and show his face. There was no reaction from the voice and no one would go to him. Since there was no direct threat to him, he decided to stay quiet and rest. A voice appeared again, ordering him to leave right now. But the boy did not respond to these requests in any way and continued to enjoy the surrounding nature. A silhouette appeared behind the tree and told him that he was speechless, that an ill-mannered human creature had entered his territory. But Ray replied that he didn't even come out to greet him because one of them was still rude. The boy was lying carelessly on the rock he had chosen for himself from the beginning, and some creature suddenly jumped towards the boy. He realized this and was very scared, but he needed to protect himself somehow. Ray used his powerful mana streams and fought back the attack. He quickly jumped from his resting place, and he started complaining that he was attacked unexpectedly and nobody does that. If he hadn't left his mana active, he wouldn't have been able to defend himself from that blow. He then looked at the person attacking him and was surprised. This person wore strange clothes that I had never seen among ordinary people. The ears were very long and pointed, and in the end it turned out to be a girl, thanks to her appearance. The guy assumed she was an elf. He didn't know what an elf was doing in this area. The girl realized that he had completely blocked her abilities. She realized that this guy was not an ordinary person like the others. He was embarrassed and said it was indeed true. In this case, she categorically forbade him from being on her territory. The girl began to prepare her next attack, but the boy hoped that after the first one, she would calm down and understand that there was no point in doing so. When they collided in a duel, there was a huge explosion. The girl flew several dozen meters away from Ray, but when she looked at him, she saw that he was in perfect order. He just got a little dirty on his shirt. She couldn't believe he belonged to a superior race. He stood up and didn't understand what the girl was talking about and what a superior race was. Then she said she had changed her mind and would let him stay with them in the forest. Then she asked him to follow her. But now he himself didn't want to stay and said he had to go. The girl said they respect the strong. These are the rules of the wood elves. She invited him to her village. Ray didn't know that in this forest there is a village where elves live. Although she initially tried to attack him, she wasn't mean. Just like any normal person, she defended her home. The boy agreed. He only had one request, that she stop attacking. After the agreements, they set off together on the road to the elf village. Ray realized she hadn't even introduced herself to him. The girl replied that her name was Gradel Flame Fila. The boy stopped and thought what a beautiful name she had, but she didn't like this flattery and started to get angry with the boy. To correct the situation, he started saying that her name was terrible and he didn't like it at all. The guy said if she wanted to talk to him, she could call him Ray. As they exchanged words, Fila said they were already there. The boy was very surprised to see such a village in front of him. It was very beautiful and clean. He had no idea they could have a village like this. Has she really spent her entire life in the forest? Because he's never been here before. The other elves noticed him and realized that an ordinary person had arrived in their village. It was Fila who brought him here. They started asking why she did it. Their reaction was expected and completely justified. It's logical that they'll be concerned about the safety of their city. Another girl ran up to Fila. She was so happy to see her home, so she asked who this guy was. She assumed he might be a new assistant. Fila replied that she thought he should be brought in. Everyone began to gather around the boy and look at him. It seemed like he couldn't even defend himself. Fila thought so too when she met him. So she tried to push him away, but she couldn't do anything. He was stronger than he seemed at first glance. The girl was surprised that he managed to stop Fila's attack. At first she thought he might be from a superior race, but apparently that wasn't the case. The girl started looking at him, and from the outside there were no signs of super abilities. Fila asked her friend how Lady Era was feeling. She lived in a house built especially for her. Since it was above ground, it was quite safe. The girl replied that nothing had changed and she continued sleeping. And she also remembered that an elder was looking for Fila, and she needed to go to her. Fila interrupted Ray's communication with the other residents and told him to follow her. He knew that elves did not treat strangers well, but it seemed to him that he was welcomed. Fila said it was all because she brought him here, not someone else. He thought this girl was trustworthy in his village. Respectable people of his village lived in trees and special houses, so they went upstairs and knocked on the door. Fila met the elder and said that she came at his request. The woman greeted her and was very happy to see her, so she invited her to visit. She insisted that he come in because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Fila began asking about her well-being and what news had come up while she was away. She replied that everything was normal and that she was interested in knowing who came with her. Fila said she brought the human child because she thought he would agree to be her assistant. But the boy asked to wait, because he didn't agree to become his assistant. As a result, they still came over to have tea and discuss the news. Fila assured him this would bring him many advantages. He would be able to move freely around the village and even make friends with other elves. But the boy didn't understand why he needed this and why he had to agree. The elder began a conversation about why she was looking for her. It was necessary to keep this conversation secret from the other elves. Fila turned her full attention to the elder and was ready to listen carefully. The girl said she would take this secret with her to the grave. The eldest also said that this boy should also leave, because the conversation was really serious and important for their village. Ray left and couldn't believe he was being manipulated as they wanted. First come, then go. He had time to consider his future, become a saint in the Holy Realm, or become an assistant to the elves. It was a very difficult choice for him. He really didn't want to choose either of those options. Meanwhile, in the kingdom where Celia was involved, everyone was involved to find the saint. Sviatka asked his assistants if they had managed to find anything about him or find him. But they all responded with the same answer. They had found no results. The girl said they couldn't find him just because of laziness. They started crying and swore they had done everything for this. But if they did everything possible, then why haven't there been any results so far? Why does she need such servants? They asked to give them a little more time and they would surely be able to find him. The saint was upset because no one in this world could understand her like any other saint. She thought about it and decided to give them one last chance, but she said they might not even come to her with bad news. This time, they must exceed their capacity or their patience will simply run out. Fila talked to her elder alone and didn't understand how she could die because of her sister. Her breathing problems are finally over. Either the disease is regressing or she's living out her final days. Plus, she's still unconscious. Fila was shocked by the news and didn't know what to say to her. After they finished talking, the girl went out to find Ray. She was completely broken and the boy saw it perfectly with his own eyes. The girl didn't say a word after the conversation and tears welled up in her eyes. She fell silent and looked at the lady's house across the street. Ray decided to ask her why she was so upset. She said the person living in that house is sick and most likely has an incurable disease, so she thought he was listening. But the boy said he didn't do it on purpose, he just heard something through the door. Ray thought about it and also lost his temper after he found out. The girl told him not to worry, because he was human and they were elves. They belonged to different races. She was right. Sometimes even people can't understand each other, and that includes different races. He just wanted to make a small clarification. There's no shame in caring for others regardless of their race. What difference does it make who your soul cares for? And the soul of a creature of another race is exactly the same. Fila forgot his main problem not for a minute after this speech. They went to her house for tea. When they sat at the table, the girl stared at the boy without taking her eyes off him. He seemed to her to be a very handsome and attractive guy. She watched the boy's every action and how he drank the tea. Then she found herself thinking that she was starting to like him as a boyfriend. Fila didn't understand why this was happening to her. At that moment, the boy approached her with a request. He asked about Lady Era. She said she was dying. Ray decided to offer to cure her with his powers. Fila was shocked by such an offer from him and lost her voice. He said his goal is to help people, and he doesn't care about race, whether human or animal. After thinking about his words for a bit, she decided to ask him if he was sure he was capable of such a thing. He said he was sure any illness could be cured, and he could try to help her. But he didn't even know anything about her condition. How could he say such things? The boy saw that Fila didn't believe his words at all. He began to think about how he could prove to her that he could heal people. Then he raised his hand sharply and tried to use his mana flows. Fila jumped up and quickly grabbed his sword so he could defend himself from the attack at any moment. The boy used his abilities to create a mana blade. After that, he swung it and stuck it deep enough into his leg. He felt a sharp pain and was in no hurry to remove the gun from his leg. The girl threw away the sword and started screaming and asking why he did that. When Fila got closer, she saw that there was a very deep wound. After she looked, the boy began to use one of his healing abilities. The whole house glowed. Its energy seemed to penetrate the walls. Fila didn't have time to observe everything that was happening at that moment. After accumulating this mana, Ray channeled it into his wound. He spent a lot of energy to demonstrate his skills in the best way. Even the elves who were not far from the house saw that light radiated from it. You would think it was some kind of mystical treehouse. This went on for a few minutes, and when the boy finished, he looked very exhausted. However, his wound was completely healed in those 2 minutes. Only his pants were damaged. Fila tried to explain this fact mentally. Ray said that if there is one person who can cure that elf, then it is only him. The boy was sure that he would definitely be able to help her. But when they expressed their proposal to the elder, she said absolutely no. Fila tried to explain to her that this is their chance and that they cannot treat Lady Era so irresponsibly. She was someone they respected and adored, but even with good intentions, they couldn't take such a risk. The elder woman couldn't allow an unproven medicinal method to be used on her. No matter how hard the girl tried to prove that they could actually help, the woman refused to even listen. She asked them to mind their business and do something useful. Fila was upset and even angry with the older one for not giving her the opportunity to try. Ray wondered what the point of her not even trying. Who will they worship if she dies? Fila and her boyfriend went for a walk in the forest. It was obvious to the girl that she was very upset, especially because she saw Ray's abilities and believed he could help. She really hoped they could convince the eldest to agree. Ray said it was okay and maybe she could heal without his help. She started to smile, but her smile showed despair. Ray asked if he could visit them in the village from time to time. She replied that she could, and if she wanted, she could even stay and live with them. The more he gained the recognition of the other elves. The guy listened to the girl until the end and thanked her for her kindness and sincerity. He said he was leaving. The girl didn't imagine the boy would abandon them so quickly. Ray was a little embarrassed and said he had some business to attend to. He promised to come back tomorrow, so he asked Fila not to miss him. This angered her, even though she understood it was true. When he left, the girl felt relief and sadness at the same time. She watched as he walked further and further away from the village. At the same time, the girl couldn't break free from his silhouette. She couldn't take it anymore and decided to calm down and leave. As soon as the girl left, the boy turned off the path and ran into the forest. He wanted her not to see his next actions. Ray climbed the nearest tree and began to survey the village. He tried to find Lady Era's house among the many houses, and then he finally saw him in the distance, in the tallest tree. The guy looked at him and said that doctors never abandon their patients. He needed to get to that tree without being noticed, and he did. When he opened the door to the house, it looked like a royal court. From the street, it looked like an ordinary treehouse. He began to look for the lady's room, and when he found it, he entered silently through her door. As soon as he opened the door, a glow passed from the lady to that crack. Everything around the room shone and sparkled because the house was located directly opposite the sun. The boy approached her and saw an exceptionally beautiful elf. She was lying as if she were already dead. Everyone was wearing beautiful white clothes. The body was not completely covered by a cloth. His hands were crossed over his chest. She was very beautiful, with long, beautiful hair, but her eyes were closed. Ray liked her very much, because her beauty could enchant anyone. He tried not to get distracted and to compose himself, as he could not lose his common sense in front of the patient. He took her hand to check her pulse. Then he bent down to her face to check if she was breathing. All of this was normal, so the reason for her sleep was something else. He grabbed her hand tightly again and held it. It looked quite romantic. Ray wanted to look inside the body with Mana. He could scan every nerve cell and check the entire body. But her body was also fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't even think she was dying. Won't he be able to cure her? It was necessary to better study the peculiarities of this world before rebirth. While he was with her, a strange smell began to appear in the room. The boy felt this too and began to think about what it could mean. It seemed to come out from under this lady's body, and it wasn't very pleasant. When the boy turned her over and saw what was happening to her, he was shocked. That horrible smell was coming from the bed sores on the back of her body. He didn't understand how they could bring her to such a state. They told her how much they loved and adored her, but they couldn't even care for her. He needed disinfectant to treat his wounds. But where could he be taken? Because now his possibilities are limited, because no one knows that he was by the lady's side. When he looked up, he saw through the window a beautiful lake and a green meadow. He immediately went there and found a leaf-shaped container with water in it. So he went to the lake and collected clean water there. He couldn't use his healing magic directly because it was dangerous. He still remembered the deer he'd tried to heal. So now he decided to channel the healing power into the water. In any case, he had no choice but to act on this plan. He returned to her room, cleaned his hands, and began using the water to heal his wounds. At the last moment, he stopped and remembered that it was a creature that everyone respected and adored. The elder's words stuck in his mind that she did not allow the use of the latest methods to treat Era. He hoped that later he would not be punished for having dared to touch God's creature. Her back looked terrible. This was logical because she'd been lying in the same spot for several weeks, and no one had turned her in. Anyway, how could they abandon her in such a state if they respected her so much? They had no reason to forbid saving her. Hoppets began treating his bed sores with her healing water. He moved carefully along her body and gradually healed the wounds. Ray was so absorbed in the process that he didn't notice it was getting dark. He had to go because the trip home would still take some time. Until he could figure out the cause of the illness, this was the best he could do for her. He decided he should come tomorrow. Meanwhile, the kingdom's servants sought out their mistress to bring her the news. They should soon receive information about the search for the saint. Their guild is scouring all the kingdoms, so it was only a matter of time. The girl has heard this so many times that it immediately becomes unpleasant for her. She warned them that her patience was at its limit. In other words, they allowed themselves to test her patience. The servants fell to their knees and again began to cry and beg for mercy. The girl was already fed up with the bullying, and she was fed up with it. She stood up and said she couldn't trust them anymore. And she will look for him personally. Sviata asked to prepare ammunition for her departure. Meanwhile, Ray once again went to Lady Era to wash her wounds. They improved visibly, and after a week the boy expected them to disappear completely. Everything went very well. Every day he came into her house and worried about her. First, he rinsed her body with purified water and then warmed her stiff muscles to get the blood circulating. The rest of the time he spent in her office, studying his boring books, and this became his daily routine. The boy looked at her drawings and had fun. Of course, she never answered his questions, but he always spoke out loud. He told her how he got to her or what happened to Fila, and also about other things that came to mind. And so a month passed. Ray went to her house the next day and opened the door. He started saying that Fila was off duty and they decided to have tea. But when the boy got closer, he smelled that terrible smell again, but much stronger. He was shocked at the entrance and didn't understand what was happening. Ray then dropped his bag and ran to her bed to check on her, but she was barely breathing, and if a little more time passed, she would die completely. Something was preventing her from breathing, and this would be noticeable even to an ordinary person. He couldn't even think that this could happen. The guy started looking for a ventilator, but then remembered he wasn't in the hospital. He was very angry at being helpless in this situation. The only thing he could do at that moment was nothing. He literally watched her die slowly, but he couldn't allow that, because this is his patient and he will fight to the end. The boy examined his entire body once more to find out the reason. But there was no external damage or signs of poisoning. Her vital organs were functioning normally, so it wasn't clear why she was dying. He had to find a way to cure her. He started to think and remembered that he had strong mana flows, but he should have used his power. Ira will be able to withstand your mana and will not have the same result as the deer. Thinking about it made him laugh a lot, and he smiled. He studied medicine to save people, to not be afraid of them. And in such a crucial moment, everything went out of his head. But he had to pull himself together and do his best. The boy began to activate his mana and concentrate it in one place. The entire room was covered in an intense glow that penetrated the walls. The house began to glow thanks to Rei's powers. Many elves who were nearby saw that same glow again, but this time in the lady's house. Era was filled with his magical energy and began to glow as well. Rei hoped she could withstand such powerful mana flows. The guy gave all his strength to cure her, and I tried to control my mana so as not to hurt Era. She climbed to the ceiling under the influence of magic. Her body looked unreal, as if it had come out of a fantasy film. Fila saw that many people were gathered near the lady's house and decided to check what was happening there. When she ran, she saw a bright light coming from the lady's house. She had only seen that glow once, and that was when Rei was healing her wound. Is he still trying to save his lady Era? She didn't know how long he had been doing this. But even a creature of another race cared much more for her than those of the same race, did. She ran to her house, opened the door, and saw something crazy. Rei used his abilities to make some inexplicable moves. There was a massive concentration of mana around her. The girl had no idea it was possible. Rei devoted all his strength to this healing. It was extremely important to him. He needed some more time to fully complete this process. And finally he stopped, and all that was left was to wait for a positive result. She was still in the air under the boy's mana. After some time, this barrier collapsed and Era was free. Due to this powerful wave, Fila and Rei simply flew several meters. The boy was much more affected because he was the one who used this power. He fell to the ground, but even though he was in a lot of pain, he continued to think about Era. When he regained some consciousness, he managed to open his eyes, and he saw in front of him a beautiful girl who radiated joy and beauty. He had nothing else to worry about. Everything worked out for him. Therefore, he fell helplessly, finally relaxed, and closed his eyes. He didn't understand where he was. It felt like he was in water. It was a very pleasant feeling, and he wanted to rest a little more like that. He opened his eyes a little and saw Era, who was telling someone that she would take care of him herself. The older man argued with her, saying that he was a human being and not their friend. He tried to do something to her body without permission. The boy realized he was alive and heard Ira's voice for the first time. She told the older man she didn't want to hear it anymore. They left her here to rot for 20 years. And this person helped Ira without hesitation. It even seemed funny. She was saved by someone who simply felt sorry for her, not by those who had adored her entire life. The boy seemed to be flying somewhere in the sky. He could barely feel his body, and he surrendered completely to the current of his thoughts. Her voice calmed him. He was very gentle. He shouted loudly and started calling Ira. Then he calmed down and realized it was probably a dream. Rei tried to move his limbs to see if he was awake. Then Ira spoke to him and asked why he called her. She sat down beside him and didn't take a single step. Ira said she would be there to help him recover. The guy was embarrassed and couldn't believe that everything worked out for him, and that he did not risk saving her life in vain. She walked over and hugged the boy and thanked him for saving him. Ira also added that Iona drew the picture she found when she was sad, so she asked him not to laugh too much. Rei was even more surprised because it seemed like she had heard all of his stories and conversations. Ira replied that she heard absolutely everything he said. The boy cried and the girl asked why he was crying. She was grateful to him because he was the only one who cared for her until the end. And if he had given up, she wouldn't be sitting in front of him now. Ira said she didn't even know her savior's name. The guy finally relaxed, smiled, and said his name was Rei. She thought for a moment and said his name several times. And then she started smiling broadly and said it was a wonderful name. It was already dark outside and they were still talking. The boy stood near the window and watched everything that was happening in the village. He offered to let her come out to people when she was recovered. After all, they probably care. The girl replied that for the past 20 years she hadn't cared much about them. They hadn't even visited her, and none of them had cared about her. Besides, your anger won't go away in a day. Rei listened attentively and completely agreed with her opinion. So he decided to ask how long it had been since she regained consciousness. But for some reason, the girl pretended that this word was completely unknown to her. The guy decided to repeat himself and asked when she started listening to him. Ira replied that she never lost consciousness. All this time, she listened to everyone. Ray was shocked by this and didn't know what to say. In other words, she did not lose consciousness from the beginning. She meant she was lying there, unable to move, and just waiting for something. Ray wanted to say a lot of words to her, but he decided to hold back. The guy took her hands and simply told her that she handled the situation very well. The girl was embarrassed and lowered her head slightly. And then something really moved her, and she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The girl said she hated the people around her. All problems have always been caused by people and have always gone unpunished. The mere mention of people made his hatred even stronger. Then she firmly grabbed Ray's hand and pulled them forward. Everything was fine with her body. Besides, her life was just beginning. Ira said that until someone promised to heal her, she immediately became irritated by his touch. But with Ray, everything was different. He did it selflessly and asked for nothing in return. And like no one else, he cared for the girl and put in a lot of effort. She remembered how he'd spoken to her, and how Phyla had invited him for tea. He'd said he'd never thought elven tea would be so tasteless. The girl responded in her subconscious as best she could, and said that their tea really wasn't very good. Then he read a book about her flowers. The boy asked if these are the flowers that grow in her garden. She replied that they were, and that he was very much like them. Devotion and a smile, that was what those flowers meant. After that, he noticed her drawing and said that drawing is definitely not her talent. She already knew she was bad at drawing, but hearing it from someone else was strange, because no one ever contradicted her and always praised her, so she wouldn't, because everyone was afraid of punishment. The only thing she wanted while she slept was to answer Ray at least once. Ira couldn't hold it in anymore, and her emotions got the better of her. She began to sob in front of the boy. She covered her face with her hands so he wouldn't see her tears. Then she threw herself at him and began to hug him, and thanked him once again for not giving up. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, the holiday did not find a quiet place for itself. She asked the commander if he didn't know exactly where the holy boy was. The girl came to visit him, so he apologized for the late meeting and allowed her to go. Before leaving, she added something to her monologue. If they try to deceive her, the truth will come out sooner or later anyway. Saint looked at the map and thought about where he should go next. If they couldn't find any trace in the neighboring kingdom, the only place they didn't look was in the nearby forest. She ordered the entire guild to gather and prepare to enter the forest. It was night outside. The full moon walked among the stars. Ray asked Era how the villagers would treat him now. She asked him not to worry about it because he saved her life. Besides, they didn't intend to do it, and that says it all. And if someone treats you badly, it will only make it worse. You will have to have a personal conversation with these elves. In fact, even though Era had woken up, she still hadn't seen the other elves. The fact that they hadn't appeared to her even after she recovered meant only one thing. They were very frightened by this flow of mana coming from the house. So the problem was precisely this guy, that they didn't dare to visit his lady. Ira took his hand and said as he filled her with mana. He held her hand as tenderly as if it were his beloved. At first she was scared and didn't imagine that someone would touch her body. And even more so, that it would be a person with mana. But when she felt the flow of mana, she realized that there are still good people in the world. That's why she asked him not to bother. It was enough for him to be by her side. Ray was very happy to hear such kind words spoken to him, and it really calmed him down. Then the boy said that from the beginning he was interested in knowing how old she was. It was clear that the girl did not like the question and replied that it was a secret. He knew that elves lived much longer, so he assumed she was around 200 years old. Ira pretended not to hear the question and turned around. The guy was persistent, so he asked again and said that maybe she was 500 years old. She remained silent. But when he said she might even be 1,000 years old, she jumped up and said that was too much. She didn't understand why he was thinking about her age. The boy replied that he was just joking. Ira pretended to believe it and started laughing. They sat together and watched the stars in the sky. The girl had never felt anything like it. Was it happiness? The guy said it's weird to be happy when people make fun of you, but she was sure she was happy now. Ira couldn't feel happiness because she was never interested in anything. Ray interrupted her and said that now she can be happy. She agreed, but on one condition, if he was by her side. The boy was not surprised because he understood that that situation had brought them closer together. When he took care of Era, the feeling of inferiority or even of lacking something did not leave him. Maybe he was the best doctor in his past life, but here he is, just a helpless person waiting for luck. The most important thing in medicine is experience. One needs to gain experience in this world in various fields. If the vacation kingdom is the most developed in the field of medicine, and if they themselves are seeking it, there's only one thing left. Become a saint and gain all the knowledge and experience of the Holy Realm. He was very sorry that he couldn't stay with Era, but he had no choice. They were sitting on the bed, and Ray said it was very noisy outside. In the middle of the village, people gathered in front of the elder. Ray said maybe they should go to the people. They protested against the eldest because she was hiding the fact that their queen was terminally ill. She tried to apologize and said she made a mistake. Their denunciations became even louder. In such an atmosphere, it was best for them not to interfere. Ira understood that no one had come to her all this time. He saw that the girl was angry and asked her not to do that, but she didn't listen and went down to the center to meet the people. The lady looked very presentable and beautiful. Her health was in perfect order. She stopped near the eldest and greeted her. Ira seemed irritated and asked to stop with these accusations. Everyone began to worship and greet her. Every elf. But she said she didn't want to hear it anymore. Era asked if there was at least one elf among them who had come to visit her personally. Everyone was silent and no one could answer that question. The girl knew the answer to this question, but she still felt very offended. None of them even tried to find out what happened to her. And now they're trying to blame someone else for her guilt, even though they themselves haven't done anything good. One of the elves dared to tell the truth about the elder. Ira thought he would just make excuses for his actions, but he said that if the elder had told them what had happened to his mistress, they would certainly have gone to her. He suspected that she had personally ordered the elder not to tell about it. The eldest watched this from outside and understood what nonsense he was talking. Ray also heard and saw all of this. This elf definitely made things difficult. Ira was extremely angry and ready to punish the hypocrites. She demonstrated her power and strength, which makes her their queen. The girl decided to order them and use minimal force to do so. She threw particles of her magic at them and paralyzed the elves. They felt pain as if from an electric shock. Ira sometimes has to be cruel so that no one takes her kindness as weakness. She considered these elves ungrateful scum, and if they believed it was her fault, then she was ready to leave this forest. The eldest tried to stop her, but it was in vain. The elves fell to their knees and began to beg for mercy and to stay, for without it they could do nothing. The girl went back inside the house, and Ray asked if she was okay. He couldn't even imagine what would happen to this place if the elf chiefs left. It meant they could be attacked at any moment. Ray reflected on this act of the girl. Is she really ready to go that far for justice? Ira was now finding it very difficult to calm down. She didn't understand how they could afford this. And when she lost that moment, her status as chief of the elves became nothing. Ray waited a long time to ask the question and asked if she really wanted to go. She replied that it was a better solution than observing their discussions, and it was obvious that they needed her help all this time. He asked her where she would go if she decided to leave the village. There was a place she always wanted to visit. She wasn't there just 20 years ago, although in reality that's an eternity for people. If she is about 1,000 years old, then 20 years is really very little. The elves stood at his door and asked to come down and asked for forgiveness. They begged to give them one last chance, and they would fix everything. Ray looked at her and realized she said all this in anger. But the elves hadn't lied. She really wanted to leave. The boy was forcing her to admit that she really didn't. Maybe they did the wrong thing, but they really needed her help and support. Era thought about it and agreed with their opinion, although she was very angry with them. The story of the legendary surgeon does not end and continues to develop, and the dialogue between the boy and the girl is just beginning to continue, where Ray still manages to convince the girl that they still need her. His wonderful gift of negotiation, which he himself discovered accidentally, made him feel very good, and he began to rejoice. But the girl was still worried about something, so she decided to ask him something unusual. She turned to him and wondered, could he stay and live with her? Such a question definitely left him perplexed, because he had never had to deal with this before except in his past life, and that was unsuccessful, so he was worried. The girl tried to calm him down as they would have much more fun together, but Ray turned around and refused, which the girl obviously did not expect and wanted to know the reason for such a blunt response. He looked at her with a confident look and said that he needed to go to the sacred realm. She was also surprised as she didn't understand what he had to do with them, but the boy explained that they had been looking for him for a long time. The girl was also intrigued. Why would they do this? But the guy was amused and even embarrassed because everyone considers him very holy and says the priest received a revelation from the goddess herself. His friend was even more shocked and couldn't understand what was happening at that moment. Was he really a saint? But he uses mana to heal, not divine power. Ray considered himself a saint, so he laughed and said there was nothing wrong with not receiving a blessing, although he noted that he still didn't know anything. The friend was shocked. For how could he be a saint without divine power? Between a saint and an ordinary person, divine power is the main difference. She approached him and decided to ask if he had used magic when he treated her. He exhaled and looked away. He hadn't planned to do that, but the situation was truly urgent and required immediate intervention. The girl realized that her illness prevented her from using magic, but she was conscious the entire time, so it was more of a curse than an illness. She remembered starting to glow, and she didn't understand how Ray was able to heal her with basic first circle magic. This completely debunked the entire idea of magic existing. Furthermore, is he truly a saint, but without divine power? Perhaps we are witnessing the emergence of one of the most incredible saints in history. And Ray stood there and was shocked, because he himself still had trouble realizing this. The girl smiled and was also equally shocked because exactly before she had never encountered anything like this in her entire life. She also tried to impress Ray, who looked at her, saying that since she still had no way to leave the village, she felt pathetic. She smiled and said that now they should start leaving. When they came out, there was already before them a vast army of inhabitants who knelt and bowed their heads before their leaders as a sign of respect. The girl approached them and was very aggressive, then made them explain their words and actions. They looked at her and were very afraid, then began to apologize for their rudeness and for not taking her protection for granted. The residents continued to look at their leaders with fear and were ready for them to unleash all their anger on them. The girl looked at them again and was very happy. She realized that she had probably overreacted when she told them that she planned to leave the village. She also exhaled and said that she could calmly understand why everyone was angry with the elder. However, she hadn't done anything wrong either. Ray felt very strange about this. He realized that if people found out, everyone would be in great danger now. But the leader continued to talk to them and accuse them, adding that they were not exempt from responsibility because they did not even try to find out anything. You are all guilty, but you must show respect to your elders. For if there is no elder, there will be no elf who can be responsible for the village. The residents remained kneeling with their heads bowed, making it clear that they had already realized everything and understood their mistakes. She was very pleased to be respected and listened to, so she smiled back at them too. To which the girl waved her hand, and as she had already calmed down, Toe smiled immediately and asked, "How about we hold a banquet in honor of your savior?" The boy was shocked by this, for he remembered what had happened to him during his first visit here. It wasn't obvious that he was excited, after all, but he was tired of tithing, very curious and inquiring, after all, what was the party? Meanwhile, some really strange things started happening in the bushes. It looked like a real massacre had started there. At this moment, 3 warriors were already there, fighting a huge monster that apparently protected the forest from danger. The most important one ordered them to immediately try to focus on the target, as they needed to clear the path immediately. She waved her hand and used the exact same magic power, since today was the day they were going to put an end to this. Meanwhile, the camp wasn't quiet either. Everyone was walking around looking for Lady Iriel. The warrior commander informed her that it looked like they would reach the elf village within a day. She was drinking coffee and wasn't very happy. Maybe their scouting team wasn't that big after all. Didn't the commander think the search was taking too long? She looked at them again with her beautiful eyes and asked what they thought of it. But he decided to reassure her because there really are many different monsters in the city, so they are moving relatively slowly in her opinion, although he, on the contrary, thinks that everything is moving very fast. She continued to drink to calm herself down, but she should have gone alone. It would have been much faster that way. The commander began to cry and apologize for the inconvenience. She finished her coffee and threw the mug onto the table, which began to rock and nearly shatter. Immediately after, she stood up and ordered all her soldiers to stand and prepare to move forward, as they had already had enough rest. The sky was blue and the weather outside was really perfect for a walk. Ray was still in a state of bewilderment and euphoria. He was pleased to receive so much attention in his direction. Everything around was decorated by the locals and created a festive atmosphere. Ray looked around the small town and didn't fully understand what it was all about or why such training was necessary. The locals danced and cheered, some looking for a new meeting and others just having fun and celebrating their leader. Someone approached Ray and started tapping him on the shoulder, catching him off guard, which was quite unexpected for him. Fia called him to her house as everyone at the party was already waiting for him. She started smiling and asking why he was there because he was the main character of the party. He was pleased, even though he thought the party would be more modest. "You're the savior of our village. How could we have a smaller celebration for you? There's just one small nuance." The girl couldn't attend the holiday because she had very important things to do, so she wished him luck and said he could manage without her. Ray was clearly unhappy with the outcome and asked where Fia was planning to go. She reached for her holster, which held a large dagger, for the village's security could be more compromised during the holidays than on other days. It was at these times that the guardian was expected to be most vigilant. She waved her hand at him and wished him a good rest, informing him that they would meet later, while the guy remained perplexed. It was obvious that he was clearly agitated and worried about something too, so there was nothing left to do but hope that everything would be okay. He gave another shout to the girl who was already walking away. "Daughter, I'll see you tonight. We'll eat something delicious." She was clearly shocked by such a statement, and it seemed to make her angry. She ran up to the guy with burning red eyes and lifted him above her, asking if he really meant all this now. Fia was still just surprised, after all. No one had ever said something like that to her before, especially since they also wanted to go to her. Ray noticed that the girl was very nervous, but he didn't pay much attention to it, as he realized that she lived in the forest all the time, and this was unusual for her. Then she let go of him and ran away abruptly, because she needed to escape. As she said goodbye, she shouted to the boy that he would definitely come to her, because he had made his promise. He lay on the floor very happily and didn't mind doing it. If only it would make her happy. It seemed like he was really starting to fall in love with her. He looked at the festive village and wanted to walk around it. On one side, the local guys were around and competing to see who had the strongest arms. And on the other hand, Ray was surrounded by several beautiful girls at the same time, who began to grab him wherever they could and ask him to accompany them. The boys didn't leave him alone either and invited him to the table where lots of delicious food was prepared, which he loved so much. Of course he was grateful to them, although the whole thing had taken a toll on him. The house, which sits on a large and powerful tree, immediately received information. It opened old doors that were long overdue for replacement because of the unpleasant creaking noise they make. On the table was a cup of tea that had literally just been made, and everyone was asking what happened. Why did the main guest leave the party organized in his honor? He clutched his head and began to smile as he found these activities difficult, and there was no other peaceful place to be. Ira smiled and said that since that was the situation, let him calm down as he wanted and start resting. Ray approached her and had no way of knowing what that wonderful perfume was. This made him smile immediately, as were these really the same flowers that grew at the entrance. That's right. Today is also a special day for a girl who is celebrating in this way. So she would like to share this beautiful moment with her boyfriend and also poured tea in his mug. He immediately started to like this drink, as it was exactly what he needed at this time. Even so, he was still stuck on the question he so desperately wanted answered, so he approached Ira and asked her why the hell she wasn't leaving. She smiled and said that it was not at all appropriate to talk about such complicated things over a cup of tea, so Ray apologized and said that it was not at all appropriate if she was not ready for such a conversation. Ira thought for a moment. After all, there was no point in her hiding this information, so she started to think about where to start. Long ago, there was a conflict between the common elves and the high elves. It's all a matter of fact that high elves have a different status from common elves from birth, so it's customary for high elves to be respected regardless of their age. However, a common elf had a conflict with a young high-blood elf. This forced her to leave the village, which had some consequences. She smiled and looked at the guy, because he himself knows what happened after that, doesn't he? He was shocked by the information he received. Was she really not about to face another conflict like this? Ira was very upset, so she didn't even know how to choose the right words. Suddenly her eyes opened abruptly and she saw something strange. It seemed like what she was so afraid of had just happened. She turned sharply and looked back. She needed to act immediately, as every second mattered now. Ray was also excited and immediately asked what had happened. She placed her hand on the table and said that something terrible had happened outside the village, but Ray still tried to ask for more details about what she meant. It's all about the fact that unwanted guests have just visited them and they need to prepare for battle. Ray stood there in shock, as he didn't understand who she was talking about. When a sudden realization also dawned on him, were these really the same people who had started his search? As we entered the village, the sun began to set on the horizon and slowly night fell, which also brought fear. Fia stood up and prepared to guard her home, not realizing what the humans had forgotten here. They also came here with an army of warriors, which would not go unnoticed. So she drew her dagger and prepared for a battle that could be one of the last of her life if something went wrong. The army chief stepped forward and removed his helmet, announcing that they had come to this land in peace. She smiled and said they were just looking for a saint and would like to see him. But Fia wasn't in a very friendly mood. It looked like she was ready to fight to the end. Then Fia, without wasting a second, started shouting towards them and asking why people were here. On the contrary, they were shocked to see the elf, as they only knew about them through rumors and had no idea they existed in reality. But Fia was not yet ready to have a peaceful dialogue with them, so she was already ready to draw her dagger and start a battle. But even before doing so, she decided to clarify the reason for their visit. The commander looked at her with a smile and said that they were looking for a saint and wanted to see him. Fia immediately realized who they were talking about now, so she tried to keep Ray and the village safe, saying that he wasn't here and that they should have left. But the girl wasn't going to do that, and with her arms open, she began to get closer and closer to the elf, trying to talk to her and questioning her. Had she met the guy with white hair after all? As soon as Fia heard this, she immediately remembered Ray and clearly understood that they were talking about him now. It was very scary for her to realize this because her new friend, or maybe even future boyfriend, was in danger. The commander smiled as she realized that with this question, she had achieved her objective and obtained all the necessary information. She was happy that they had managed to find out where he was, so she immediately informed her army. Fia shouted that she had no idea who was talking at that moment, but she didn't believe it because she knows this boy, right? After saying this, Fia became very aggressive and her anger began to boil over. But the commander remained standing with open arms and tried to calm her, informing her that they had come here in peace, and only in peace. All they wanted was a chance to see the boy and talk. She looked at the elf and informed her that they would leave once they reached their goal, so she could help them in exchange for a reward. But Fia was not prepared for this outcome and immediately drew her dagger from its holster, making it clear that there would be a battle now and that she would not make concessions to them. The army was also shocked by this result, and some of them were also scared because they were not prepared for this. The commander grabbed her head and was clearly upset as it seemed like she wouldn't be able to prevent bloodshed this time. But without giving up hope, she once again turned to the girl and told them to just give it to them and absolutely no one would get hurt. But Fia reported that Ray saved them, so for the sake of his protection in the village, absolutely everyone in the village will be happy to face them, protecting the guy. The girl looked at her with a perfectly calm face, which still showed moments of misunderstanding. If you continue in our path like this, a holy war may break out. With a smile on her face, she asked if she was really ready for this. At such a question, Fia almost fainted and was very frightened, as she had never encountered such a thing before. She looked at them and realized that they were guys from the Holy Kingdom, and they definitely didn't come here in peace, even if you made concessions to them. So she gritted her teeth and was fully prepared to give her life defending the village, and that is not easy to do. It takes a lot of willpower, and those people you would not spare to give your life for. Fia drew her dagger with a sharp movement of her hand, making it clear that there would be no peaceful solution, and that she was ready to face them. The commander looked at her and realized that this meant she was choosing war. Fia was very angry, so she asked, "Isn't this what people always want so much?" The girl raised her hand and pointed at her opponent with her index finger, leaving the question unanswered. She ordered her warriors to remove him, then they immediately began to carry out her orders. Fia was prepared for this, so she waited for the crowd of frightened soldiers who were already approaching as close to her as possible. Suddenly, she started to shine, and a magical glow appeared around her body. It seemed like something strange was starting to happen now. The soldiers were also frightened and began to scream in panic as the girl disappeared right before their eyes. A second later, she was already behind them, and with a sharp thrust of her dagger, she delivered a crushing blow to their necks. After that, she flew like a bullet, piercing her opponent. The commander observed her and realized that the girl was really strong at first glance. But it wasn't that simple. After analyzing her fighting style and how she skillfully dealt with the entire army, she wouldn't have thought that Fia possessed an entry-level blade aura. In addition to the soldiers, there were also priests in the army who began to pray during the battle, asking God to protect their bodies and also their soldiers from enemy attacks, receiving a blessing. After activating divine protection, they also asked him to heal the wounds inflicted by the enemy, which he immediately began to do. Then Fia began to attack the priests as well, who began to hinder her a lot by reviving her warriors. The soldiers began to wave their arms and shout that the enemy was much faster than they thought, so they needed to prepare while the priests tried to help their other colleagues. One of the soldiers drew his sword and threw himself further into the fight, which was entering its most active phase. The priest was trying to heal injured co-workers who were already unconscious and had practically said goodbye to this world. But Fia also managed to reach him before he could use his heal. It was very difficult for her because there were so many of them, and they were getting back on track very quickly with healing magic. So if things continued like this, she wouldn't be able to stop them. She began to panic and a cold sweat appeared on her face, which told us and the world that the situation was really not easy and that it was worth making a decision immediately. Then she looked at the commander and realized that she could be his next target to be eliminated first to stop all of this. She skillfully and disrespectfully stepped over the defeated soldiers and ran towards him. And in just a second, she was beside Ariel with the dagger, who didn't worry at all and remained calm. Perhaps she had no idea of the danger approaching her. On the battlefield, a very loud thud sounded, the sound of which spread for several kilometers. Fia was surprised, as she clearly did not expect this outcome of events now. Her attack was stopped by Ariel's simple magical defense and bare fists, causing Fia to hover in the air in complete incomprehension and rejection of the situation. She smiled and looked at the girl, letting her know with a smile that this was the difference in strength. After these words, she clenched her fist tightly and without much difficulty broke the magic dagger that the girl had fought with for so long and skillfully. Taking advantage of the situation and the fact that her opponent was shocked, she immediately charged her fist with magic and prepared to deliver a powerful blow. In fact, it was very strong, as there was even a flash of fire after it hit. Fia flew tens of meters upwards and was defeated. She had never had to fight opponents of this level before in her life. Then, with great speed, she fell to the ground, gathering dust and all the dirt that was on the ground with her body. Ariel calmed down and looked at the girl, asking if she really wanted to go through with all this. Fia looked at her opponent, who was somewhat blurry due to the fact that his vision had not yet fully returned from the blow he had received, and sighed. Covering the injured part of her body with her hand, she was very determined and made it clear that she would never let them pass. Ariel was amused by this, then praised Fia for her persistence, even though it was very stupid of her. She approached her and asked her to make the most deliberate decision possible. No nonsense. Just hand over the saint to them, and that would end all the suffering and no one would get hurt. But Fia was determined and would not make any concessions, so she activated her magical ability and dragged the first stick she found into her hand. This was his first magical weapon, with which he would continue to confront Iriel, who still remained as calm as possible and observed the situation with understanding. Fia was injured, but she was ready to fight. There was no way she was ready to give that to them. Help was on the way. Ray and his friend were still on their way and racing to rescue them in time. The boy kept asking how much further they had to run. But the girl reassured him, informing him that they were very close, and she could already feel them not far from her. They did their best to run as fast as they could to get to the place in time, most importantly, so that it wouldn't be too late. Ray started to get visibly nervous as he didn't realize how many of them were there and had they really gathered an entire army. What they saw shocked them, and for a long time they could not say a word because they did not expect to see such a thing. There was blood everywhere, on the ground, on the trees, and even on the flowers. The battle was truly very terrible, and the loudest in the history of the village. Ray saw Fia, who was surrounded on all sides by an army of soldiers, and started yelling at her, trying to support her and find out what happened. She was already very hurt and her strength was running out. The girl was really struggling, especially after the wrong blows that Iriel had given her. Ray was frightened, so he immediately rushed to his aid, pushing all the warriors in his path, ordering them to get out of the way. They saw the gray-haired guy and were shocked. He actually came to their rescue. Everyone was shocked because was this really the saint everyone was talking about? They knelt and saluted him, making it clear that they were ready to carry out his orders and listen to what he told them. Iriel also approached him with her heels dirty and completely stained from the battle, after which she also informed him that she was indeed very happy to meet him. She was all worn out and dirty, but she still introduced herself, calling herself Saint Iriel Beliaz. She was really very uncomfortable with her appearance. But Ray was very angry and looked at all of them with contempt. He didn't want to listen and absorb everything, as they had caused a lot of trouble for his girlfriend. He turned to Ira, trying to figure out if she was really thinking exactly like him right now. She ordered everyone to stay where they were and Ray to stay away from Iriel. Besides, if they don't want to die, they shouldn't block their path. The soldiers were shocked by such a statement, but they could do nothing, so they stood there, incomprehensive. The boys rushed to their friend's aid, trying to find out how she was feeling and saving her from yet another battle that was clearly not in her favor. But Fia was in shock and kept saying the phrase to herself, "Stop! I have to stop her and not let her enter the village." It was evident that she had no strength left and was seriously injured, for right in their arms she began to faint and fall to the ground, but the boys held her. She started bleeding and her shoulder was badly injured, having to fight alone the whole time. It was necessary to fix the bone to get her out of such agony, but it would hurt a little. But Fia was prepared for this outcome. There was no other way out of the situation. Iriel began to approach the saint and with a smile invited him to go to the sacred kingdom from where they had come, as everyone had been waiting for his arrival for a long time. But Ray certainly didn't care about that now, so he ripped his shirt open with his sharp hand, trying to make a tourniquet to heal the wound. After that, he immediately rushed to his friend's aid to relieve her from so much torment and cure her. Iriel did not calm down and reported that he was the one chosen by God himself, a great achievement. So it was time to reveal Ray to the world. He was shocked, as he clearly did not expect to hear such a thing. Then he asked Iriel to repeat what she had just said. Was she really talking about conquests? That's right. Isn't it an achievement when you do God's will? From then on, they have a lot of work to do. Ray was incomprehensible because he couldn't understand what they wanted from him, and what exactly was she talking about. He looked at Fia, who was in critical condition, and asked, could they talk about these things now that she was not well? But Iriel was relentless, informing her that all this was merely a consequence of her refusal to obey his request. She could not go against God's will, so he offered her a reward and warned her that otherwise he would have to use force, but she still refused. Waving her hands, she said that they hadn't killed her after all, but Ray didn't understand a thing. She was invading their territory and taking it by force, normal behavior, but Iriel informed them with a calm face that they had no other choice. Ray was surprised. Did they really think he would follow them obediently after everything they had done? Ariel's eyes flashed and she began to threaten him, saying that she would not want to use force against a saint. Ira started to get angry too. After all, she enjoyed hearing such things. Apparently, it wasn't enough for the army that they had invaded her territory, so they also dared to threaten her savior? Then she became angry and suggested that Ariel reveal her full power to her. But Ariel informed them that the power of the Holy Realm would be no match for any elven woman. Ira was ready to fight, and since she was so confident in her words, why not put everything to the test and see who was stronger? The soldiers immediately surrounded her and asked, "How dare she speak like that? It's not right to attack the safety of a saint." But with a simple force of thought, she instantly broke all of her weapons, which were definitely no longer combat-ready, just as Ariel had done to her friend. They were shocked as they did not understand how such a thing was possible, even though they had seen so much today. Ira continued to look at them with contempt and hatred. She was ready to destroy every single one of them. The soldiers were ordered to fight even without weapons, so they were scared, but they still began to obey the order. All this lasted until one of them fell to his knees and began to beg Ira for mercy and ask for forgiveness. Ira laughed, because was this really the power Ariel was talking about? It seemed like she wouldn't get anywhere with these guys. Ariel was also saddened by this. It means their faith in God is weak and needs to be corrected. This also made Ira laugh even harder because she really thought God was truly capable of giving her power. In fact, they are all limited only by their faith. Ariel would not tolerate this, so she immediately activated her magical powers and was ready to fight, as such statements greatly damaged her self-esteem. She wasn't happy with Ira talking so much, so she threw herself into the fight, even though tears were already welling up in her eyes. Ira smiled and used a claw that was supposed to help her in this battle, and it worked. Ariel was terrified, because for the first time in her life she had been captured and disarmed by magical chains, something she clearly could not expect. Ira laughed and asked, "What was it like to call yourself the power of the Holy Kingdom and be stopped by some elf?" Ariel was surprised, but still asked, did she really think the powers of the sacred realm ended there? Panic began to take its toll, and she announced that she would take Rei back to her land at any cost, even if she had to take him piece by piece. At this point, the birds began to fly away from the battle site, as they realized that the situation was now starting to heat up. Ira slapped her and ordered her to shut up and not speak in that tone, something she clearly wasn't used to hearing before. If it's enough for her to take his body, then the guy's life is truly precious to her. So she can at least use her powers now and show what she can do. Ariel was terrified, for Ira had said he would have no problem exterminating her disgusting country, and her along with it. But Rei asked her to stop the bullying, as he himself had said that he would go to the Holy Realm. This made Ariel very happy, as she realized that at that moment she would definitely be saved. But he was going to do all this for a reason. He had certain conditions for this to happen. The guy still stood there looking at Ariella. It was very important for him to get exactly what he wanted. She was also very shaken and excited, so she didn't fully understand what the guy in question wanted to get from her this time. Rei gave the finger and said the first thing he wants to do now is call himself a saint, for God's sake. He will become holy precisely by his own will, and he can also cease to be so whenever he wishes. And Ella was very surprised, because obviously she wasn't prepared for this. She had absolutely no idea what to do now and how to react to this. How could this not be sacred? It's really unacceptable. But the guy was determined and immediately insisted on the second point of his conditions. If something like this happens again, he doesn't know what he'll do about it. He made it clear that he no longer plans to tolerate this kind of behavior toward himself and his friends. The girl was scared, Vitya. She had no idea how he would react, how he would act in such a terrible situation. But the guy just threw up his hands and said he could leave the Holy Realm and become a saint in an enemy country. Ariella looked at him in bewilderment, for she did not understand how a saint could give a god. But even so, she calmed down, because if he could betray a god, he would lose his divine power. So she wasn't completely worried and asked maybe if there was anything else the guy wanted to achieve. And the third, but equally important condition, is that he wants to use any library in the kingdom to study and acquire new knowledge. The girl was very happy with this point, because it is indeed very easy to understand. But the conditions didn't stop there, and the guy immediately came up with a new one, which left everyone around him a little surprised. From now on, everyone will pay him compensation for his work, as well as for the other important things they have to offer him: clothing, food, and shelter. And if they are able to provide all these things, then he agrees in principle. But Commander Esch was really surprised. After all, she had never heard anyone ask for compensation before. What did he mean? Ray started yelling at her, because seriously, she didn't know what he was talking about. "We're talking about real money." Iriella nearly fainted at this, as she had never seen such insolence before. Even the priests had already started shouting in his direction that it was definitely not worth it, as a saint could not impose such conditions. Everyone started talking because how could a saint ask people for money? I'm sure he's not a saint and that God chose him wrongly. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised, as perhaps it was really a mistake. She opened her eyes and looked at the saint once more, saying that they were willing to accept absolutely all conditions except the first one. But Ray started laughing and waving his hands because the first condition was really the most important. The commander, faced with this outcome, once again fainted and didn't even know how to negotiate and react appropriately to such a situation, so she asked the Lord for help to face all of this. And finally, the time has come to announce the fifth condition. Ray pointed to Fia, the same village housekeeper whom Iriella had severely beaten with her soldiers, and then ordered her to apologize for her actions. "He was very aggressive, so he ordered me not only to apologize, but to do so very sincerely." After saying that, he looked at Ira and asked her to untie Iriella to let her talk freely. She lost her balance immediately after that and began to fall when the chains no longer held her. Iriella fell to the ground and began to sadly say that she couldn't do it, meaning she wasn't willing to apologize for her actions. She looked at the young man again and asked him to consider her position as a saint who was doing God's will. Ray looked at her disrespectfully and decided to ask what position she was referring to. She was the first to attack and didn't even consider the position of the guardian guarding the village. Iriella could barely stand, and then informed him that she had no other choice but to capture the saint and bring him to the kingdom. It was all Fia's fault for ignoring all her requests. With a sad face, Ray looked at her once more before asking if she really wasn't going to apologize. But the girl was determined, so she closed her eyes and lowered her head before replying, saying that she would not apologize. She began to analyze the situation, saying she could have apologized if the mistake were hers, but the responsibility that falls on her is truly too great. One word could bring down God's wrath. Meanwhile, the sun was already beginning to set on the horizon, and night was approaching, albeit slowly. Ray started to turn away and said that in that case he was ready to end the conversation. Now let God give them another saint if they're not ready to accept his terms. The girl was shocked by this behavior, as she had no idea that everything could really be so complicated. She was used to everything always obeying her, but it seems that this time it didn't. Ray looked at his friend and said they needed to get back immediately because the goalkeeper needed treatment and help. They started walking towards Fia and tried to lift her up, which Iriella really didn't like very much. You could see that she was clearly against it. She asked for their attention for a moment, trying to distract them from the activity. She said she might not be able to apologize, but she would do whatever they asked, then she would ask him again to accept the offer. But Ray doesn't want anything more. He said that just an apology would be enough for him. The girl was very scared as she realized that this could be very bad for her, but a decision had to be made now. The boy had already picked up the goalkeeper in his arms and was about to leave with her when the entire army of opponents stared at them from behind. Well, as the night approached, his girlfriend was also curious to know if everything would be okay. When they had already gone far away, Ira informed him that it was not too late to return, as they would welcome him with open arms if he so wished. And the guy thought about it, but everyone has already reported that he is not at all sorry for this act. If she cannot apologize for her act, then even more so she should not go there. Ira didn't understand why the guy was doing all this for them. They're not even the same race. And he had fun and was very satisfied. He's just doing what he wants. If we've already touched on this topic, would it be foolish not to find out what he really wants? The answer is very simple: a happy life. His friend became nervous because in that case he definitely should have become a saint. The man continued walking with his injured friend and engaging in conversation. Yes, of course it would be nice, but getting upset over nothing and helping the sick wasn't exactly what he wanted to do for the rest of his life. The life he has now isn't so bad, is it? He looked up to the sky and realized that finding happiness in the little things was his calling, and that was enough for him. The girl looked at him with understanding and a smile, for there was indeed much wisdom in his words. They continued onward, and with every step, with every minute, Ira became more and more amazed at this guy's genius. A truly nocturnal atmosphere has already formed outside, as the sun will be completely behind the horizon in a few minutes and the moon will replace it. Iriella continued to stand there in incomprehension and guilt, because through her they had just lost a saint. She began to remember the conversation with him, also the moment he started to leave, saying that there was no point in continuing the conversation if she was not ready to apologize. She continued to think about all these sentences because she really made a mistake? One of the priests ran to her in a panic and tried to explain that perhaps there was some mistake here, as there was no way a saint could present himself in this way. Iriella looked at her equipment and began repeating that phrase over and over in her head. She then picked him up and threw him on the ground, which really shocked all the nearby staff members. She ordered everyone to go forward, exactly in the direction all these guys had gone along with the saint. She was getting very curious. She seemed to have some kind of plan. After all she needed to do was go to her elven village. It was already quite late and, as you can already understand, right at the entrance to the village, the boys were greeted by two strong elves who were very worried about the guardian's condition and hoped that his injuries were not really critical. Immediately afterward, they also saw Iriella walking alone towards that village, but clearly no one here wanted to see her. Then the elves immediately drew their weapons and attacked the girl, ordering her to stop and under no circumstances dare to approach the place. But she opened her arms and informed that she came to this land in peace, so she wants to meet the saint who is in their village. The elves were shocked by such a statement, as it was a good thing they had never known that there was some kind of saint in the village. But even so, they still didn't fall for this provocation and request, because even if the girl is telling the truth, they don't have the right to let a person enter the village, so she needs to leave now. If she comes one more step, they will consider it as an attack. The girl noticed everything, so she stopped and asked them to pass on to Ray the information that she was here and waiting for him. The elves were emphatic. They made it clear that doing so would be impossible, so the girl needed to leave right now. But Iriella was persistent, so he asked for their help and let her wait for him here. She looked at the elves once more and promised that she would not harm them in any way. But they didn't want to listen to her, so they said it would be much better if the girl kept her distance and stayed in the same place, or better yet, walked away. Iriella lowered her head in acknowledgement and then indicated that she would not leave that spot. The elves just looked at her blankly, but everyone was already far from reacting in any way. They began to wonder who this girl was talking about. Could it really be about Ray? Meanwhile, the girl fell to her knees and covered herself with her jacket, apparently preparing for some kind of ritual. Some strange sounds began to appear near his cape. She knelt down and took off all her shoes in preparation for prayer, and then everything around her began to glow. She did this for a long time, and intensely. It seemed like she was trying to apologize and redeem herself. The elves began to worry a little, as they had never encountered such a thing before. So they consulted together and decided that they should inform Ray about this. It was already dark in the village and everyone was practically getting ready for bed, but at the moment our boys didn't care one bit about that. They took Fia to a room and began the healing process. After a while, things weren't so critical anymore, and finally Ray could take a break too. He felt great about being able to help his friend who was willing to give his life for him, but suddenly there was a knock on the door. And he opened the doors with a misunderstanding and decided to find out what was going on and why he wasn't interested. Leo informed him that there was someone on the outskirts of the village who wanted to see him. Ray immediately realized what was happening and was a little disturbed as they were still trying to change his mind. The guy got very aggressive and started yelling, asking how much is it, 10 or 20? Well, the answer really surprised him. After he found out that there was only one person there, he couldn't believe it. It was already very dark outside. It was deep night. The moment he approached the village guards, they greeted him and began to explain the situation. Afterward, they exchanged a lot of conversations with him and began asking where the culprit of the celebration had disappeared to. But it seems the guys had fun without him. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person was looking for him anyway. The elves simply pointed their fingers in the direction of where the girl was and informed him that she had been waiting for him all day and had not stopped praying. He approached you and clearly expressed his displeasure. She was shocked that he had come to see her, but he wasn't ready to talk. He just wanted to know why she had come back here. Tears came to her eyes. All she wanted to do was just talk. Ray didn't believe these tears and the talk. So he just calmly asked once again if the girl would apologize. But the girl was also still talking about how she couldn't apologize. But instead, she was willing to prove her sincerity to him. Ray waved his hands and became very aggressive again. Because if the girl won't apologize, then everything she did was for nothing. Don't she understand? She started to panic and tried to get up from the ground, trying to make Saint think that her feelings were actually genuine, which, of course, he started to doubt. She looked at him and informed him that her status did not allow her to apologize, but she could pray for all the elves until they realized this. Ray looked at her and said that if she remained absent from the post like that, the Holy Kingdom would look for her, and because of that, they would be attacked again, and that would cause a lot of damage. Hadn't she thought of that? She was a little scared, but she understood everything. So she continued praying to God that the Holy Kingdom would not take such measures. But Ray was skeptical. Did the girl really think he would believe her so easily? But she convinced him that he should take her word for it. And she pointed at Ira, for if her words seemed like lies, then wouldn't an elven woman be able to recognize such a lie? Besides, they would all be able to overpower her. Ray was a little disturbed, because was anyone really supposed to believe her? Iriella realized that her arguments had become solid, so the guy practically trusted her already. He wagged his finger and said he'd only let her do whatever she wanted once. After that, whatever they did to her wouldn't be her concern, and if the elves turned her around and told her to leave, she wouldn't dare disobey them. Iriella was very happy with this decision, as it was exactly what she wanted. A smile immediately appeared on her face, and the realization that she was now trusted. Ray immediately started walking towards the village, not even turning around or looking at the girl, but she still had some points she wanted to discuss with him. Ray turned and asked what else she wanted. She was very embarrassed and didn't even know how to ask properly. But still looking at him with her sweet eyes, she decided to find out where she could clean herself. The guy got really angry because he had no idea it would be this difficult. So he started thinking to himself that he was fed up with her. The dark night passed and a sunny day arrived. Iriella was also still kneeling, but in a different place, and continued to struggle. This was seen by the elves, who were intrigued as to why she was there. They just watched her and realized that if things continued, she could spend the whole day there again. Was she okay with sitting in the same place for so long? At this point, Ray approached them and was about to head back home, but the elves had a few more questions they wanted to know. They were a little flustered. She was actually allowed to sit here after all. Would she be okay if she could sit like this for so long? Ray thought about it and didn't even know how to do the right thing, as the fate of the entire village could depend on his decision. But Iriella seemed harmless enough, having been praying the whole time. It was safe to assume what kind of god would do such a thing for him. Beneath this beautiful girl's shell was a very real monster. So she spent the whole day sitting in the same place, and without getting up, it was already getting dark outside again. Ray went to the house and was very happy about it, because it had been a long time since he had been here, and he already missed it. His parents, bringing the boy, were a little scared, as they had already considered him missing, but obviously they did not expect to see him now, as they were involved in their marital affairs. He smiled and told you to go ahead, he wouldn't bother them. After that, he immediately closed the door and went to the other room, but his parents started yelling and making excuses because it was nothing like what he could have thought. He put his bag on the table and was very tired. So, after such a hard day, Ray just collapsed on his bed and started worrying because he was having a hard time. The guy immediately began to remember all his past achievements and how he worked at his previous job as a doctor, which was still in his past life. But after all this, he remembered the Yora who reported that he should have gone to the sacred realm. He remembered the girl informing him of this several times, even when they were healing the Guardian. He asked Ira why she kept telling him this, to which she replied very simply, she thought he wanted it himself. She was very pleased that he cared about them, but he should not miss this chance, because when he reaches the Sacred Kingdom, he will be able to learn medicine. Then he started to get out of bed and remembered that he had promised himself that he would learn to cure any disease in this world. Immediately, he began to pack his briefcase and put various notes and books in it so that the training would go as quickly as possible. He was really very determined as he realized that he could not miss such an opportunity. The lamp on the table was still on, and it was already quite dark outside, but he needed to consult his parents about this decision. His parents started throwing plates and getting very angry because they refused to understand and accept what he was saying. They couldn't believe he was actually a saint, and their father was drooling after this barrage of information, but they still didn't understand what he meant when he said he had to go to the Holy Realm. Ray was also thinking about all of this and trying to get his words out, but his look said it all for himself. His parents were shocked, especially his mother, who couldn't believe he was serious now, but they also wanted to know when he should go there. And there was also an equally important question, would the boy be able to return home? Ray exhaled and actually started to get a little worried. After all, the departure was already scheduled for tomorrow, but the fact is that it could take a few years, but he would definitely return home. His mother started crying. His father was also equally upset, as they didn't want to accept this reality, as the guy would have to spend his entire life there as a saint. But Ray didn't worry about that, because he knew he would come back, so he promised his parents again that everything would be okay and that he would come home for sure. His mother ran to hug the guy, asking where could a saint go back to. But the father had already stopped worrying and just accepted this reality, asking his wife why she was crying. After all, she just needs to let him go and everything will be fine. He also started crying. He tried to calm her down. After all, they could take care of themselves and have fun until Ray came back. So he gave his consent to the guy and told him to go if that was what he wanted. Dad started crying, but Ray tried to calm him down and tell him everything would be okay. He smiled and also started to cry a little, although he promised he would come back in one piece, so it was definitely not something to worry about. In the big house, the conversation continued, because even as a child he didn't roar like that, but now, as a grown man, he cried. The next morning, when the sun came out again, it was necessary to act. Iriella was also still on her knees and continued praying for everything to be okay and trying to atone for all her sins. Suddenly, her stomach started to hurt a lot, so she started to grab it, trying to reduce the pain. But it wasn't as simple as it seemed at first glance, as the girl hadn't eaten anything for a long time, and it was she who slowly began to hallucinate. Ray approached her and informed her that everything in this field was edible, so the girl could eat absolutely anything she wanted. After saying that, he turned and walked away, telling her that she could do exactly as she saw fit. She looked at these plants and was very disturbed. Should she really be eating these? But there was no other choice, as starving to death was not a good idea, so she picked up and tore off those leaves, and then the juice started running down her arms. It was a horrific and unpleasant sight, but there was no escaping it. Imagine this girl had eaten only at expensive restaurants her entire life and had the attitude to match. She ate the product and immediately tried to cover her mouth and nose to prevent vomiting. But after a second, her eyes opened abruptly, and it seemed like the girl finally smelled that beautiful scent. She started screaming in pain because this plant was very sharp and bitter. She was absolutely not used to eating such things. His stomach was starting to hurt a lot and was giving way. She had no more energy to hold on, so she held on with all her last strength, trying not to vomit in the middle of the main entrance of the village. The elves observed the situation and were also very surprised because the girl had just eaten the raw plant. But one of them was absolutely certain that humans were omnivores, but he couldn't even imagine such a thing. The girl could not stand still any longer and started to run, so she asked the elves to give her at least water. But suddenly a huge lake appeared near her, in which she could quench her thirst, as all the water was fresh. Iriella started running there with her last strength to somehow get rid of the pain. The lake itself no longer cared to receive her, so it began to form large waves. And then very quickly the girl ran to the right place and immediately fell into the water to drink and quench the thirst and burning sensation that had formed after the plant. Still, the question continued to torment her. Why hadn't the saint informed her that everything would be so bad? However, the weather was really beautiful, the sun was shining, and the birds were starting to sing, nothing bad omen. After quenching her thirst, the girl fell exhausted onto the grass to at least rest a little after what she had experienced. She was starting to have some not-so-good thoughts. Suggestions had already crossed her mind more than once about just giving up and abandoning all of this. She stood there looking at the sky, trying to find the answer to her questions there. Closing her eyes, Iriella began to worry deeply. Was this really what she was capable of? She was convinced that everything was happening to her by God's will, so she had to be patient. After these words, a shadow covered her head, and a familiar silhouette approached her, who in a pleasant voice told the saint to get up and go with him. It was Rei, who had returned from her home and suggested that she prepare to travel to the sacred realm soon. He still continued to look at her and asked the girl to start packing her bags and prepare to go with him to the sacred kingdom. Iriella looked at him and really couldn't believe what she saw. Could she see him, and the guy was now talking to her completely seriously and without joking? But Rei was still not ready to forgive Iriella, so he continued to speak rudely to her, ordered her to get up and go to the holy realm, but she still didn't understand if this meant that the guy had finally forgiven her. He smiled and said of course not, but she hardly counted on it. Rei told her to get ready while he went to the village to say goodbye to his friends. The elf greeted him. It may have looked like it was Fia, but no, it wasn't. So it was important for him to see her and see how she was doing. And he was very surprised because she already knew of his coming and was waiting for him. Besides, recently the elves reported that Fia had woken up, so it was necessary to see her as soon as possible. They walked together to her cabin, where they gave her first aid, trying to heal Fia as quickly as possible. The guy was very excited because he was getting very close to seeing his girlfriend. Fia was really surprised to see him, even though she knew Rei was coming. He looked much better, and she looked very pretty, you have to agree. Rei was a little embarrassed, but he still realized it was great to see her here because she was finally waking up. He approached her and wanted to ask how she was feeling. She chatted very well with him and was very happy with the question and his visit. Ira was also behind her and was very happy that the guy had returned so quickly, and he also noticed that she was very happy that Fia had recovered so quickly and was already feeling much better. Rei didn't even notice her right away, so he asked her if she really cared so much about her friend, who was there all the time. But she sighed and said that for a high elf, caring for her people was a common thing. Suddenly, the keeper became very scared and started grabbing his blanket, as he had just been beaten by his attacker, which obviously could not have been expected, but Iriella asked him not to move, as his injuries had not yet fully recovered. Rei was already standing with his backpack, which was immediately noticed by everyone around him. His girlfriend was very excited because he finally got it and seems ready to move on. Rei smiled and said that he planned to go to the sacred realm as he was told, as it was truly foolish to miss such an opportunity. Ira was a little embarrassed and told him that she was very happy to hear that, even though she knew he would be leaving soon. Fia started screaming at this and tried to get out of bed abruptly. She clearly didn't expect to hear such a thing, but she remembered that Ira was nearby, so she quickly calmed down and apologized, as she didn't mean to behave like that, especially in her presence. But Ira wasn't the least bit embarrassed by this behavior. Rei also smiled, then began to parody the girl, saying that if there were any questions or points of interest, she could safely ask. Ira was very surprised by this and became a little angry, as he was actually parodying her because how dare he act like that? Then Rei immediately apologized for such behavior. His girlfriend was looking at him, trying to figure out if he was really leaving, so he hadn't planned on staying here with them. Fia Ira's words hurt her deeply. She really didn't understand how he could do such a thing. Would he really go with those people from the Holy Kingdom? Rei also thought about it. Not that he had decided to do it because of their arrival here, but he had thought about going there long before. Did he really plan to leave them for long? He didn't know the answer to that question himself, so he said he'd probably only be there for a few years. His girlfriend didn't even know what to say. It was obvious that she wasn't ready to accept this reality, just like his parents. Then she smiled and informed him that it really wasn't that much. Then she wished him good luck and told him to have a good trip and rest, and promise her that he would definitely come back. He started grabbing the back of her neck and talking about how elves have a slightly different perception of time. Ira also asked if they were finished talking. If so, she'd like to have a private conversation with him as well. Rei looked at her friend once more and said goodbye, saying that they would definitely see each other soon. They left and were already approaching the house where Ira already lived. She approached him and said she wanted to give him something, but asked the boy not to refuse the gift under any circumstances. Rei was very surprised, as he really liked surprises like that, so he wondered what she was offering him. The girl asked, extending her hand and then grabbing it. Ira squeezed her very tightly and informed her that she was passing a piece of herself to him. It would serve as proof that she had always been by his side. Suddenly, his hand began to glow, everything began to transform, and the process of transferring magical power began. Rei didn't realize what was happening to his hand, but it felt really good. In it, the royal seal that belongs to the elves, which has magical properties, seems to have begun to form. His friend started smiling and informed him that now he could turn to her when he needed help. It was obvious that the process of transferring magic had a very strong effect on the guy's condition, as he was actually starting to lose consciousness a bit. But after a minute he came to and was already feeling much better. He started to panic because he remembered that the elves used to take people as slaves, so maybe Wrath had enslaved him now. So he really started to panic about this because he would be enslaved to death. She calmed him down and said she didn't know exactly what he was doing, but it wasn't that. It was just a piece of her seal, so don't worry about it. It is a seal created by her magic, and she asked for it to be considered a gift in her form, which means she is now willing to obey it. She smiled and said that she would always be by his side now, so if he ever needed any help, not to be shy and turn to her, let him remember that and be careful. Rei looked at his hand that was enchanted with the seal and was very pleased. He was very friendly and unaccustomed. The guy in the background was very happy, but he was still afraid to convey that emotion. But he didn't resist for long, and after a while he smiled and was very happy with that gift. It was getting dark outside again and night was approaching. The villagers were starting to get ready to sleep again. Iriella was also following the entire situation and was very pleased with the outcome. She followed the guy silently and smiled the whole time. She was extremely pleased that he was walking with her. He found this tithe very strange. So he turned to her and asked if she was really that happy, as he had never seen such strong emotions before. Surely shouldn't she be happy to be returning to God soon? But Rei rolled his eyes and realized that these days away from the temple seemed to be very difficult for Iriella. And she looked at him and said that they should go as fast as they could before it was night. Rei looked at the village once more and was really upset, as these villagers had really given him a lot. The sun was already setting on the horizon, and the earth was preparing for midnight. Rei continued to watch the sunset and admire these beautiful surroundings. Iriella went to him and asked if he regretted his decision. But Rei was actually a little upset, as he realized he could still come back here anyway, but something was bothering him. He looked at the girl and wanted to check with her again. Would all those conditions he had spoken about really be met? But the girl smiled and then said that the first one still needs reflection and discussion, but the rest she will do. This made Rei very angry, and she realized that he really didn't trust her and didn't want to accept her. Maybe it wasn't too late to turn back. But the decision had already been made, so he put the bag in her hands and ordered the girl to leave as quickly as possible, which she did with great pleasure. They walked together and realized that they really had a long way to go. Their path also passed by the large house where Rei was born and spent his entire childhood. As they walked, the guy decided to look at the map to make sure they were going in the right direction. Furthermore, Iriella had changed the place they needed to visit before going to the Sacred Kingdom, so they needed to explore it as quickly as possible. But to begin with, they will need to take a real trip, which is still a mystery. But the girl was very surprised. The thing is, the escort squad is in the royal capital called Cilia, so they need to meet with them first, and only then can they run the Holy Kingdom. It would be good to continue on the path to begin with, but Ray still didn't understand why Iriella was so agitated. It turns out it takes about 3 days to get to the royal capital, but using mana you can get there much faster. In about a day, right? She needed to relax a little since she would have to run all day. This procedure surprised the girl a lot, so she couldn't contain herself and asked what the saint was doing now. She smiled and was very surprised at the same time because he was really going to run all the way. Ray was also a little shocked, but he still tried to convince the girl that it was faster this way, right? Iriella was very surprised by the suggestion, as even her divine power had been corrected, and Uri still had no divine power, so he wouldn't be able to do that at all. He thought for a moment and decided it would probably be much faster to get there with his mana streams than on horseback. But why do that? After all, the girl had even bought a horse to make their travels much more comfortable, but he couldn't ignore that. Then Ray exhaled and smiled, for now he would not have to waste his strength. Iriella said she only bought a horse to save money for emergencies, no big deal. She was really worried about whether the guy would care, but unfortunately, he doesn't know how to ride a horse anyway. So they sat together and started driving in the right direction, where Ray continued to hug the girl until he fell. Their journey was actually very long because it passed through several mountains and difficult to access areas where I, without a horse, would have found it very difficult. After traveling for a long time during the day, it was already late at night, so they needed to make a quick stop and spend the night so that they could start moving with renewed vigor the next morning. It didn't take long for the guy to start using his superpowers, which he had mastered since he was very young, so he warmed his hand and made it glow. Seconds later, a fire had already formed, which began to water all those branches and provide heat. The girl was very surprised by this, so is it possible that the guy can activate magic by saying just one word? He's very good for his age, maybe he's a second circle mage? But it made her feel pretty good about it, so he smiled, even though he said it was no big deal. Then he decided to make another impression on the girl, and with his index finger, he pointed to the pot and filled it with water. After finishing all this, he started pulling up plants to make something to eat. Iriella was very surprised, as she was absolutely convinced that it should not be added there, as she already remembered her bitter experience with this plant. This surprised the guy a lot because why does she refuse this ingredient so much? It's very tasty, it's worth trying, but the girl was very nervous because she remembers that it's very spicy and bitter. Ray smiled because she actually ate those leaves, not just the branch itself. He found this very funny, as the girl really did, and after that he had to explain to her that people normally only ate the twig, even though the leaves contained much more nutrients. The girl was very surprised by such a thing, as they are really too bitter and spicy to be eaten. But why all this information he is talking about only now? After finishing preparing this dish, Ray held it out for her to evaluate how it should ideally be. The flavor would often be different. She thanked him and took her portion and wanted to try it as soon as possible. After looking at this dish, she concluded that it was actually very similar to an ordinary soup. She was still afraid to eat it, but visually it looked quite appetizing, especially since it smelled very pleasant. She grabbed a spoon and decided to stir it a bit. After that, she wanted to try it as soon as possible, and it surprised her a lot. Iriella was very shocked by the ingenious preparation of the dish, praising it for having participated in the culinary talent shows, as she had never eaten anything more delicious before. Ray wondered a lot. Why was she eating so fast? Don't they feed them in the Sacred Kingdom? It's certainly a lot scarier than it looks. So the guy recommended eating this dish a little slower, as it can cause a major stomachache later. The next morning, they set off on the road, where they were greeted by the palace and the beautiful city that was built nearby. The market is incredibly large, which is to be expected as this is the royal road, meaning it is exactly the same terrain as the outskirts. And then the boys had already arrived at the castle, where their companions were certainly already waiting for them. Ray looked around the room and wondered a lot. He was really enjoying watching everything. After all, it was his first time here, so he was still a little worried and hoped that nothing would happen. And so they had arrived at the main entrance of the castle, where 2 butlers were waiting to open the gates. They greeted the girl and were happy that she had come. The stewards were very friendly to the girl, so they asked her to introduce the young man who was sitting on the horse's back. Iriella smiled and reported that he was also a saint, but she felt a little awkward and funny, so she decided to clarify her sanctity with the guy himself. He was a little perplexed, but still said he was a saint and that his name was Ray. The butlers immediately apologized for such a stupid question, and of course let them pass. The guys entered this palace and were really shocked by so much luxury. The priests were already at the entrance and bowed their heads respectfully, welcoming the saint and the holy man into the castle, for they had come a long way. The girl reported that she had finished the mission that Celia had given her and that they intended to leave this castle tomorrow, so she ordered them to contact her country and notify them of her return. The priests obeyed her and said they would inform the Kingdom of Light of her arrival. At that moment, the girl smiled and informed the boy that he could now go and rest a little, and for that she would guide him to a resting place. And then they opened the doors, which were much cooler than the elf village itself. His room was like a royal palace, although yes, you are right, it is indeed a royal palace. Ray was very shocked, because this is truly a true luxury. He had never even imagined being in a place like this, because in his previous life he had not even had the opportunity to visit these apartments, all because he was constantly busy. Iriella approached him to ask if he liked everything. Well, the answer, as you can imagine, was as obvious as it gets. "You should get some rest, then I'll go," Iriella said. And then Ray was a little confused, because they were going to the sacred realm tomorrow morning and wouldn't stay long, right? But she left the question unanswered and said only that they would see each other tomorrow morning. The guy was very alarmed by this, as she was actually up to something. He stood there intrigued and really trying to figure out what had just happened. Maybe she wanted to set him up somehow or do something nasty to him. But there wasn't much time for negative thoughts, as he was already really tired, so he decided to sit on the bed and put on his pajamas. Ray lay down and decided to relax, as tomorrow he would actually be traveling to the sacred realm. He closed his eyes and began to daydream a little because tomorrow he would have to live there, but he still wondered if his living conditions would be very different. The next day morning came and it was time to get ready for a new day. Ray changed his clothes and soon after he heard knocking on the door, which should have woken him, but he was already awake. Iriella went to him and asked if Ray was really awake yet, but he was still having trouble opening his eyes and also wanted to sleep a little longer. But he still told himself to move on as soon as possible. The girl smiled, because if the guy was ready too, it was time to leave. She was very happy and dressed very differently, although the new image also suited her very well. Perhaps she wanted to make a good impression on the boy and please him with her beauty. But he didn't care. He wasn't even listening to what she was telling him and was constantly thinking about his own, so he didn't even pay attention to it. But it didn't last long. He still had to be tense because he didn't fully understand where they were starting to get to. Was it really for the king? Her eyes began to shine like diamonds. Iriella could not get excited about the future event, because very soon they would see the most important person on the continent. Ray looked at his room and didn't understand why it was necessary to do this, since they usually warned about this kind of thing in advance, at least before going to bed. But Iriella reassured him and informed him that everything would be fine. They would just say hello and leave, informing him of their departure. Ray grabbed his head and tried to explain to her that that wasn't the main thing right now. If he knew he was going to meet the king, he would at least learn some manners. The girl continued to smile and informed him that she purposely didn't want to do that because she was worried that it might disturb his sleep. That wasn't a problem, right? He was already uncomfortable watching all of this, as such suspicious courtesy on her part was already starting to arouse a lot of suspicion and was starting to get tiresome. The doors opened and the butlers greeted the boys once more. Ray was a little embarrassed as the conversation immediately began with a discussion about his new position, where the king began to wonder if he was really the newly elected saint. He was still very young for a king of Cilia, but he was still very strong, though not very wise, and his name was Theogard. Well, we continue this interesting story where the team approached the king and lowered their heads as a sign of respect. Iriella was actually a little indignant since Ray didn't want to lower his head and just looked at the king, so she tried to insinuate that he needed to lower his head. After that, he did so and immediately bowed to her and expressed his respect. The girl was a little embarrassed and asked if he was really trying to dishonor her like that. But the king was also quite wise and treated all this with understanding. He asked the boys to raise their heads and told them that he had heard that they were returning to the Holy Kingdom. The girl looked at him and said that the fact that they have the opportunity to return to the sacred kingdom is all thanks to His Majesty. Theogard smiled and said that he had done nothing for this. It was all the merit of the strong Holy Kingdom. But Iriella insisted on her own, because thanks to the fact that they had accepted him in Celia, they were able to find the saint, and his return after that became possible, so she bowed her head and announced that she would definitely pay the debt. He thought about it, because he was really interested in such an offer, which he would not mind taking advantage of with pleasure. The king looked at Ray and asked if he was really the newly elected saint everyone had been talking about for so long. He was a little startled, but still said it was true and introduced himself again, giving his name. The king began to study him deeply and doubt him because he did not feel he had mana. But if you analyze his body, it seems like he has mastered the sword. Even Theogard himself realized the fact that for the second time in his life, he was observing the apparition of a saint, so he was also a little nervous. But now, looking at him, he also realized that Ray now poses absolutely no danger. After analyzing the whole situation, he continued his story, saying that it was truly a great honor for him to meet two saints in one place. As the girl tried to say that the king was exaggerating, Ray turned to her and asked if they could take this matter calmly and get out of here. The king was a little surprised to hear all this, so he didn't even understand how to react correctly to all this. He reached out and turned to the girl who had just minutes ago reported that she was in his debt. It seemed he had a proposition. Iriella was a little surprised, as perhaps the king was already ready to do a special task for her. The king asked them to look again at the inside of his room and tried somehow to choose the right words, as it was noticeable that he was nervous and did not know how to speak correctly about his request. It turns out his cousin, the daughter of the Archduke of Silos, is ill, and no one can cure her. They had already tried to cure her in every possible way. They invited many priests, but none of them could identify the illness and make an accurate diagnosis, let alone provide treatment. He looked at the guys and asked them to at least look at her and tell her what it could be, but Ray was very surprised by such a request and started behaving ugly as he started aggressively refusing, arguing that they had no time at all. Ray looked at Iriella and asked her to refuse as soon as possible, as they still have a long way to go towards the kingdom. But she agreed, which surprised the boy a lot and made him nervous because he definitely didn't expect this now and was determined to move forward and not stop and help those in need. Even the king laughed, as he himself did not fully believe that they could agree. Now he had no reason to worry, as now the saints would take care of the girl. He looked at the girl and thanked her very much for this, which made her very embarrassed, as she herself understood that this would not be just her merit. Still, she accepted the situation, and they went to the garden to look and help. Ray was clearly not happy because he didn't understand why he couldn't go to the sacred realm immediately. Iriella smiled and said that he was now also a worker of the sacred realm, so if he learned to handle divine power just by monitoring it, it would be a great advancement for the world. But Ray still wasn't happy, because now they'd be spending much more time, first going to the Archduke's estate and only then to the Holy Kingdom. Yes, that was exactly Iriella's plan. Meanwhile, the weather was beautiful outside, but that wasn't the most important thing. They're going to treat a sick person, aren't they? He looked at the girl and asked, "Since they're the only ones who can help, doesn't that mean they need to hurry now? He's ready to go anywhere if there's a patient who needs help, because that's precisely a doctor's duty." The priests were also preparing for the campaign and approached the saint, informing her that it would not be as easy as it might seem. They have already reported to the Holy Kingdom about their return, and preparations for the appointment of a new saint are now in full swing, so there can be no doubt that they will go to the Archduke. The girl approached him and said that this was a request from the King of Silla himself, and that she had no right to refuse, so she asked him not to distract her. The priest asked if the king promised anything in return. No, nothing like that. This is her way of expressing her gratitude for allowing them all to stay here. He lowered his head and agreed with the girl, because in this case they could not refuse at all. So in order to maintain a good relationship with Scylla, he would contact the Sacred Kingdom and report to them about the delay to delay the ceremony a little. Iriella lowered her head and thanked them for their understanding, saying that they were going there right now to save at least a little time. Because people in this world have not yet learned medicine, the first patient Ray helped, instead of gratitude, caused him to be moved. As they moved forward to help, he became very interested in knowing what kind of person his second patient would be, and what consequences should be expected from him next. They walked all day. Then as the sun began to set and night approached, it was decided to break off the journey for the day and stop in the forest for the night and rest. The priest pointed his finger at the tent he and his colleagues had set up and asked everyone to come there. They looked at the boy, who was upset because not everything had gone according to the plan he had imagined, and continued to discuss the matter, because they themselves could not believe that he really was a saint. They also noticed that he was actually much more handsome than the rumors circulating about him, so they wanted to get to know him better and talk to him. Ray was a little surprised after they immediately approached him and started talking to him, trying to find out if he was really a saint. The girls kindly offered to help him, but the boy assured them that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about it. They were very interested in talking to him, so they asked permission to stand next to him, as they were very interested in observing the guy. Ray smiled and invited them to sit next to him in a way that was comfortable for them. Perhaps he should invite one of them for coffee when they arrived at the sacred realm. A second later, the girls were very scared and surprised, as they were definitely not prepared to see all this now. And they looked at the guy who started glowing a lot after taking out his magic plant, which he found in the elven forest. It was already starting to get dark outside as the sun set on the horizon. Ray looked and really didn't understand how there could be so much energy in these girls. He was actually a bit surprised, because after the girls left, he decided to listen to them and think about what they were already saying. It turns out the priest wasn't really happy that the girls were discussing him, because isn't that a lot of honor for a guy like that? He explained to them that he was still a child who did not even know life, but simply dared to establish the conditions of the kingdom. Moreover, he was together with those elves who dared to raise their hand on their saint. Had everyone forgotten about it? Ray actually became very aggressive, because he didn't understand what they were allowing themselves to do. Why were they starting to throw mud at him behind his back? The girl threw up her hands and said that in any case, upon reaching the Holy Kingdom, it would become clear to everyone that no guy is a saint, but just a dummy. Iriella heard this testimony and then became very angry, asking to explain what they had just said about her and the saint. She was very angry, although she seemed quite confident. She looked back at the boys who had just discussed the matter and asked them to repeat it all again, giving them the opportunity to apologize and for her to pretend she had misheard. She got really upset that they were discussing this behind her back, because she didn't really understand how they ended up in the conversation. So she simply invited them to continue, because apparently they had something to add. At that moment, there was total silence on the street. No one said anything, simply trying to ignore that phrase and avoid further confrontations, but Iriella stood firm and didn't let them do that, asking if they would continue to remain silent. At that moment, she became very angry and said that in that case she would simply consider what she heard as the truth. So could she think that the priests had such an opinion of them? They didn't know how to react correctly to all of this, and were very scared, trying to find at least some justification for their actions. Children, they simply didn't want others to forget what she went through. Iriella was very surprised, because what she went through had something to do with them, or maybe she complained about it. So they were talking about it because of her, right? Well, did she ask for this help? She turned and left, but the priest wanted to stop her and apologize. He understood that these guys were still very young and quite stupid. So it was just a big misunderstanding, and probably not what they really meant. The senior priest grabbed them by the neck and immediately ordered them to apologize to the saint. Did they really think a simple apology would be enough? How dare they mock Ray, just because he's still young and still have the audacity to call him an idiot? Do they really think the girl will let them get away with all this? Obviously, the saint was chosen by God himself. So insulting the saint can be equated with insulting God's own choice. This is simply blasphemy. Do they really think this situation can be resolved just because they apologized? What if the apology doesn't seem convincing to Iriella? Ray continued to stand behind the tree and observe the situation, as he was interested in finding out what they were saying about him. The priests had already begun to fall to their knees and ask Lady Ariel for forgiveness, because they had no right to discuss such things. But Iriella was very aggressive, so she made it clear to them that they were apologizing very poorly. Did they really decide to doubt God's chosen one, and on top of that, they couldn't even apologize properly for their mistakes? But there are people in the world who would like to apologize, but it is not allowed for them. Ray was very surprised, as he couldn't understand what kind of whisper it was. Was she really talking about herself? That's right. Being a saint at such a young age is truly a heavy burden, because she knows better than anyone else without words. Ray smiled and said he knew this, because he himself was a man who in a past life was a brilliant surgeon. He was tired of staying behind a tree and understood that it was time to appear and talk to all those people. They ended the conversation, right? Having received no answer to this question, Ray decided to go out and talk to them, saying that it was very unpleasant for him to hear and that it made him very upset. Ray looked at all these people, telling them that he had no idea they had such an opinion of him, because why do they really consider him a very small child who cannot think logically? The priests fell to their knees and were very worried, because they understood that now their lives were at stake. So they began to look for excuses in every possible way, saying that this was not what they meant. In fact, they are not mistaken, because they thought he would become a saint, being a mannequin. Iriella was very surprised, because why is the saint saying this now? What kind of mannequin? The guy calmly replied that now he has no divine power and has absolutely no idea how he will manifest himself now in the Holy Kingdom, but even if God himself chose him, then isn't he an ideal candidate for the role of a fictional one? In fact, each of them thinks so, don't they? Iriella was also very surprised, so she answered negatively to this question, because why should he be a mannequin? Ray continued to talk to her, but she insisted that God has his own plans. But Ray didn't say God chose him for no reason either. He's just certain there will be many people in the Holy Realm who feel the same way. In that case, to all of them, he'll remain a dummy anyway. So he decided to look at them again, and it was clear that he was not ready to continue the dialogue with them. So he turned to Iriella, asking what if he wanted to choose a punishment for them. They were very afraid of this priest, because the guy offered to hand them over to the Inquisitors or, in the worst-case scenario, simply kill them. They began to fall to their knees and beg for his forgiveness, which also surprised him greatly. But they needed to receive forgiveness, at least once. Ray thought about their proposal and how he could respond to all of this correctly, so as not to be further humiliated and not have people talk about him behind his back. He was sure there were other guys here who despised him, right? So he addressed them, telling them that anyone who takes him for a dummy, as well as a small child, or an expert insufficiently qualified for this task, is mistaken. They are all probably right in some way, at least in that he is still young and has not earned their trust, and also that he does not yet have the power, skill, connections, or reputation. However, after a few years he spent in the Holy Realm, he will prove everyone who was deeply mistaken about him. The priests were very surprised, so they asked what he meant. How was it wrong? But I turned and said something to them that would make them regret what they said. Everyone who despised and despised him, absolutely everyone who dared to insult him, would pray for his forgiveness. Ray looked at these priests who began to cry and said that he would leave them as witnesses to this promise and would not punish him in any way, and he extended a helping hand. The priests just continued to cry, begging for forgiveness, because they themselves began to realize that they had made a terrible mistake. Perhaps all this was due to the fact that they were really in danger of death, but nevertheless, they seemed like truly repentant people who asked for forgiveness. Ray smiled and said he truly hoped the day would come when they would regret what they had done even more. All of this will happen while he remains within the Holy Kingdom's territory and fails to achieve his goal. He is ready to do absolutely anything to further elevate the Holy Kingdom's honor. He looked at the moon, which was already illuminating the earth, and said that he himself did not know how many years it would take. However, he is ready to do absolutely anything to drive them crazy today. He began to shine. It was very clear that the guy was confident in himself, that he was not afraid of absolutely anything, and was ready to work to take revenge on his attackers. Absolutely all the priests and those who were next to them were very surprised and shocked, as they had never seen something so bright close to a person in the middle of the night. That's why everyone started falling on their knees and expressing their respect, and also many of them started mentally asking for forgiveness for what they had done. Ray continued to sit by the fire after this conversation, preparing another batch of delicious food, and as he calmed down, he saw Iriella, whom he immediately called. She was very surprised, and even embarrassed, because she was very impressed by this guy's speech, who spoke with such confidence. But he also felt a little funny because the girl started to make fun of him a little, repeating his phrases. She immediately pointed to the fire and asked if she should cook dinner for herself again. That's right, because the priests ate their portions too, so he needs to cook everything again. Ray looked at the girl and smiled a little, because after everything that happened, he was actually a little hungry. So he invited the girl to eat with him, because food really is much better when it's still hot. Iriella smiled and said that she really wanted to eat, and could not refuse such an offer. Together they also looked up at the night sky, where a shooting star began to fly. At that moment the atmosphere was really pleasant. Everything was calm, and there were no signs of trouble. Iriella hadn't really looked at the night sky like that for a long time, and at this moment she was lucky enough to see a falling star. Maybe this really was some kind of sign. He remembered that in a past life his name meant shooting star. Unexpectedly to himself, he remembered that he had even forgotten that in his previous life he was called that, as he was so used to his new name. So he opened his eyes and, smiling, turned to his girlfriend and said that where he comes from there is a tradition where you make a wish when you see shooting stars, and it really should come true. The girl immediately took these words as truth and began to make a wish, which surprised the boy greatly. Does she really believe in superstitions? After listening to the man, Iriella remembered the legend of her kingdom, where they say that everyone who saw a shooting star meets a happy death. The guy continued eating and kept the spoon in his mouth, because what does a girl mean when she says happy death? He couldn't believe that death could be happy, just like the girl. So he decided to ask her how she sees a happy death. But we will never know the answer to this question, because the night has already ended outside and the morning has arrived, with beautiful weather. The carriage and crews began to arrive at the Duchy of Silos. Ray continued to read his book, and the girl just looked out the window and said that they were about to go to the patient and that they would need to treat him. The priest also looked at them near the carriage and asked where they would go when they reached the duchy. But the girl told him they were in a great hurry, so they would go straight to the patient. She continued to look out the window and realized that they really didn't have much time. They need to find the treatment as soon as possible, after which they need to return to the Bright Kingdom, because if they delay, they could get into really big trouble. At the entrance, they were greeted by Hertz, who said he was very happy to see the group again, because when he heard about their arrival, he was very excited. He is really very happy because the team has come a long way for his daughter's sake. Iriella also smiled and said that everything is happening according to God's will. For the sake of the suffering, they came to give grace to her, because this is the duty of the saints, so there is no need to worry about it. The Duke was a little scared. After that, he started to worry, but he still apologized again for the rush. However, he would like to ask you to help his daughter as soon as possible, because for him, her existence is like tar, so he cannot see how his precious children are suffering. The team informed that they were ready to go there right now. The Duke promised that they would do absolutely anything they asked if they could cure his daughter. Ray was very surprised because Duke really believes in this girl, even though she hasn't done anything yet. Of course, being a saint, she has divine power and is a great person. The maid asked everyone present to follow her so she could lead them to the room where the girl was. She knocked on the door and told Donna Layla that the saint had arrived. Ray was very surprised, no less than Iriella, as they had never seen this before, so they didn't even know how to react correctly to it. They were visibly scared. It seems like the guy started to guess something. Was that really what he was thinking now? Meanwhile, the patient's hand was covered in red spots, which looked really horrible. The girl stood up and lowered her head, as she was really very scared, as absolutely no one could help her, so she was desperate. They were erythematous papules. Could this really be a case of dermatitis herpetiformis? Ray started yelling that they should have started treating her sooner so she wouldn't end up in a state they thought was possible, because it sounded really disgusting. Iriella approached the girl, who began to cover herself with the blanket and became frightened, after which she asked her to reach out her hand to examine her. Since there was no other way out, Layla listened to her and kindly agreed to do it. Iriella decided to cheer her up, saying that she knew it wasn't easy for her now, but from now on, everything would be fine, and there was no reason to worry. She continued to hold her hand and used her magical power to heal the girl, after which the entire room began to glow with a bright yellow flash that blinded everyone present. Layla was shocked by what was happening and began to believe that her illness would pass and she would begin to live life like an ordinary person. Everyone in the room watched what was happening and was shocked, for divine power really exists. After a few minutes, the girl's hand continued to glow, but there were no more traces that reminded her of this terrible disease. Layla was shocked because her skin started to hurt a lot, like after an operation, but all the spots disappeared and she was healthy again. She took them off and was very happy, because again she looked like a beautiful girl who should be worrying about what to wear on a date and not about her wounds. Layla began to cry with happiness, because now her hands were healed and the treatment was completely completed. Iriella looked at the Duke, who was clearly perplexed and shocked, saying that everything had gone well and that there was no need to worry. He immediately ran to his daughter and hugged her tightly, crying with happiness, which she did exactly the same. The Duke looked at Iriella and thanked her again for her help. She truly is a saint, as his daughter had suffered greatly in the last 8 years, after which he had completely lost hope of her recovery, so he promised them that one day he would definitely repay them. Iriella smiled and said that it was not necessary because everything was God's will. Ray observed the situation and was perplexed, as at first it seemed like a skin defect that required very long treatment. But the fact that she could heal people just by touching them really inspires respect. He was very upset, because medicine really has no meaning in this world. Iriella spent the entire day at the palace with the staff, as the Duke asked them to stay with them to somehow thank the saints for their help. He ordered his workers to prepare a delicious table with the most expensive and luxurious dishes, after which he invited the boys for a meal, fearing that it might not be enough, but he tried to prepare the best. The saint thanked him for the food and looked at him, saying that it was not necessary to do that, as it was already much more than they could ask for. Lord Hopple looked at her and couldn't take his eyes off her, because he understood that according to the rumors, he knew that the saint was amazing, but he couldn't even imagine that she was so merciful and beautiful, so he would also like to thank her from the bottom of his heart for treating his younger sister. She was a little embarrassed, even though she loved the attention, but she was still confident that they could do what was best for their Lord Gaia. At that moment, Hopel greatly admired the girl and also how modest she still was. Ray, for his part, continued to sit there upset. It was clear that this situation hurt him a lot. Why wouldn't medicine really be necessary? The Duke noticed this and asked what happened. Why the guy didn't say anything? Maybe he didn't like the food. Ray smiled back, saying the food was really great. He was actually thinking about something, then immediately apologized for making Duke worry. Iriella tried to lighten the situation by saying that the saint had many thoughts that were bothering him, so there was absolutely no reason to worry about it. She looked at the guy and tried to figure out what was going on. Was something wrong? But Ray told her he was very tired and wanted to rest. Iriella had already agreed to spend that night at the castle, so she invited the boy to go to her room to relax. In it, he was still thinking and analyzing the current situation. It was clear that all these thoughts were not leaving him at peace and making him worried. He remembered how he lived his past life and couldn't understand why he shed so much blood and tears to become a doctor. Was it really worth it? Although he still has memories of his previous life, they are all useless in this world. He really needs to forget his old name as Park Yu-sung and start living his new life, now called Ray. He's been trying to find the answer to this question in his head for several years, and only now has it reached its peak. At that moment, there was a knock on the room asking if the saint was already asleep and if Iriella could come in. Ray just looked at the doors and didn't say anything because at the moment he didn't want to talk to anyone, so he just continued to lie in bed and think about the current situation. Iriella decided not to open the door, then said that she really didn't know what had gone wrong just now, but despite all this, she asked Ray not to stop believing in himself and his strength. She knows very well that there are times when everyone doubts themselves and hopes that what bothers them doesn't destroy what they've already created. Her words surprised the young man greatly, so he continued listening to what she was saying. Instead of worrying and exhausting himself, he needs to focus on the present because his current role suits him much better than the one he had before. Those words really made him think. Then he got out of bed and continued to mentally repeat her phrases, where Iriella convinces him not to lose faith in himself. He thought about it and realized that it made sense, as his name is now Ray, but he is still a former doctor named Park Yu-sung. Now the guy just needs to find something that only he is good at and develop himself in that direction. Iriella still continued to stand outside the door and talk, crossing her arms behind her back. And when she repeated once again that she wanted the guy not to give up, he opened the doors and left her a little embarrassed, because she definitely wasn't expecting that. Ray smiled and thanked the girl as her words were really timely, and that was what he wanted to hear at that very moment. She smiled, because at least once in her life she had managed to help the saint, but he still had one request. He turned to the girl and said that it looked like she was comforting someone for the first time. Could that be true? But she still didn't quite understand what the guy meant, so she asked him to explain. Once again, a situation occurred that no one could have imagined. The maids continued crying because they remembered that yesterday everything was fine with the girl. Wasn't she really completely cured? The Duke was frightened and very angry, so he ordered the saints to be called into the room immediately. They did not understand what was happening here, as they were beginning to prepare for the journey to their kingdom. The Duke fought back tears as he told them that her symptoms had returned. So did that mean they couldn't cure her? Iriella was shocked because the treatment worked and there could be no mistake. She also did not understand why the symptoms returned, so she will try to cure Layla again. The Duke looked at her in despair and said that now everything was in her hands. Ray realized this was his chance, so he asked the girl to wait and take her time. She was very surprised and immediately turned away as she understood that the saint now wanted to try to cure the girl in his own way. He looked at Layla, but the Duke ordered her not to even turn to face the guy. Ray seemed quite pleasant and politely asked for her hand to take a look. The Duke was very worried, because how could this man cure something that even a saint couldn't do? So it seemed it would be best if the saint tried again. But Ray looked at him and said that if this is what he thinks and the diagnosis is confirmed, then he is the only one in this world who can cure her of this disease. The Duke refused to believe it because how is it possible that a young man who doesn't even have superpowers is the only one capable of handling such a task? Ray looked at him and informed him that the saint would not be able to cure the child in any way. They could ask Iriella to cure her and everything would be fine again. But after they left, what would they all do if the symptoms returned? The Duke looked at him with concern, as he understood that now there really was no other way out, so he agreed to all these conditions. Moreover, Ray was also absolutely sure that all Lady Layla needed now was definitely not the saint's healing. Ray was completely confident that she needed to accept his treatment and trust. The Duke was perplexed, because he understood that the guy had no strength at all. What was he going to do? His treatment does not require healing powers. He just uses all the information he knows to get rid of this disease, which is how he will cure his daughter and get rid of the disease. Layla also agreed with the guy because she understood that he was very right, because if they didn't trust him, she didn't think they would have the opportunity to do anything without his help. She started convincing her father to agree to this, as they have no other choice as they have tried practically every possible treatment option, but none of them worked. The Duke agreed, as he understood that they really had no other choice, so if his daughter sincerely thought so, he would certainly support her. He looked at Ray and began to beg for help for his daughter, falling to his knees and barely holding back tears. Ray smiled and promised that he would definitely be able to cure this young girl and return her to normal life. From the next day onwards, he began to investigate the reason for the girl's skin condition. The first was hygiene, since this is the most basic component of health. The first thing he tried to check was this option. But seeing that the maids washed blankets and clothes at least once a day, a logical decision was made that one could safely rule out poor hygiene as the main reason. Considering that the castle was protected by a magical barrier, it is also very unlikely that a parasite from the external environment could cause this disease. However, Ray noticed a problem that was emerging in her diet, as there was one thing in common. All the dishes she ate every day had one characteristic. They were all made with flour. Furthermore, bread is the most widely consumed food in the world. Moreover, even all the main meat products were garnished with flour products, which was very surprising. Furthermore, the girl's condition worsened even further after eating food, which at the time was the only clue the boy could find. Flour contains an insoluble protein called gluten, which Layla ingests daily, so her illness is caused by a severe sensitivity to gluten. Dermatitis is also known as allergy, which is not that difficult to cure, but unfortunately, the only problem is that there are no useful medicines in this world that can be quite effective. It would be difficult to try to make medicines with plants he doesn't know, and it could take a long time. The only thing he can do now is change the girl's diet. He looked at the maids and told them to remove everything he wrote below from her diet. In Layla's room, there were beautiful candles and mugs near a large window that looked out over the entire city. But she didn't have time for that now, as she continued to lie in bed and cough. At that moment, Ray knocked on the door and asked if he could come in and talk to her. Layla panicked as she wasn't prepared to speak to him alone, so she became very worried. And Ray once again apologized for invading her personal space and tried to defuse the situation. He smiled and said he wanted to see her and how she was feeling now. Layla smiled and said that everything only got worse, which was no surprise, as the reason for this was her diet, which the guy guessed almost immediately. He looked at her and said he needed to tell her something very important, which Layla was not fully aware of. From now on, he wants her to avoid foods that contain flour. That is, she must completely avoid anything that resembles bread. And also when her body itches, under no circumstances should she do that. Layla was very surprised because she didn't understand how to avoid bread. But Ray smiled and said that for now, that was all he could do for her. The girl refused to believe it. Bread was her favorite food, so why couldn't she eat it? Then she began to suspect Ray was lying to her and wanted to call security for help. Furthermore, she looked at him again and wondered if he really wasn't going to do something else. Maybe he was using magic to heal her or something similar. But Ray smiled and said that he had already given recommendations on what to do. All of this is her treatment, which will give results and help in dealing with this problem. He looked at the girl and assured her that in the next few days, they would be able to get rid of all those blisters on her body, and he would do everything alone, as he needed to check on her condition. This is where all his recommendations and advice ended, so he ordered the girl to get a good rest, saying that this is the most important thing she can do now. Layla couldn't understand whether her condition would actually improve if she stopped eating bread. But how could this be related? Iriella ran to the door and asked the boy what condition the girl was in now, but he said that everything was only getting worse. Iriella was very upset, but it seemed like she started to guess where Ray had come into their world, but still asked if he really thought she wouldn't get better if he tried to heal her again. Ray looked at her and informed her that her healing method was actually useless, so if they use it again, everything will go back to the same state as now. But Iriella didn't understand his treatment method. Why could a girl really get better if she just went on a diet? If that was the case, then why didn't he do it right away? Iriella looked at him and said that she believed in the man, but the Duke thinks otherwise, and as he himself understands, now they cannot stay long in this castle, as they need to go to the sacred kingdom. Ray thought carefully because the girl was also very right, so he had to make a quick decision to avoid delays. She was a little scared, so she asked him not to look at her with that look, as she herself could not do anything about these circumstances that had developed. Ray clenched his fists and said that it didn't matter whether he could cure Layla or not. What mattered was something completely different. How he treated all his patients from now on would depend on it. Ray looked at her and said she only needed a week to see the first results. He pointed one out with his finger and was absolutely certain that in such a period of time he would be able to completely cure the girl. Iriella looked at him and had no choice but to simply accept the guy's decision. The next day, Layla started screaming in her room, convincing everyone that she was not ready for such a treatment method. Ray couldn't contain himself any longer and also started yelling at the girl, telling her to take her medicine since she wasn't even drinking a small part of what she should have. Moreover, it is plain water, which she needs to drink regularly 3 liters a day, but she cried and refused, not understanding how the water could heal her because it is not even holy water. Water helps cure allergies. Just believe it and drink it. Is it that difficult? When foreign substances enter our bodies, a chemical produced by the immune system called histamine is produced. Although it is produced in response to the body's defense against foreign substances entering the body, in people with allergies, the chemical is produced in excess and can cause dire consequences. So after Ray explained the whole situation to her, he tried once again to hand her a glass of water and asked her to drink it calmly. Because when she starts drinking enough water, the cells in her body will be able to start functioning properly and everything will return to normal. This will also reduce the effects of the allergic reaction, so it is the best way to cure the girl, so he simply started pouring water from a cup into her mouth while she cried. Layla panicked, unable to understand how he could call himself a saint if he treated her like that. He's simply crazy and seems great. 4 days passed in this way in this castle, where similar procedures were repeated every day. After Ray put the girl on a diet and also forced her to drink a lot of water, she began to hate him. However, Layla decided to trust him, as she really had no other choice. As a result, everything went well, and she herself called the saint to inform him that her skin had indeed healed, and Layla began to recover at an incredible speed. Ray smiled and said he was right, because he himself promised her he could really help. Layla felt so much better after she stopped eating flour and started drinking lots of water. She couldn't believe it. Despite all the successes, Ray still said that the girl was not yet completely cured, so she needed to continue the treatment so that there would be no problems later. Layla was already in love with the guy, so she listened to all his advice and no longer perceived him as aggressive. Although he was worried that the people in this world would react differently from those in the previous world, it seemed like he was worrying about it in vain. Now it was only a matter of time until the girl was cured, or so he thought, until they had trouble again on the 6th day. In the dining room, plates and all other utensils began to break, as it was simply unbearable to bear. Layla began to cry and demand that bread be brought to her immediately, as she was experiencing withdrawal symptoms. In this world, flour is a staple of the diet, so it was only to be expected that she would go out and run in search of flour products. Therefore, Ray began to yell at her, as he understood that if she ate flour without completing the treatment, all her efforts would be in vain. To distract her, he needed to help the girl focus on something else, so he approached her and tried to tell her in a calm voice not to cry, otherwise she might become dehydrated. He took a wooden object in his hand and made a magic blade, starting to carve a figure into it, which surprised Iriella greatly. She asked him what he was doing, but he was just trying to make up a game but wasn't sure if he could pull it off. Iriella also didn't understand what kind of game it could be and why she should play it now, but Ray simply invited her to look at the chess piece he held in his hands. He immediately asked what comes to her mind when she sees this. Iriella didn't quite understand what he was talking about, so she asked if he was talking about the white thing in his hand now. She said it reminds her of a castle. It feels like they are in a holy kingdom, and it also looks like a crown. Does it look like a crown? Ray was overjoyed that it had actually worked, so he turned and ran, urging Iriel to follow him. She was shocked, because she didn't understand how he dared to leave her like that. Layla's room was in order and all her things were already in their places. She had already calmed down a bit, as she was informed that Ray would like to see her as well as her brother. The man was happy that the saint invited him for the first time, so he immediately asked if he could help in any way. Ray smiled and said that at that moment he needed her help, because what he was going to show her now would help deal with young Layla's withdrawal symptoms. She was surprised. Why was he even talking about that strange thing that was in his hands? He made a game for them that was very popular in his previous world, but in the new world no one had ever heard of it, so he proudly introduced it to them, saying it was called chess. He sat everyone down at the table and began to explain the rules, saying that each of them has their own army, and the rules of the game are very simple. Just capture the opponent's king by moving your pieces, and whoever controls it best will win with their troops. However, there are rules about how each of these figures can move, which surprised everyone in the room. What Ray now has in his hands is a king. He can only move one square like a true ruler, keeping his movements to a minimum. And on the other side is the queen, which is the opposite of the king. As long as he is not captured, he can move as much as he wants, just as each of these figures has its own rules, which he will explain. It's really interesting, with many variations of movements, making it a fairly complex system that would be useful in real military training. Layla was also absolutely certain that her father would like it too. So Ray suggested not delaying and invited the girls to play if they didn't mind competing. They agreed immediately because it was something new to them and it seemed quite exciting. Iriella smiled and invited the princess to start her turn first. Layla was also very happy, so she kindly agreed, saying that she would take the game very seriously. Ray was also very pleased as the game really interested them, which means he managed to achieve his goal, because as long as she is engaged in the game, she will be able to distract herself from her addiction. Meanwhile, the game ended when one of the participants gave checkmate. The winner was Iriella, who was very happy with the victory and said that all of this was thanks to the power of the Sacred Kingdom, so they can try to hide from it, but it will still surpass everyone. She began to rejoice greatly, then began to dance and mock the girl, inviting her to simply give up, saying that she would allow her to become her subordinate. This made Layla cry. She was very upset about losing, while Iriella couldn't get enough of the victory. The Lord decided to help his sister, so he invited the saint to fight with him to avenge the loss of his sister. Iriella smiled and said she was ready to accept absolutely any challenge, then invited him to start the game first, as everyone would kneel before the power of the Sacred Kingdom anyway. Ray thought, because everything is turning out so much better than he imagined, does that really mean they like the game? Another checkmate, but with black figures. Iriella smiled and said that he at least tried to defeat her, but he just smiled, asking if she really thought they were playing so easy. Therefore, the Lord took his statuette in his hands and said that he was waiting for her next move, after which he would be ready to show all the power of his duchy. Ray smiled and suggested they take a break and not get too carried away, as up until that point, he thought this would be a good way to distract her from thoughts of starchy foods. But there was an unexpected turn of events. Word of the new entertainment spread quickly throughout the castle. So the father entered their room and was very surprised, because his sons introduced him to a new game called chess, which was invented by the saint. His son smiled, because this is indeed a very complex and interesting game, thanks to which the Duke will be able to assess his strategic capabilities as a military leader. He was shocked that Ray was able to create such a perfect game. He knew that Ray was sent to him by God himself, but if he could also find a real use for this game, then it would be great. After the Duke dove into the game, the situation took on truly awkward proportions. The week they'd agreed on ended, but why isn't anyone talking about it yet? Ray was a little surprised, as he was not at all prepared for this outcome of events, as he did not understand who all these people were. And why did even the servants start playing chess? He looked at the guys who were also standing and starting to make figures to play this wonderful game. Now Ray really thought about it. Why does everyone play chess? After all, it was originally conceived as a game to help Layla distract herself and finish her treatment. Therefore, he simply watched the situation with enthusiasm and did not understand what was happening here, as he never thought that the game would be able to completely capture Scylla's castle. After all this, the Duke decided to call them to his meeting room, where the boys kindly appeared. They looked at him and even smiled a lot, as his mood was very good, announcing that they had appeared, as he had asked. He greeted them and said that in just 1 week, thanks to Ray, his daughter's condition had really improved a lot, and he had also managed to create such a wonderful game that everyone liked. So he couldn't believe he was able to do this at his age. He was very happy because his daughter's condition had improved a lot, so he thanked her for the work she had done. He bowed his head in thanks, saying that when he was a father it was really painful for him to look at her in that state. So he asked permission to thank him for freeing her from so much suffering. Iriella smiled broadly and said that this time she had done absolutely nothing. All that was left was to thank the saint and his treatment methods. The Duke smiled and asked her not to belittle herself and her dignity, but in truth, the saint did a great job. Therefore, as a way of thanking them for their help, he would like to give them something very valuable. Ray was very surprised because he couldn't believe what he saw. Would they really give him something now? This ring was given by the ruler of our territory. It was given to this kingdom when they saved the dwarves. Ray was quite surprised, for as a sign of gratitude, they were truly ready to give him a family heirloom. Well, the Duke insisted on this, as this was an expression of his gratitude, so he asked to be received as soon as possible. Ray said he could never accept that kind of gift, but in his head he was already very happy, because he understood how much it cost, and also realized all its uniqueness and rarity. But the Duke insisted that the guy try it on, as it was very important to him. And then he put the ring on his hand and was very grateful for it, but still said he probably shouldn't wear it regularly. Ray was very scared and surprised. After the ring actually fit perfectly on his finger, he couldn't believe it. Then the Duke said that because it was made by the palaces, the underwear is already so simple. Ray smiled and thanked you for such a precious gift, but you're still certain he can't accept it so easily. If the dwarves find out the saint has received this ring, they'll be happy, the Duke reassured him. He also heard that the boys would go to the Holy Kingdom tomorrow. Therefore, he allowed them to ask for permission to sponsor the trip in order to make it as comfortable as possible, as the trip would be very long and they needed to rest a little before leaving. He once again allowed them to thank him for all the efforts they made to help his daughter and invited them to sleep in his room. The next morning, Ray woke up and began communicating with Iriella, where she explained how she was truly happy that everything was over. But didn't she think the Duke was truly generous? But Iriella believes he most likely just wants to thank them this way. Ray was very skeptical, as he always looked for a catch in everything, so he really didn't believe this outcome of events. Suddenly, someone knocked on their door, which surprised the boys a lot, so Ray decided to find out if they were really waiting for someone. Iriella also said that this was definitely not for her. I wonder who it could be at a time like this. It was Layla and her brother who apologized for the late visit, as they knew they would be leaving tomorrow. The man was very happy, because he could not even imagine that they could meet the saint, who they had only read about in books before, because they had really helped his sister with her illness and created the chess game, so he also wanted to thank them for everything they had done for them. Ray made a small face and said that there was absolutely no need for that, and Ella also replied that she was very happy to meet them, but very sorry that they could not stay here for long because great things were ahead of them. So the boys suggested they have a night picnic if they didn't mind, of course, since they have a castle in the backyard, which offers an incredibly beautiful view of the night sky. This will be truly unforgettable. What do you say, Ray? Sure sounds pretty interesting. Why not? The children were very happy, as it was also a great honor for them to walk together with the saints, so they asked to wait a little so that they would have time to prepare. After that, they turned around and ran to grab everything. The girl smiled and laughed a lot, which surprised the guy a lot. He didn't understand what was funny, but she anticipated it and said that this would actually be a going-away party for them, so she thought it was very sweet of them. But Ray believed that everything he does is work for the good of the sacred kingdom and scare everyone around him, so he never had the opportunity to experience something like this even in the previous world. Maybe this one has changed for the better, but he hasn't noticed it yet? Iriella also realized that she had never experienced such feelings before. Ray also closed his eyes and thought about the moment he met Iriella. She was very cold, and I went towards my goal no matter what. She was also incredibly cruel. But now the old Iriella is no longer there. She seems to have dissolved, Especially after her questions about whether the world has changed, we can safely assume that she has indeed changed. Ray asked if she was really going to watch for long. Maybe they would already start moving and somehow help the guys organize a picnic. Meanwhile, the boys had already called them and said that they really needed to hurry and come to them. They were a little worried that it might be a bit of a modest picnic. But I also needed a big table. The most important thing was that we spend time together. Ray was a little surprised and immediately decided to tell them that he had forgotten to mention an important nuance. The girl would have to avoid flour even after he left, so if the girl continued to eat flour, the disease would return. Layla was very scared because she didn't really recover fully. No, because her body reacts to chemicals, and flour-based products act like poison, so it's very difficult to recover from this illness. But Ray said that not everything is so simple, because if she holds out for at least 5 years, by then the disease may have already regressed, which scared the girl a lot. The man smiled and said that he had prepared something for them as a gift, which surprised them greatly, while the girl continued to cry because she could not eat bread. The man said he would light up the area, so he used his finger and magic power to make fireworks. A few seconds later, beautiful explosions began to form in the sky, illuminating everything around. Ray was very happy with what was happening, like a child. It was really beautiful, especially in such a friendly environment, and I remembered that he had never paid attention to such things before. So he turned to the man and asked for some friendly advice. Did it really take a lot of mana to do such a thing? He was a little embarrassed and said that this might be the last time they wouldn't see each other, and he wanted to do everything in his power. This made Ray very happy, as he seemed to have found some good friends for himself. If this is indeed the case and they see each other for the last time, which is unlikely, then he wouldn't mind giving them a gift either. So he also decided to do a standard trick, which he had already shown to Iriel in the forest. Ray took his finger and ordered it to light up and make an explosion. A second later, a beautiful glow formed in the sky, which looked very much like lightning. It perfectly complemented the fireworks the gentleman had made, making them much more colorful and vibrant. The maids watched the fireworks in the sky and were very happy, as it was a true miracle. The Duke also drank wine and watched the situation unfold through the window, rejoicing that they had been lucky enough to meet these guys. Layla held her face and was very happy because she understood that everything looked really incredible, especially because she had never seen such beautiful fireworks before. The man was also surprised, as not everyone can attain such a high level of knowledge of magic, so he once again praised the saint and said that he would never forget this night. Ray smiled and said he was really happy to have been lucky enough to spend such a wonderful time with them. It would also fill him up for a long time. Magic is a very convenient tool, so he considers giving up his personal aspirations, but in the end, he still manages to understand that his medicine methods work. Thanks to this, he was able to develop new relationships and create wonderful memories, so he will only travel as long as necessary to heal as many people as possible. But they still need to start going to the sacred realm now. Finally, Ray and the saint decided to head to the sacred kingdom of Taya, the journey to which was quite long, so they started in the morning. Although they had a long journey ahead of them, thanks to the Duke's support, they were able to continue their journey calmly without any problems. The saint's platoon knew that all this support was thanks to Ray, and they were grateful for that, as they could have a great lunch anywhere and relax, regaining their strength. Time passed. Ray was gaining a good reputation and started to get a little upset, because in just a few days he was too used to tents. Suddenly they approached him and greeted him, which surprised him a little, as the voice was somewhat unfamiliar. It was a priest who said he was very inspired by the game he created, so he decided to present him with some strategies to make it more interesting to play. She wasn't alone, but with a whole team at the same time, so she invited him to watch their development and maybe even play if Ray, of course, wasn't busy. He was surprised because there were so many, but he agreed anyway because why not? There's nothing to do anyway. In return, he promised to spare absolutely none of them, especially newcomers like them. The priests were a little scared, but they still agreed, despite having a bad feeling. Thus began a completely spontaneous team chess tournament, where Ray defeated his first opponent in just 4 moves. The guy was also defeated in a similar way, which shocked him a lot, because how can Ray win in just 4 moves? Since everyone didn't know that Ray had participated in the World Chess Tournament in his previous life, all 7 players lost to him in 4 moves. That's how he broke a record without defeat and was very proud of himself, as he hadn't experienced such feelings for a long time. The priests were shocked. The girls began to say that they knew he was invincible, and the platoon that accompanied him changed their opinion of him forever. Thus another day passed on the way to the Sacred Kingdom, after which the team set off for a good rest before the no less long journey that awaited them. The next morning the weather was not entirely good, as large clouds appeared in the sky, but rain was not expected yet. Ray started to worry a little because he had a feeling that in all this time they hadn't really moved. Maybe it was because they were coming from so far away. Iriella approached him and informed him that as soon as they left these surroundings, the Sacred Empire would be very close, which made the boy very happy. The ground began to shake heavily beneath his feet, and Ray rose from his chair, barely able to stand, not understanding what was happening. The soldiers began to panic, as they had never encountered anything like this before, so they were very scared. The earthquake was caused by a mob of orcs who were hunting, so the commander ordered everyone to take positions and prepare for battle. Ray noticed that it looked like the soldiers were fighting monsters there, and suggested that Iriella go help, but she smiled, saying that she was completely confident that they could handle it alone without any problems. But why not help them get on the road faster? There must clearly be more than 3 orcs there. But the answer was very simple, because if they left, they would have to change positions to protect them. This would cause discussion in the ranks and would cause much more damage. Then she looked at the guy and asked him to leave everything to the knights of the kingdom. Ray understood that she was partially right, but the orcs didn't stop and continued to attack the army. One of them threw a huge rock towards the knights and was ready to destroy absolutely everyone in his path. The knight on horseback parried one of his blows, praising the orc, as he himself had not expected to be so powerful. He gritted his teeth, understanding that they had no other choice. Therefore, he immediately shouted to the intermediate detachment and ordered them to form up to protect the saint and the saint from the attackers. He ordered all the soldiers to try to stop the orcs from passing towards him, but at that moment an attack against him was already being prepared. His name was Hario, and now he was shocked by what he saw before his eyes. The orc's huge fist flew straight at him at high speed, making it very difficult to dodge. But Ray came to the rescue, who activated his superpower and created a shield that stopped the orc and forced him to stop. After that, he smiled, saying that even if he leaves, it certainly won't get any worse because it seems like the knights are having some trouble now, right? Hario was shocked by the turn of events and immediately started turning to Ray, asking what he was doing here, because it was really very dangerous here. He smiled and said that everything was fine and the situation was under control. It all seemed that the orcs were superior to the knights in strength, so they needed help. Ray stopped and used his magical powers to stop them. It was like a bolt of lightning that swept across the land and completely captured every orc in its path. It was triple magic, which even the guy himself was a little surprised by, as he had never used it in practice before. The binding, the earth spear, and the fire obeyed him this time. So he began to attack the orcs with all his might, practically burning them alive. Hario was very surprised by this, as he had never seen anything like it before, so he asked the boy if he was hurt and how he was feeling. Furthermore, he thanked the boy for blessing him with his protection, but asked him not to worry about it, as they should help each other. If the commander is not mistaken, then the saint is very young. How can he use such strong magic? Ray closed his eyes and said he smelled like roast meat, then wondered what orcs tasted like. The guy managed to use a 4th circle spell, a clay spear, and all this with just words. But how else could he use binding and fire in conjunction with that? Perhaps he was a 5th circle mage, or even reached the 6th circle status of magic, but he didn't care as he continued to smile and enjoy his victory, calling out to Iriel. She looked at him and wondered if he was really trying to exploit the rumors about how brilliant he was across the continent. What did he mean by that? Nothing. He just has a very strange feeling. For some reason, the orcs have become so strong, maybe someone is training them. She had a bad feeling, so she said they needed to move on before the monsters united. But Ray said it was too late. as armies of other goblins began to appear from behind the bushes and were ready to fight. Hario couldn't believe it, because the goblins would also have to have a lot of courage to get in his way to the sacred realm. Therefore, he ordered his knights to take care of them, as they had no opportunity to waste so much time. Then the knight rushed into battle to clear the way and eliminate the threat, brandishing his sword. But at the moment of the blow, the goblin jumped back sharply and began to laugh loudly, thus humiliating the warrior. He was shocked by the outcome of the events because how could this be? Are these specially trained goblins that cannot be eliminated so easily? After that, he received a strong blow from the green monster, who apparently did not want to bear the humiliation towards him. He wounded the knight and caused him severe damage, although he still could not understand why the goblin was so strong and how he could do this. He looked at him and didn't understand how he got such power. Ray looked at Iriella and asked if she found this goblin unusual. It was hard enough for her to disagree. She looked at the fight and said that now they have no other choice, so they must intervene. Without hesitation, she took a step and was also ready to fight, as they simply had no other options. A second later, a large protective field formed near her, scattering all the goblins that tried to attack her. Iriella felt no pity for them, so she mercilessly destroyed them one by one, trying to avenge her knights. Ray began to think that maybe Iriel was actually stronger than him in martial arts. But at that moment, she shouted at the guy and warned him that a nasty goblin was attacking him now. Without time to think, Ray swung his arm and used the force of the wind to push the goblin back. No matter how many they kill, the goblins will keep appearing out of nowhere, so if they just buy time, they simply won't be able to deal with them. It would be great if they could destroy them all at once, so Ray got excited about this idea and started thinking about how to make it a reality. Then he looked at the goblins and called out to them, getting their attention. He started making faces to provoke as many goblins as possible to attack him and gather them all in one place. They were a little surprised because people had never done this to them before, so they didn't even understand how to react and were perplexed. Ray continued to taunt them and ran away, gathering around him a large crowd of green monsters who tried to catch him. Iriel was scared because she didn't know what he was planning. The only sounds that could be heard were those of running, scattering leaves and dust through the forest. Iriel didn't understand what was happening. Maybe it was some kind of spell? Ray stopped near a tree because he thought he had run far enough. He exhaled and wanted to rest a bit, as he understood that there were many goblins gathered in front of him, much more than he could have expected. Ray began to worry if he had gotten them far enough away from the others. But there wasn't much time to think, so he reached out and created a huge fireball. The goblins, seeing this, couldn't contain their laughter. They found it funny, because is that really all the guy is capable of? Ray smiled back, wondering if they were really having so much fun right now. So he suggested they talk about it later, when he'd shown them what he could do. A second later, he activated his skills to the maximum, and a large flame flew towards the goblins, which looked like a meteorite and instilled fear visibly. Ray continued to laugh at them because now they themselves understood what situation they were in, as he had prepared a separate dance for each of them. The two goblins were perplexed and pointed their fingers at the guy. At that very moment, everyone was torn apart when a huge explosion was created that could be compared to the power of an atomic bomb. The knights who were very far away were also blinded by such flames, so they tried to close their eyes so that so much light would not fall on them. The commander was very happy because now he understood where and why the saint was running. He started to worry about him, so he shouted towards him and started running to help, asking if everything was okay with him. A huge hole appeared at the site of the explosion, several meters deep. And just like in the movies, Ray emerged from the smoke and immediately started addressing the soldiers and asking how long they were going to stay put, because it seems like they still have a long way to go, doesn't it? He smiled and suggested that everyone hurry out of this forest, and he also hoped that they wouldn't encounter any more monsters along the way. The soldiers asked for a little time and said that they would be ready to leave very soon. Near the fire, Ray decided to ask Iriel, as he was very interested, "Are the monsters usually as strong as the ones they encountered today?" She replied no, because their team often deals with them alone, but today was very difficult. She got a little upset and emphasized his sister, which surprised the guy a lot. He also thought that if he went through the baptism ceremony, his mana would disappear forever, but Rei still didn't understand. Did that mean it would completely disappear from his body? If he is baptized into the Holy Kingdom, God himself will bestow divine power upon him. But as we know, the human body can only store one kind of power, and divine power has the same properties as mana. If divine power enters his body and there is mana there, he probably won't be able to resist and the guy might die. Therefore, before granting him divine power, the mana in Rei's body will gradually be replaced by divine power. He asked, "What happens to those who have no mana?" "In that case, divine power will fill the body without any problems." "But what about the wizards and their circles of power? They can't save them, right?" "That's a very good question." Then Rei continued, "Is it possible for magicians who don't have magic circles to obtain divine power?" But things work completely differently. God will create mana vessels in their bodies so they can use their divine power. When this happens, the mana vessels created by God, which they used to call golden chains, will control all the mana that circulates in your body. But what are golden chains? It's just a term the saints invented. They cannot go against the word of God, as they are not allowed to say or do anything that goes against their faith. That is why they call it golden chains. Isn't that funny? They can't even say what they really think, so Rei thought about it too. After all, his actions contradict his own taboos, so he asked a logical question. What will happen if you break the rules? Iriella took the twigs in her hand and decided to remind them that she said that golden chains control the mana of the human body, so if you break the rules, all the mana in the body will disappear, and he's going to disappear with her. So to better demonstrate this, she threw these branches into the fire. After that, she started laughing evilly, saying that the disappearance would happen forever. Rei wondered, could one more word really destroy him? That's practically a threat to anyone who dares to say what they want. But Iriel tried to calm him down because in reality, not many people disappeared like that, so Rei needed to be careful to avoid it. In any case, this is nothing to the saint even if he loses the mana that now flows in him. Rei was a little scared because he still had so many questions he wanted answered, so he decided to try to get them answered. If the mana disappeared from his body, would he be able to get it back later? But Iriel annoyed him, because if the mana disappears, it will be forever, and it will be impossible to return it. She asked Rei not to be upset, as divine power also has its advantages. He may not be able to use magic, but he will be able to cast divine spells on others. He closed his eyes, not wanting to say goodbye to his conquests, but Iriel calmed him down, saying that he could be very useful during the battle. But that didn't help him, as all he could think about now was how to not lose his mana and gain divine power, so he promised himself that he would try to find a way. The knights informed the saint that they were almost there and had arrived at the sacred kingdom. Rei smiled because they were finally arriving. It had been a long time coming. The priest looked out the window and Iriel asked him to go straight to Salonia as soon as they crossed the border. Rei was unhappy, because why were they going to the capital again? Did she really mean they were going to perform the ritual without even resting first? But she reassured him because they didn't plan to perform the baptism immediately upon arrival. The baptism ceremony is an event that is celebrated by absolutely everyone. However, Rei already knows nothing about the sacred realm, so he will have to acquire as much knowledge as possible before performing the ritual. Acquiring knowledge? Yes, that's important. But who will teach it then? Iriella proudly said she would personally investigate the matter. Etiquette, discipline, and everything related to baptism will be your responsibility. She smiled and said she would tell and teach the guy everything she knew. At the entrance, they were greeted by a huge and beautiful castle, which enchanted all visitors with its beauty. No matter how much Rei looked at it, he always couldn't take his eyes off it, as it was truly a magnificent mansion on a completely different level compared to even Silos Castle. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was it all his now? All the saints live on this property, so it's a sacred place where even priests need permission to enter. Even the people who work there are specially selected and have status, so there's nothing to worry about. In 2 days, Rei will need to do training, which Iriella mentioned earlier, and which he was clearly already tired of, even though he hadn't even started yet. Rei still couldn't understand why the mansion's boss, who was supposed to be training him, suddenly became so busy. At the same moment, someone approached him and said hello. It was the maid who said she was ready to show Ray to his room, as he was probably very tired after the trip. He smiled, because such a beautiful maid suited him very well, so he began to think that he could talk to her properly later. Just like Ariel said, it's clear she must have some kind of status, as she doesn't look like an ordinary person either. She led him to a room, near the entrance where there was a vase, warning him that the guy needed to come here. The maid showed him the room and said that now he could get ready here however he wanted, and the room was simply incredible, let's face it. She lowered her head and asked him to rest a bit since she would be forced to leave him now, so Ray smiled and thanked her for her work. He was very surprised because such a wonderful communication surprised him so much he couldn't believe what he saw. Ray really becomes a saint. Who would have thought of that before? The next morning, a small discussion began in the castle where the speaker asked for a moment of attention. She said they really don't have much time, so there is a lot to do and study, so they need to focus as much as possible. Ariel waved her hand, asking why not take a look at the materials she'd prepared. But Ray couldn't see her normally, as he was too irritated by her cheerfulness. She continued the story, telling what would happen if you looked at the first page, but Ray interrupted her, saying he had already learned everything. No one could believe it, but he smiled and explained that the 3-day baptism ceremony is divided into 3 main categories: the welcoming ceremony, then the declaring of the saint, and finally, the receiving of divine power from God. Of these 3 stages, the last takes place in a sacred place with the saints in absolute seclusion. Also, during baptism, the saint must not lower his head and may only greet others with his left hand, placed on his upper abdomen at a 70-degree angle. Ariel was shocked and continued listening, as there are 3 more basic rules of table manners. Don't make noise while eating, never lower your head, and always keep your back straight so that your elbows are not behind your body. She couldn't believe the man remembered everything so perfectly, so she began to wonder if he was even human. But he was interested in the 3rd part of the ceremony, as he didn't quite understand what he needed to do next, as nothing was said about it. He looked at his hand and said that the only thing he knew was that he would need to show his sincerity to God. Then he asked the girl to tell him what she did before the ceremony. But she said she had absolutely nothing. She just ate and slept the whole week, which really surprised the guy because he thought she was joking the whole time. But this was true, because after a week, manna vessels appeared in her body and she felt divine power begin to flow through her body. Did the vessels of divine power appear without her knowledge? How is this possible? Perhaps that's why she's called divine. In any case, Ray remembered all the information, but Ariella reported that his manners really left a lot to be desired. Even though his memory is beyond human comprehension, he cannot possibly learn the custom, for memorizing everything and showing it in action are 2 completely different things. She smiled and said it was time for a good snack. She was the one who would personally test all his skills in action, to which Ray kindly agreed. Like a true aristocrat, he tucked a napkin into his clothes and straightened his back, preparing to eat the prepared dish with a knife and fork. The girl was shocked that he knew everything, so she decided to ask if he was okay. The answer to this question was obvious. Of course he was. But she wouldn't calm down, so she started waving her hand, saying there was still a lot that needed to be worked out, so the guy should put him down. But what exactly? He didn't understand what she needed from him. Did she really want to fight with him? Ray didn't understand why she was so strict and what she wanted from him. But now she continued to yell at him, ordering him not to talk with his mouth full. But he still couldn't understand why. What was happening? She smiled and said that the annoying nobles would criticize everything he did. So she planned to keep an eye on him throughout his training so that no one could embarrass him later. Ray was surprised and said he didn't need that help. So he let the girl rest, but she insisted that this was very important, because how could she rest if Ray was in that situation? At that moment, the dialogue was interrupted by the maid, who approached the saint and asked her permission to express what she thought. She believes that Ray should not yet live in the mansion intended for the newly minted saint, as it could attract too much attention and generate rumors about them. She understands that this is rude, but she still insisted on considering this point of view, as she was simply sharing her thoughts to avoid trouble. The saint thought about it and looked in her direction. She leaned back in her chair and asked the maid's name. Her name is Belacroix C. Euclidwood. Did she really tell Belacroix? This is one of the 3 noble families. It turns out that within the Holy Realm, there are 3 families that are served by saints. In addition, there are also 6 families that have received the title She, who are known for their achievements. So why was someone as important as herself chosen as a servant on the saint's estate? Although she tries to smooth things over, Iriella understands that the maid needs to be very careful here. Therefore, she herself understood everything and said that it was better for her to return to herself, which was actually the right decision in the current situation, as Iriel was already starting to get angry. Iriella looked at her, and there was a really suspicious expression in her eyes. It seemed like she was trying to analyze her completely. Then she said she would remember the girl and thanked her for the advice, so as not to seem too uneducated. Ray also looked at her and was surprised by the name Belacroix. If she has a title, does that mean she is noble, but do nobles work as servants? The status of saint was in fact much more significant than he had thought, and this pleased him, as he had loved power since childhood. Night fell, and everyone went to their rooms to sleep. Suddenly, the doors flew open and made a rather unpleasant creaking sound, which was not very audible. Meanwhile, Ray was already fast asleep, as he was very tired and could hear absolutely nothing around him. The same maid approached him, her eyes glowing with a red light. It seemed like she was ready to do something very bad right now, but her motives were still not entirely clear. She placed her palm near the guy's head, apparently trying to cast a spell. Then she clenched her fist and hit him on the shoulder, but not too hard, so as not to wake him. Her look spoke for itself. It seemed like she wanted to get revenge on him for something, maybe because he took her place and became a saint. After this ritual, she turned and left the room, also with glowing red eyes. The next morning, Ray decided to have a cup of coffee to perk himself up and prepare for a long day of work. He looked at the maid and praised her for making a truly delicious tea, after which she thanked him and informed him that it was made with flower petals from Ceylon herbs. Last night she entered the room so quietly that not even the observant Ray, who is skeptical about the whole thing, noticed her. However, she did nothing, and the next day was as calm as possible, as if she had never planned anything. Iriel looked at her and reported that she was quite suspicious. She approached the saint again and said that everything was ready for the ritual, so he needed to accompany her, but he was very surprised, as it was supposed to start in the afternoon. But the maid insisted on it, as the boy still had a lot to prepare for the ritual, which surprised him a lot. Iriel also smiled and said that Ray must impress a lot of people. The ceremonial attire suits him so well, isn't it surprising? Now no one will be able to take their eyes off him. The maid apologized for being late, as she understood that everyone should have gotten ready by now. But Ray reassured her, as they weren't there yet. They were exactly where they were supposed to be, and inside the room that those doors separated, the Pope and the highest nobles were already waiting for the guy, so he himself began to worry. He had no other choice, so he opened the doors and decided that he would at least go in first. He started walking down the red carpet and caught the attention of everyone who came to watch the ceremony, so he was a little nervous, as he was not prepared for such popularity at that moment. People looked at him and were also shocked, as they could not understand how this child could become a saint. One of them was very nervous, but still understood that now was his chance, and he needed to act immediately. He and his companion approached Ray and bowed their heads in respect, after which they began the process of getting to know him. Ray was already excited, so the girl's hand separated him from the nobles. Iriel said he was very happy that they wanted to meet the saint, but it went against the etiquette of the previous ceremony, so after the ritual they would have the chance to congratulate him. One of them was very upset, but still they both understood that the girl really was at that moment. The maid also asked that they be more polite to the saint before the ritual, and that rude behavior should also be avoided. They apologized for this, and didn't understand why the young woman from the Belacroix family was wearing a maid's outfit. She walked right behind the guy and said she was going to take him somewhere, but he didn't understand why she should do that because they were already behind her. He had to remember to say a few words about how he was preparing to officially become a saint. But this really surprised him, because why hadn't the girl warned him about this before? Now he understood what she meant when she said she would have to impress a lot of people. They asked him to calm down and not worry, but just say how he feels now and be polite, and people will take it however they want, because they always do. Ray started to get very worried because he didn't know what he needed to say now. Iriel decided to cheer him up, so she clenched her fists and smiled, wishing the guy good luck. He was also very happy to hear that, so he smiled back at her, even though he was panicking. Meanwhile, before him stood a large number of people, one might say an entire army, who at that moment were waiting to see what the saint was going to say. He started to worry and didn't know what to say, because it was much easier to discuss it. But when there are so many people here, everything becomes completely different. Did everyone really come here for him? The maid invited the man to take something in his hand. Ray panicked and didn't understand what it was, but she assured him it was just a magical instrument. If he picked it up, his voice would sound much louder. But he said he didn't need anything, so he decided to do something like this with his hand, until the maid said that without it, people wouldn't hear. A second later, a bright explosion occurred in the sky that illuminated the entire kingdom. The maid didn't understand what it was because it was actually magic. Meanwhile, Ray began checking his own microphone and asking the nobles how they could hear him. They were shocked by this behavior, as they couldn't understand where his respect was. To think that God would choose someone so young and inexperienced as him to grant him divine power. He really doesn't know what to say, so he says what he feels. He said his name was Ray, and that he grew up as an ordinary little boy in a village near this city, but was later chosen as a saint. And he promised that before coming here, this promise was important to him. He wants to make sure that the Holy Kingdom leads this continent. So he asked the nobles for permission to make this declaration and make a promise to the people of this land. His name is Ray, and he swears that the sacred kingdom will be the strongest on this continent. He was sure that hearing something so bold from such a young boy might seem a little funny to some of them. However, it is true, so he opened his arms to show his superiority, surprising the maid. All the people were also shocked because they couldn't believe it. Ray reached out to his heart and said that for now they believe in him and support him. He will do his best to help them all, after which he sent a huge magic ball into the sky to shock the audience. People couldn't understand what it was. Was it really a meteorite? And how it could be, because this is the magic of the ninth circle, which only high magicians are capable of. After that, they realized that Ray was the high mage and began to welcome the new saint. When the show ended, he ordered the meteorite to disappear with a simple snap of his fingers. All the people rejoiced and continued to praise the new saint, and the boy himself was already very pleased, although he did not understand where he needed to go now. So the maid decided to help him and asked him to follow her. She also asked the future self not to make such loud speeches next time, as it was quite promising, but Ray was surprised by this as to why she was telling him about this only now. The sacred arch welcomed the new saint and shone, letting in the heavenly rays. The guy asked if they had finally reached the new location. Yes, that's why he needs to lie in a circle. The maid said that as soon as he felt he was spiritually prepared, he should ask God for a gift, which scared and surprised the boy a lot, making him nervous. He lay on this rock and didn't understand that he needed to speak. Then he closed his eyes and thought that maybe he should greet him first. So with his eyes closed, he began to greet him, but there was still no response. After a while, he opened his eyes and was very surprised as it seemed like something had just happened. He started getting hysterical, because it seemed like he had simply fallen asleep without knowing it. The so-called God didn't even show up, and his back was starting to hurt from lying on a hard surface after spending the last few days in a nice bed. Ray looked around and didn't understand where Euclid was now and why she wasn't beside him. But she stood on the other side with her eyes closed, which surprised the guy a lot because was she really by his side all this time? Then he thought maybe he should get up because of Euclid and not because his back hurt, but she walked up to him and asked if God had answered all his questions. Ray smiled and said that it was definitely God and that his voice would never leave his mind. She said this was quite impressive, as even Iriel enjoyed the entire day, which surprised the guy. The maid said he was indeed a saint, so he started laughing, saying there was nothing special about it. But still he wondered, should he tell her the truth? At night, conversations began, during which it was discussed that the appearance of the saint would greatly change all their plans. Their main enemy is the Holy Kingdom, so they should act more carefully and just wait for the right moment. However, when the time comes, they must ensure that the sacred kingdom falls no matter the cost. None of them understood whether Ray had already completed his ritual or not, but isn't that impressive? After all, the ceremony can begin right now, since Marcus Helord himself personally insisted on it. His son approached him and asked if his father really wanted to see him. He was visibly upset because he needed to have a very serious talk with his son, so he asked if he'd heard of the new saint who could summon meteorites. He simply had to win him over to his side. He patted him on the shoulder and said that now, this is definitely their chance that cannot be missed. After that, he approached him and said that they had already lost a saint. So if they could gain the favor of a new saint, that would be simply wonderful. In this way, they will be able to strengthen their family's influence in the sacred kingdom, which could not fail to please the eldest son of Marcus Helord, whose name is Barrett. Therefore, his father ordered him to ensure they would get along well during the banquet, and he was also to remember to treat him with the utmost respect, regardless of his true age. He once again emphasized this, ordering that special attention be paid to these factors so as not to become his personal enemy. After they parted, the boy smiled and told his father that he needn't worry so much. He had already heard that he was a simple village guy who had nothing of his own. It was already night outside, so he sat down and began to think about how he needed to overcome everything. Everyone in the castle was already walking around and discussing the new saint. Many people had passed on information about his strength and majesty to the masses, but is he really a simple person and not a saint? He's very lucky to have been chosen and rise so high. It's an incredible, life-changing opportunity. The nobles continued to laugh at this and asked if they should teach him some basic manners. Count Train seemed to have seen something and closed his eyes to get a better look and analyze the situation. He saw that same man and was very scared. Besides, his companion was no longer laughing at all. Barrett really started to worry because he had never appeared at banquets before. Why did he decide to do this now? It was the Duke of Trey named Zeke who came here looking not very happy. He looked quite excited and seemed to be searching for something as he looked around vigilantly while the rest of the people in the room greeted him. Barrett smiled, even though he was very worried, but he still started a conversation, saying that he couldn't even imagine that Treya's people would be here. But she looked at him with the coldest look possible, making it clear that she didn't have time for that, as she hadn't come here to admire Barrett. Upon hearing this, the girl started laughing and asked, who was he thinking of then? Her name is Marquesa Crelan. He came to see Ray, then asked if he had already been here or if he hadn't been yet. The Marchioness realized that he most likely hadn't met the saint yet. Barrett laughed and said he would be arriving soon, so it would be good to wait for him together. Zeke began to suspect that he might have something urgent to do because he left them in such a hurry, and Barrett simply continued trying to extract as much information as possible from her interlocutor's lips. And Zeke continued to yell and berate the guy because he was completely shameless, even though he wasn't here. The flowers still stood near his room, and Ray wondered if all of this was really made especially for him. This is very convenient, as it seems like everything was tailored to his tastes and preferences. But how did they know? The new uniform suits him perfectly. Ray didn't understand how she managed to determine his measurements so accurately, and the maid said she took the measurements on the day he arrived and sent them to the tailor, so she should have fitted him perfectly. He smiled. Because with enough practice, absolutely anyone can accurately determine the size. So when they met, he realized she was amazing, but she turned out to be even cooler than he expected. She showed absolutely no emotion and stood there without much interest or desire. But even so, after that, out of politeness, she thanked the boy and said she would take him to the banquet hall. Ray laughed and said he wouldn't refuse such a thing, but he still couldn't believe that the girl had absolutely no reaction to his statements and jokes. Many people were already gathered in the room and everyone was waiting for the event to begin, or rather, their most important guest. The nobles saw Ray and began to argue that he arrived much later than he had promised, so the girl began to calm him down, as perhaps he needed time to prepare. So she decided to lighten the mood a bit and asked if they'd heard what happened during the ritual. Yes, but not in detail. So Barrett told him that Ray had inspired everyone with his speech. But he still laughed, because he is nothing more than a simple person. After that sentence, he was a little scared, because the butler asked everyone present for a moment to pay attention, since a new saint had just arrived here. Ray looked like a true emperor and fully lived up to his image as a saint. A smile reigned on his face, and he was accompanied by an equally beautiful girl who seemed to be plotting something more. Everyone started to be surprised, as many of those present had not seen him yet, so they began to discuss among themselves that they imagined him completely differently. But such a small boy exuded a lot of confidence and calm. Barrett immediately ran up to him and said that he was the eldest son of Marcus Hellord. Then Ray smiled and said that he was very pleased to meet the members of the Hellord family, and it was also a great honor for him. The son was starting to get nervous, having not seen Ray make any mistakes. At that moment, Ray continued to stand confidently and introduce himself to all the guests present, continuing to say how honored he was by all of this. He began to panic, because at this rate all his plans could fall apart and he would have to suffer his father's punishment. So he started trying to take control of the situation because he had already heard that Ray was an ordinary man, so he needed to fight back to prove his worth. Ray replied that he was from a small village, located near the kingdom of Cilia. So Barrett stretched out his arms and assumed that in this case, Ray was participating in such a banquet for the first time. But still, he thought to himself that it would be unacceptable for a simple person to start participating in such events. He couldn't accept this, but Ray smiled and seemed to read his thoughts because he immediately replied that it was indeed his first time at such a celebration. As Barrett said, truly ordinary people cannot participate in such banquets. Saints are not commoners, so this does not apply to you. At such banquets, there is nothing any mediocrity can do. Yes, there are people like him everywhere. They can't accept the fact that others have something they don't, so they can't just watch silently and calmly from the sidelines and behave tactlessly, trying to interfere in other people's affairs. In fact, some people are simply worse than trash. Ray smiled again and said that Barrett seemed to genuinely believe that status determined a person's worth, but that was just common sense. What these people have in common is that they end up digging their own graves. Ray looked at him and said that he was not at all used to such a life, so it was difficult for him to understand them, but Barrett understood that it was better not to be rude and also said that he had already forgotten what they were talking about. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the guy began to be bombarded with questions he was not ready to hear, much less answer. But Barrett continued to stand her ground and said that Ray was a commoner in the past. So he took a sword out of his holster and decided to swing it hard. It seems like he decided to attack the guy. Ray was shocked, because this was his first banquet and he was already receiving similar behavior towards him. The ground near the arches began to shake, and an unpleasant sound of a sword whistling was heard throughout the area. Behind Barrett was Zeke, who came to this event for a reason, pointing his sword at the guy. Seeing this situation, Barrett became very scared and started screaming. He really started to panic. Ray wasn't ready to see this either, so he started yelling and scolding Zeke, asking why he was doing this. Isn't it dangerous? It's good that he stopped the sword with his mana, so Zeke decided to apologize for such an act. He apologized for making such a bad first impression on him, then he immediately fell to his knees and lowered his head, making the guy feel misunderstood. But Zeke just wanted him to know that he couldn't let that idiot humiliate the guy. Even though he knew it was rude, he couldn't hold back anymore. He looked at Ray and just kept asking for forgiveness, but he was shocked because he didn't understand what he was doing. His servant also asked Ray for the opportunity to add, since everything Barrett of the Marquis Hellord family said was blasphemy, so she also didn't understand how he could allow himself to make Ray look like a fool. Zeke seized the opportunity, saying they must destroy him and ensure the family was punished accordingly. Upon hearing this, he was very frightened, but they continued to discuss the matter, saying that this would serve as an excellent example to others. Ray agreed and asked Euclid to call Marquis Hellord. Then she quickly ran to carry out this instruction. But Iriella stopped her, saying that there was no need to rush anywhere since he was here, and saw everything alone from the second floor. The father started insulting his son, and he was shocked, and didn't know how to apologize properly. Therefore, he himself could not bear it and was the first to hit his son with his hand, calling him a complete idiot. He continued to beat him for several minutes, and he didn't stop insulting him either because he seemed to have forgotten his father's order. What right did he have to treat a saint like that? Everyone was shocked to see this photo where a father was beating his son for several minutes for such behavior, so no one even intervened. They just watched, thinking whether it was worth stopping him or not. The father began to fall openly to his knees, offering the deepest apologies, ordering his son to do the same, because all this happened because he raised him badly. He looked at Barris and continued to yell at him, ordering him to immediately apologize for his behavior, so he even started to stutter a little in fear. The maid and Zeke in the background were discussing this whole situation, and honestly didn't understand how he dared say such a thing in the presence of a saint, so Zeke also offered his help, saying that he could punish him appropriately. Ray was already irritated by this, so he asked everyone to stop cursing and calm down and started thinking about how he could stop this. He looked at his father, who was no less frightened, and then asked what would be the best punishment for his son. The Marquis gritted his teeth and became visibly nervous, and cold sweat began to run down his body. He said that Barris lost his mother very early, and that he should have raised him as a good father. He was upset because he didn't want him to have the same life as him, so he had to give him a good and flawless life, making it his personal promise. Therefore, he looked at the guy and said that if there was such an opportunity for him to forgive him for once for such unreasonable actions, in exchange for this, as expected, he would renounce his title and donate his fortune to the temple. But shouldn't punishment only affect the child? How can a father not correct his son's mistake? Ray was very surprised, because the father is actually going to give up the title now because of his son. He silently called Barris, who stood up in a panic and waited for what Ray would tell her. He continued to kneel in front of all the guests in the palace, so Ray asked if he realized his mistake. Barris agreed that he had indeed spoken blasphemous words to him, but Ray was very kind today. If a father were like his son, he would also punish Marquis Haylord for such behavior, but apparently he is a completely different person. That's not all. Barris's biggest mistake is that because of him, his father has to kneel in the presence of all the guests. Ray smiled and said that he was thinking about his punishment, but because of the sincerity of his father, who seems to love him very much, he will close his eyes for the first time and have mercy on him. Therefore, he made it clear that he no longer held a grudge against them and forgave them both, which greatly surprised the maid and Zeke, who seemed clearly shocked by this behavior. The Marquis began to have tears in his eyes. Then he began to ask if he was really ready to forgive them. Would he really not take any action? Ray started laughing, saying that all of this was on the condition that they actually donate money, as they themselves mentioned earlier. The Marquis began to apologize and say he would donate any amount needed, and Iriel watched the situation and laughed, for this is indeed a very light punishment for such sins. But still, she hoped he had thought about it and realized his mistakes. That night they approached Ray and asked if he really thought he was worth forgiving. Zeke said that if the saint gave an order, he would immediately take care of them. But he was already tired of these questions, because why was this blue-haired guy picking on him? Ray stopped and actually got a little aggressive. As he realized that the guy was following him practically the whole way, it's even strange that he himself didn't pay attention to it. He looked at Zeke and said that even in all this time he hadn't asked his name. Without hesitation, he also fell to his knees and said that he had committed a truly terrible sin and began to apologize. But Ray only wanted to know his name, so he introduced himself again, saying that his name was Trey C. Zeke, and he was from the Trey family. Ray looked at him and said that the maid also had Sai in her last name. But what does that mean? Sai is a title. People who have Sai in their name serve the saints, and this shows their devotion to them. But why is this so important to so many people? The guy smiled because he doesn't think all three families should serve him, and overall it seems pretty funny. She spoke seriously and reprimanded him, as this is a tradition they have followed since ancient times. Please don't feel overwhelmed by this. It's just God's will. So Zeke said that if Ray thinks 3 families are too much, then let him choose for himself, and he will do everything in his power. The maid was surprised and visibly irritated with him, so Ray calmed her down, saying that he wouldn't force anyone to leave and that there was no need to fight over it. He looked at them and asked, "What about the 3rd family, because now there are only 2? But the 3rd guarantees the safety of the Shadow Saint. His true identity is not even known to the Holy Realm, so they themselves don't even know who they are, which surprised the guy a lot. Besides, they know anyway that they are always there to protect him." Ray was very surprised at one point when something very strange passed before his eyes. He looked at the tree and didn't understand how this was possible. She was right. They really were there. So now that he knew of their existence, he could sense their mana and use it for his own purposes. He began counting them all in order as an X-ray formed in his eyes, which picked up these ultraviolet indicators. Ray started to scream because he counted 7 at once, but the maid simply stood there with a straight face, completely unsurprised. She asked Zeke if he felt anything, but he didn't feel anything either. At that moment, strange voices began to be heard coming from the tree, which were almost inaudible. A girl was sitting on him who, despite her young age, realized that Ray was actually a magician, which was very impressive. The next morning, the saint had many tasks, especially after such a difficult night where he made so many discoveries for himself. At the castle, the first work processes began with Miss Euclidwood, who greeted the employees. After that, she approached the picture with swords and thought about her past. She remembered how they yelled at her and ordered her to get up immediately because she is from the Belacroix family, so if she can't do that, then she definitely doesn't deserve to have the name Belacroix. The girl was still very young, so she asked her father for forgiveness for this, but he said that whoever would serve the saint could not be weak in any way. Then he ordered her to take the sword, because there has never been a case of 2 saints existing at the same time, since they already have a saint. Then there definitely shouldn't be any saints in this generation. However, to serve a saint who doesn't even exist, she has to suffer like this now? But years later, God answered his question by choosing another saint. But this process was interrupted by Ray, who forced the girl to open her eyes and come out of this state, calling his name. He asked if Iriel would indeed lead the upcoming ritual, but what did that mean? She was pleased because she had said more than once that the ceremony would be performed by a divinely beautiful woman. Euclidwood was serious, so she said that if Ray would allow it, she would explain everything to him, because except in special cases, only saints can enter the ceremony hall, so it has nothing to do with appearance. He was surprised, so he asked Ariel if this was really true. And did she really find it funny? They went for a walk in the forest, and he was very pleased to be gone for so long. As he didn't even know there was a forest here, it reminded him of the time when he would sit and study magic as a child. But the memories didn't last long, as Iriel reported that they had already arrived at the right place. Wait, there are knights here, but is there any need for such protection? Then this really is the place. Ray was very excited because he didn't understand where they had come from and why there were so many guards. Iriel showed him the steps that went high into the sky, saying that was where the entrance was. She looked at the guy and said they just needed to climb all the way up. Iriel smiled because this part of the ceremony is to show his respect for God, so he won't be able to use magic. What? That's really cruel. It really started to get dark outside very quickly. Ray was starting to suspect something, so he asked Iriel to stop and wait, mainly because he wanted to get some rest. What would he do without it? She smiled because they had just started their journey. Was he really tired so quickly? It seems someone here is having trouble with endurance. But he denied it, because all this was due to the fact that all night last night the guy walked around the kingdom talking to people the girl herself knows. Therefore, it is logical to guess that he no longer has the strength to continue walking so much, especially since he is not allowed to use magic, thanks to which there would be no problems in reaching the highest point of these steps. But she raised her hand and reminded him once again that she had already informed him that from now on they were not to use magic, and at the ceremony site it would also be unacceptable. She showed him the way and told him that he had to walk all this way alone, then let him follow the stars and thus reach the desired point. But she once again emphasized that magic should not be used under any circumstances. Ray looked at those steps and wanted to turn back, but the girl encouraged him and believed that he could do it. And he also understood that he had come far enough and could not give up so easily. After a while, he stopped and looked at the sky, and his face was sweating all over as the guy managed to overcome all this way. He was exhausted, so he collapsed to the ground to at least get some rest, and he also didn't understand what he was thinking, agreeing to this. After all, it took much longer than he expected. But his melancholy did not last long, as before him he saw a beautiful house, as he had initially assumed there would be a completely empty space. Without further hesitation, he walked in and opened the front doors, asking if anyone was here and saying that it looked like he would need to spend 7 days in this place. Ariel also said that he will need to show respect to God, but he doesn't even know what he needs to do, since the girl told him that she hasn't done anything all week. Ray smiled because he began to perceive this mission as a kind of vacation. So he went out to take a closer look at the house and realized that he would have a good rest there, especially since the week would pass very quickly. Only then did he not know about all the trials that were prepared for him and the harsh reality that he would have to face during his stay in this place. He picked the apple from the tree, happy that they were fresh enough. Immediately after that, he decided to eat them, since due to a long period of stress on the body, Ray became very hungry. He was very happy because thanks to these apples he was able to eat, but after a second his mood changed a lot. He started throwing them on the ground because of them he was poisoned, and that is very cruel. Ray started to panic and get angry because even to make fire he had to get a stick because he promised he wouldn't use mana, so he had to do everything with his own hands. But how can he survive here? Why didn't anyone tell him about this? Even cooking fish is difficult enough, isn't his suffering enough for them? At night he still managed to light a fire, but he continued to analyze their words, where they promised only a week and that everything would not last more than 7 days. But why has he been here for over a month? Ray was simply furious. It was very unpleasant for him to realize this. All he wanted was to at least find out what was going on here. He began to wave the fish and ask if they had really decided to make him a savage. Then he began to wave his arms and realized he no longer wanted to be a saint. But something stopped him. He was shocked because he didn't understand what kind of feeling that was. All this magic happening because he got angry? Ray waved his hands and became furious. The magical mana, which is given to all saints, began to flow through his body, thanks to which he lifted several meters above the ground. Finally, the process of his transformation began and divine power came to him. He started flying like a real superhero, but such happiness did not last long. Ray stopped and started to panic. Because where did his power go? It just disappeared. But what was he supposed to do then? Luckily, she appeared a few seconds later, making a joke with the guy. From now on, everything will be for real. Or not. His mana disappeared again, and his strength vanished. Then he began to get angry, not understanding what was happening at that moment. A second later, a huge wave of mana crashed down on him, completely piercing his body, and he finally began to feel it. But then he was lowered to the ground again and all the power disappeared, forcing the guy to stand in a daze. He didn't understand what was happening, so he wanted to know the answer to this question: why is God himself playing with him? A very bright glow of the sun appeared in the sky, which seemed to be the answer to his question. A moment later, a huge charge of magic formed again, which again flew towards the guy. He was already very angry because he didn't understand what these senseless actions were, since he had been here for a whole month and the power hadn't reached him. Therefore, he began to run away, asking God to leave all of this behind, since he no longer had any strength and there was no point in doing so, because mana appears and disappears. He was already panicking, but this was even more irritating, as he felt the air around him fill with divine power, and it instantly disappeared. He had never been so upset. What kind of mockery was this? Just as he thought of someone comforting him, Ariel appeared beside him, who seemed to have appeared here for a reason. Ray was happy, because even though the first person he met a month later was Ariel, he was still very happy, because maybe this just meant he could get out of here today. But that's what Ariel saw. She didn't understand what was happening to the guy and how she could help him. After all this, they had a conversation where the girl asked if Ray really claims he can use both magic and holy power. But he replied that he hadn't tried magic yet. He was also very surprised because what happened to her clothes. She replied that she felt a strong, divine power and ran to him in a hurry, also saying that the ritual was over. Ray looked at the girl and said he needed to clean her, which he actually did using magic. He smiled as it looked like he could still use it, which made both him and the girl very happy. He can use mana that floats in the air, so why can't he use divine power? Iriel said it was indeed a shame, but he remains the one God chose, and also an incredible wizard, so if anyone dares to say something to him, he can simply use magical power against them. Iriella seemed to have fallen in love as she continued to follow him, and perhaps it was because of the divine power, but the air around them became very pleasant, and even Ray began to smell delicious. This surprised him greatly because he didn't understand what she was talking about now. It's a warm scent that makes you want to be close to it. So Ray rolled his eyes and realized he needed to stay away from her for now until he learned to control his power. The servants also came to him in the forest to inform him that they wanted to congratulate him on acquiring strength. The guy was happy because he was happy to see Euclid and Zeke together, so he also thanked them for the visit. They said it was a great job, and as soon as they heard the news, they came immediately. Zeke insisted that Ray give him his backpack to carry, and Euclid insisted that she wanted to carry it and wouldn't mind if Ray gave her more tasks, so he was shocked, as he didn't understand what was wrong. They are not like that. He looked up at the sky and ordered them to stop as quickly as possible, as he wanted to return to his mansion and not waste time on such meaningless things. He looked at Zeke and asked why he constantly followed him, but he said that, as a member of 3 families, it was his duty to serve him anywhere and any time, so he would never change his principles and never harbor bad intentions. This was all really suspicious, so at the mansion, Ray continued to sit in his room at night and wonder when this would end. He looked at the pile of books and wanted to look at them all, because when he became a saint, he promised himself to make the great kingdom the greatest. So he began reading, and since he was now officially a saint, he needed to fulfill his promise. And first of all, he needed to learn more about the kingdom and its history, so to understand all these nuances, he had to turn to books for help. He was overjoyed because he discovered what could be done, because to lead the Holy Kingdom, he would create a completely new system. As soon as the sun rose, Ray called all the nobles of the Holy Kingdom to the mansion, criticized them for not working efficiently enough. Therefore, because of this, he proposed adjustments to agriculture, commerce, and trade. Among them was Mill's solar system, intended for the agricultural industry. Ray spoke with such confidence that he received enormous support from the nobles, so the first technology was approved very quickly. But Count Train was a little worried, so he turned to Ray, informing him that among the things written here, there are still incomprehensible points. For what does it mean to use priests as mercenaries? But he smiled and said that this is actually true. The whole point is to send priests as mercenaries. Was Ray really suggesting that he send his priests into battle? Yes, it's all absolutely true. At this time, the others also began to realize the whole situation, as the fall of the priests will lead to the fall of the nation. In addition, it will decrease the number of people striving to become priests. Ray reassured them because, of course, the priests wouldn't be on the front lines. They would all be at the rear of the battle. While the wounded at the front are taken to the priests, this way they have the opportunity to avoid casualties among themselves. But the nobles did not fully understand this, because in any case it is always very dangerous on the battlefield, especially if the enemies attack from all flanks. Ray understood this and fully agreed with them, because the battlefield is not really a safe place. But with a good strategy, all the priests will return alive to their families. Naturally, he won't send them into battle without a plan, so there will always be paladins near them. With this alignment, your priests will be completely safe. But there is one caveat. Using them as mercenaries is a completely different strategy. If they win without their intervention, that's good. But if they lose, you'll have to use them as backup. Seeing the wounded on the battlefield, as well as witnessing the action up close, must be a truly wonderful experience for the priests. However, the nobleman wasn't sure. Of course, they are indeed a necessary force in battle, but aren't there really other options, all for the sake of victory and money and glory? But Ray interrupted him and said that using priests as mercenaries isn't just about money and honor, but simply a nice bonus. He smiled and said that they would send priests to the battlefield, and in return they would receive power, although the interlocutors did not understand exactly what he meant when he said the word power. From the point of view of the people who need the help of the Holy Empire, they cannot do anything that might put them in danger, and as long as they occupy their troops, they can ask for compensation for the sacrifices made on our part. The interlocutor also thought about this, because it's true. They will have more opportunities to gain control once they start distributing their forces, but still, isn't it very dangerous? Iriel also chimed in, saying that despite the risk, she also thought it was a good idea. Then she raised her hand and said that she agreed with the saints' ideas because they are always great. However, she is also certain that the idea of hired priests will cause some backlash. Ray was a little worried, so he asked if this was true. Could they somehow gain the nobility's favor? But Iriel calmed him down, telling him there was no need to worry, as she would be happy to help him with that. She put her hand on the table and said there was no point in gaining favors. And all they need are the words, "Oh, the most beautiful girl in the Holy Empire, please help me, Lady Iriel." Ray smiled and laughed heartily, and also noted that Iriel's influence is very unusual, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all the high-ranking nobles are Iriel's supporters. He looked at her again and thought that if she really helped him in this situation, then it would be difficult for everyone to oppose her. This was the best way out, so he had no other ideas. In the meeting room, Ray said they were done for today, so if anyone has any other ideas about promoting the Holy Kingdom, feel free to share. Most agreed with him because they thought his ideas were very good. The Holy Empire slowly improved all its activities, but it was difficult to completely change the agricultural method, so they started with a small piece of land for experimentation purposes. And the public ended up not being at all against the use of priests as mercenaries, after having received the consent of the priests themselves. Many letters of help appeared, where people asked for help from hired priests, so thanks to this function, the Holy Kingdom was able to raise a lot of funds. Ray was happy because his ideas had really helped the Holy Kingdom improve its quality of life. But even if everything was more or less in order now, they would still need experts in various fields, and this would be a very difficult task to think about. Ray spent all his free time in the library looking for answers to his questions. The librarian also looked very tired, so the new visitor decided to cheer her up a little. She immediately stood up from her chair and was delighted because Lady Ekla had really returned so quickly. Yes, she said she had been away for a while. 3 whole months have passed since our last meeting. How time flies. It was very strange for her to see so many people in the library since it was usually empty, so she asked why there were so many people here. The librarian smiled and said that the saint had been visiting her for several days. Saint? Yes, it was him. Even at that moment, Ray was still sitting and reading the book. It seems like everyone fell in love with him, doesn't it? So the girl approached him and moved a chair close to his desk, which surprised him quite a bit as Ray wasn't planning on seeing anyone right now. She smiled and greeted him, asking if he really was the new saint. He nodded and asked what she wanted, and was also haunted by questions. Who is she, and why does she communicate with him as if he were a friend? She picked up one of those books and asked if they were all dedicated to medicine now, and if he had actually read them all. She started laughing openly at him, asking if he could actually remember any of it. He agreed. Of course it was a success to some extent. Ekla continued to laugh, so she asked the guy how to treat a cut from a rusty knife. Ray thought about it and said that she could prevent the symptoms of poisoning if she used sacred medicine, after which the wound would heal. She said it was right, but does he himself agree with that? Ray said no. Then she looked at him and asked what he would do to cure the patient. Ray said he would make an incision around the infected flesh, but why? The answer is simple, because everyone thinks that being cut by a rusty knife is equivalent to poisoning, but that cannot be said. No one will be poisoned by a rusty sword, but near the cut site, an infection can enter the cells. So, it is impossible to heal this perfectly using holy healing, so it would be much better to remove the infected area around the cut and heal the area itself. Ekla looked at him and asked what kind of cells he mentioned earlier. But Ray forgot that in this world, people still don't know about the body's cells. Then the girl looked at him and said that perhaps these cells he was talking about could not be cured with sacred medicine. But wouldn't it be too barbaric to cut off the affected area? Ray agreed with her, but said that this was the only correct way out of such a situation. Eklat leaned back in his chair because he realized that as long as they could cure the patient, the method itself wouldn't be that important. But Ray wouldn't say that. She put her other hand on the table and stood up, saying that she liked the guy, which shocked him greatly, as no one had ever allowed him to behave like that in Ray's presence. After that, she smiled and invited the boy to come to her laboratory, where they could discuss even more interesting points together. She also looked at the fallen book and apologized for not introducing herself. Her name is Eklat, and she had already started to announce her position, but Ray interrupted her. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could it really be Eklat? She's the administrator of the priests. So is she really the high priest? And although they had met for the first time, the girl heard about the guy before even arriving at the castle. So if he needed medical help, he could call any time. Although, to be honest, she didn't understand why a saint was studying useless medicine. Before him was a large number of different books, and all of this was in the girl's laboratory. Apparently, she is also studying medicine, although she says it is useless. Eklat still hoped it would help her cure a long-standing illness. Ray looked at her and said, "This is something innate, isn't it?" She felt very strange. It was a defensive reaction, because how could he not be surprised after seeing this? That's why he said she had this wound since birth. Ray asked if she was blind in one eye and if she could feel pain. Eklat replied that she felt no pain, but she still couldn't see. Ray noticed a large number of books on medicine, even more numerous than in the library. If she would mind if he looked at all this more closely. After that, she looked at him. These were symptoms visibly similar to cataracts. He said it was her, but in this world, people didn't know what it was. So Eklat got very scared and started asking Ray what it was. But he still wasn't completely sure, so he started asking if the girl could see in the dark. She replied that she could actually see a little better at night, so Ray was convinced that it was a cataract and was ready to explain everything to her. When she looks somewhere, the lens focuses the light, allowing us to see better. But in her case, the lens becomes very cloudy, and this disease is called cataract. She looked at him and asked if he was telling the truth. Then what should she do? If it's a disease, can't it be cured by healing? Maybe it's because the girl was born with cataracts, but what if the cure doesn't work? Ray looked at her and said that divine power removes disorders in the body and heals them. But what if divine power doesn't accept this as a violation? Perhaps that's why she can't heal. But this is a violation, because Eklat has only one eye that sees, that is, from other people's points of view. Maybe from the moment of birth, the body doesn't understand that something is wrong? In any case, the girl should have had her lens cleaned to cure the cataract, but she didn't understand how this could be done. Ray looked at her and told her she needed to cut out the problem area, but she still panicked because she didn't understand how in the world this could be done without precision tools. Eklat started yelling at him, because does he really mean she needs to cut out her eye? But Ray said that's just part of the surgical process. First of all, you need to get rid of the fogged lens and replace it with something else. Although he thought about it and decided it could simply be removed, why aren't there artificial lenses in this world? He went on to say that even if they get rid of the cataract, there is no point in doing so as it will not restore vision. Eklat smiled and tilted her head, saying that there was no need to worry about his incurable disease. She was sure that in a few years he would be able to find a way. These words hurt her deeply, because she had actually said just now that Ray wouldn't be able to handle this task. Even if this was another world, wouldn't he really be able to cure cataracts? He looked at Eklat and ordered her not to worry, as he would definitely help her. She liked this approach much better, so she smiled and looked at the new saint with pride. A second later, she started laughing really hard because she couldn't believe it. Then she started laughing at the guy and saying that he was really funny. Still, she told him she agreed to the treatment and invited him to follow her to show her something. This was her laboratory where she spent most of her time. She was founded by the Holy Kingdom so she could study medicine, so she told Ray to make herself at home and take whatever she wanted. His happiness knew no bounds, he couldn't believe it, but the girl said she was alone here anyway, so this was the least she could do for someone who was genuinely interested in medicine. Ray thanked him and began studying the girl's illness every day, almost without leaving the laboratory. A month later, he had several prepared test tubes on his shelves, which he tested. He picked one of them up and began examining the troll's blood. After contact with air, after a short period of time, the blood changes consistency. And as he said all this, she was already hard like a piece of jelly. But the blood of different monsters has its own characteristics. Does he really think it would be medically useful for them? Ray thought about it, because it seems like it would probably be a good match for them. He was a little scared, so he wanted to ask the girl if it was really impossible to mix the blood of different monsters with each other. She said that was true, because each monster has a different blood composition. But there is an exception. Unlike other species, in the case of orcs, due to their great adaptability, they can be mixed with other bloods. These words made the guy think, so he started thinking, what does good adaptability mean, and is it possible to test it somehow? It was already getting dark outside, and the whole kingdom was getting ready for bed. But the guy still continued walking through the forest in search of medicine. He was really very tired, so he began to wipe his forehead, deciding that was enough for today and that he should go to bed too. Something unique around him, but what was it? There was actually an orc and a troll beside him now, and they were both dead. What if they had just fought? It's like a gift from fate. He looked at the troll who was still alive. He noticed a large wound on his body and realized that he was now in shock because he was bleeding. However, it was surprising that he survived after fighting an orc that was twice his size. Now it was time to look at the orc who was exhausted. Ray immediately remembered the girl's words. Unlike other species, in the case of orcs, due to their high adaptability, they can be mixed with other bloods. He immediately stuck out his tongue and smiled, because this is actually a great chance to test all these hypotheses, so if he seizes the moment, he might just save him. The troll continued to lie and groan in helplessness. But he was a little surprised when Ray connected a blood transfusion machine to his veins. All this time, the guy was near him and noticed how the troll woke up and was very scared, so Ray tried to calm him down. But he immediately rushed to the attack, scaring the boy, who asked him just to stay in place and not move. So, to protect himself and save the blood transfusion machine, Ray used a numbing spell and stopped the monster in place. He waved his hands and asked him to calm down because he didn't want to hurt him. But on the contrary, he was trying to help him, since he had lost a lot of blood, so he transfused some of his blood into him. Orc. He woke up too quickly, so he never had time to finish. But Ray was even more surprised by the fact that the wound on his body began to shrink very quickly. He looked at the blood and didn't understand why it was like that. Had it just cleared up? Ray waved his hands and was very happy, because it was just perfect. If it worked here, now he will definitely be successful in public. Ray looked at this place and understood that this was exactly the place Eklat had told him about. When he transferred the blood of an orc into a troll, it became very pure and pliable for use, so he was very surprised, as he could not even imagine that such a wonderful result could be achieved. It occurred to him that thanks to this method, he would finally be able to create his own artificial lenses and cure Eklat. He was serious, so he understood that now he needed to get as much blood as possible from trolls and orcs first and foremost. Зрение, он задумался, где он может найти столько крови для своих исследований. Eklat decided she could solve this problem. So she said that not far from the laboratory there was an abandoned village, and near it, in the neighboring forests, there was a place where orcs and trolls were quite common. She looked quite scary, like in horror movies. Therefore, Ray immediately went there in search and became worried, as this village belonged to the village of Hegel. But the girl definitely did not lie when she said that the village was really abandoned. Suddenly, something fell with great force, making a very unpleasant sound, which scared the guy a lot. He turned his head and saw children there. But what were they doing in this abandoned city? Were they also abandoned and left here to die? Ray approached them and said hello, but the guy put his hand on the girl, making it clear that he would be ready to fight if she dared to attack. But Ray just offered them something to eat, giving them some meat. The guy was scared and worried, so Ray calmed him down, saying that the food is normal and not poisoned, so it is safe to eat. He smiled because he was satisfied that at least they trusted him. That's why he reached into his bag. because he understood that the only thing he could do now was to help them, at least by giving them a little more food. He looked at the children and offered them something else. After opening the bag, they were very shocked to see a huge amount of gold coins. Ray smiled and ordered them to spend the money on the road to Salonia, because there they would be able to support themselves and find food. But the children didn't understand why he was so kind to them. He laughed and said there was no reason for that, even though he was seeing them for the first time. The children didn't believe him, so he continued to reassure them, saying he really didn't need a reason. Just thinking about it. This happened as soon as he left the capital. He understood that the current laws didn't provide for this, so he would need to deal with it as soon as he arrived in the sacred realm. He looked at these ruins, saying that one day he would restore this place to its glory to make the Holy Kingdom a much better place. The next morning, we had to continue our journey. So Ray was up in the morning and went to a big cave. He was a little scared because he understood that it was very big, so maybe the orcs lived there. Therefore, you need to be as careful as possible and try not to wake them up. Ray got as close to him from behind as he could, but he was still a little nervous. He took out a syringe and apologized in advance to the troll, as he would need to steal something from him. He laughed and said he would just take some blood from him. After that, he came to a village where there seemed to be a large number of trolls in tents. They were very surprised by his appearance and began to grunt, not understanding what was happening. Ray approached them and asked them to do him a small favor. This made them very angry and surprised, as they were not used to seeing strangers in their land. Therefore, the strongest of them immediately rushed into battle, which made Ray laugh a lot, as they didn't want to listen to him at all. When he received no response, he waved his hand and immediately used a fighting technique to stop them. He pointed his finger at the opponent and said it was definitely him. Did he really not remember how Ray saved his life in the forest? Then he stopped and waved his hand, telling him to stop and listen to him. All Ray needs is to do him a favor, for which he will repay you well. After meeting them, it was time to go back. Ray walked and was happy holding the test tube in his hands, because thanks to the orcs, he was able to test some things today. But first, when he returns, he will need to use everything he collected. Suddenly, someone in front of him stepped towards him with their boot. This surprised Ray a lot, so he also stopped and asked, "Is it really you again?" The girl ran up to him and was crying, then grabbed the boy by his clothes and pointed in that direction. At that moment, his brother began to be beaten and thrown against the wall. It was the villain with the stick who took all his money and laughed and asked if he now understood why he had to politely return it when he asked. But the guy didn't give up and started yelling at him, ordering him to give the money back. Another villain's partner approached him and asked what this boy allows himself. Is it not enough for him? Therefore, he swung his bat and decided to hit him several times for daring to oppose him. Fortunately, Ray arrived in time to help, so he grabbed the baton and ordered an immediate stop, which surprised the thief. Therefore, the thief jumped away from him and turned his head in his direction, after which he decided to ask who he was. They started analyzing the guy and his appearance. Ray noticed his wallet with the money they stole from the guy, but he couldn't believe it one bit. But everything fell into place when the robbers drew their guns and surrounded Ray, as he had a large bag that they wanted to take for themselves, but they also asked him if he didn't think walking all the way here alone was a good decision. The principal began to laugh, saying that now he would teach him a lesson. At this moment, they also began to attack him from behind. Ray was absolutely calm, so he didn't even look in his direction and extended his hand, hitting the enemy and inviting the main one to attack. He was shocked by the guy's skill, as he didn't even understand how this was possible. But what exactly? Ray asked if he was really interested in how he knocked him out with one punch, so he smiled and said he wouldn't mind continuing. The robbers drew their weapons and rushed into battle, asking if he really thinks everything in life is so simple. A few seconds later, all the attackers were eliminated and lay unconscious on the ground. The children came together at this moment and hugged each other tightly. Ray smiled and looked at them, asking if everything was okay. He also apologized to them for what happened. Ray took the children with him and invited them to the sacred realm. But the maid was clearly against it, as she said that the mansion is a sacred place where only the saints, as well as their servants, can live, since they do not know who these children are, so they cannot let them enter. Is it really impossible to do this, even if the saint who lives here allows it? Can't there only be 2 children in such a large place? But Euclid said those are the rules. Ray was shocked, because he couldn't even think that there were such strict rules here. He didn't even know. But he looked at the boys and smiled, asking them not to worry, because if they couldn't live here, he could find another place to live. Do you like this? The children were shocked by such an act. Ray just came and bought them a house. But he was very surprised because he didn't even ask what their names were. So he looked at them and decided to ask, but the children shocked him because they didn't have names yet. This shocked him, so he looked at the guy first and started thinking of some interesting name for him. Ray remembered Christmas and laughed because he had just made a decision, so he said the girl would be called Mary and the boy would be called Chris, since they had a very good meaning for where he came from. The children were perplexed and said nothing, so Ray smiled and asked if they didn't like the names. No problem, he can come up with something else. But the guy put his hands on his sister's shoulders and said that wasn't true. He just didn't know what to say because he was so grateful to him. Ray was very pleased to realize that he was also able to help children. They ran to him and wanted to hug him tightly for what he did for them, thanking him for all of it. But there wasn't much time, so it was necessary to continue working on the mansion. Ray still sits there studying all the necessary materials because he needed to find a cure for cataracts. Eclat approached him and asked if he was still working on it. She didn't understand what he was going to do since he sits at work for days on end. But Ray asked her to wait, because he just wanted to help her. Finally, he managed to create an artificial lens, which began to magically glow blue. Eclat decided to find out exactly how Ray wants to help her, since he talked about healing her eye. Has he really abandoned that idea? He lifted his glasses and said that of course he knew how to help her. Then he showed her the test tube and said that thanks to this, he could cure her eye. But she was shocked by this, because did he really think that this would help? She looked at the guy and asked what it was and where he could find it. But the guy confidently told her it was troll blood. But after studying hundreds of books, she couldn't understand how the blood could become so pure. Then Ray explained to her that he simply mixed it with orc blood. As Eclat said, orcs are able to adapt to anything, unlike other species. Although Ray learned this by pure chance, although the orc's body can accept blood, during the purification process, it becomes pure. That's why he mixed the blood of an orc with that of a troll. This is incredible because they can produce clear blood that is still malleable to manipulation. She asked Ray again if this would really help her heal her eye, but he simply told her to trust him and said everything would be okay. Ray showed him the lens and told him he just had to put it in his eye to cure it. Eclat was shocked and started screaming because at first he said he was going to cut that cataract, but now he says he wants to pour that blood into her eye? So Ray looked at her and tried to reassure her because technically speaking, they cut out the parts of the lens that were affected, and then they replace what was cut. He looked at Eclat and understood that she most likely needed time to think about it, because after all, she couldn't even imagine that something like that could be possible. Then Ray looked at her and tried to convince her with his eyes of this decision. Then he bent down, making it clear that he respected her and was ready to help if she would let him. She was shocked and started screaming. Why doesn't he understand what it means for a saint to bow his head? Ray tried to convince her and said that he understood that it was difficult for him to believe, as it sounded somewhere between unreal and impossible, so he asked her to trust him, as he would do everything possible to cure her eye. Eclat was shocked because he spoke quite convincingly. She kept looking at the boy and felt the sincerity in every word of this child, who was really trying to help her and seemed very convincing. She felt sincerity in every word he said, even though she herself understood that it was madness. Therefore, she smiled and kindly agreed to it because this is already the last hope for her cure, so if there is even the slightest chance of success, then she will grab it. Shortly after, she was lying on the operating table, where Ray was preparing everything necessary for the operation. He decided to use mana to keep the girl's eyelids open the entire time. And by making an incision in the lens, he will remove all the affected areas, and then remove the entire affected area. He will replace it with a new artificial lens, but although the procedure is not at all complicated, there are still some nuances. At least there is no professional equipment here. But it is also not difficult for him to do everything manually. After all, don't forget who he is, because in a past life he was Park Yu-sung, a brilliant doctor of the world who was called the Hands of God. After some time, the girl began to open her eyes and come out of the anesthesia. Ray looked at her and asked how she was feeling, because her new eye looked really good. She began to feel very surprised because his gaze began to make itself felt. Eklat looked to the side, trying to examine the entire room he was in. She looked out the window and realized how much better she could see. She even had tears running down her face, which means the eye is functioning normally. Ray noticed this and smiled, asking how the girl was feeling. Was everything okay? He wondered how she was going through this whole healing process. She cried with happiness and smiled, saying that she was completely fine and that she could see very well. She couldn't believe it, so she asked him if this wasn't really a dream, but he just smiled. They looked out the window together and rejoiced at the pleasant view and the fact that they had succeeded after so much work. But not everything could stay so good for long, because someone was already running for help. A nobleman ran to the saint in panic and said that they now had an emergency situation. A huge army had gathered at the borders and was about to march towards the sacred kingdom. Ariel didn't understand what he was talking about, so she wanted to know more information. What kind of army, how many are there, and how far away are they located? But he bowed due to fatigue and said that for now this is all the information that has been reported to him, but it seems that they are not from any particular nation. Ariel was shocked, because it seemed like this army had been gathered by a necromancer and was heading straight for them. Not far from the kingdom, there were terrifying magical clouds moving towards the kingdom. Even a simple flower growing in the forest could no longer do that, for it was already destroyed by the monster with its metal leg, around which there was magic. A few seconds later, everything in the forest was covered in a fear-inspiring purple curtain. A terrible army of a necromancer was approaching the sacred kingdom, who gathered all his strongest fighters to enslave all the inhabitants of the kingdom. There was no time to hesitate, so a state of emergency was immediately declared. Tomorrow will finally be a day of holy war. Are all the preparations ready? With the paladins in the front, all the guards and knights will protect the rear. Many lives are at stake, so prepare yourself mentally before the battle. The knights began to discuss all this because they still can't believe that they are about to face the undead. What are you looking at? It's at times like these that I think of my family. Instead of praying to God, I thought my family should come first. I should have made the trip to see them before coming here. Indeed, praying to God was the last thing on my mind. I happened to hear this from the officers, but it seems the new saint is joining us in the fight. Really? You mean the one who can use Meteor? However, it will take 4 straight days to walk from Salonia to here. That's right. It seems it's a matter of holding the line until the saint arrives. The knights looked up and were startled, as they were obviously very worried about what was to come. Ariella was also going through a bad time, as she had very difficult times ahead of her. While she was thinking, someone entered her room to tell her that the Pope had ordered the saint to be sent to the border, and the order had been issued by the Pope himself. And to think that we would be facing such a force that the Pope would even order the saint to join the battle. They also told him that they had already ordered them, and yet it seems that it will take at least 4 or 5 days to arrive. But she can't believe it, because if that's the case, who travels alongside the saint? The boy informed her that the 3rd Paladin's Order and the Sacred Altar, along with the Royal Guard, are currently on their way to the border. Ariel was extremely surprised by this, since no one had told her about it, so these are all the troops they have? The guy just stood there in silence. Then the girl started screaming and getting angry, asking once again, "Has the Pope gone mad?" Her opponent is a necromancer from the age of sorcery, and she's sure he knows that's not enough to keep them away. Meanwhile, in the age of sorcery in the distant past, magic was the subject of research, and the entire continent flourished with innovations in magic. However, forces using dark magic put an end to this era, and the one who was considered the main cause of its downfall, the king of the dead, is the necromancer, so he managed to be revived. Meanwhile, the servant continued to tell the horrible news that they have to deal not only with external conflicts, but also with the coming rebellion, as they can see the mood of the people and are therefore unable to send a larger army. Ariel sums up with quiet sadness that the border is not so important to the Pope at this moment, and within her, Anger and resentment burn intensely towards the saint, whom the Pope is using as an expendable asset to maintain his power. Suddenly, the door opens with a wild scream from a temple servant, and it turns out that while Iriel was receiving one piece of information, another had already appeared, and now the enemy army is approaching much faster than expected. Iriel cringed in anger and despair. Suddenly, she abruptly leaves her place, and amidst the surprised cries of two servants, runs out of the room, unable to waste any more time on all this uselessly. Meanwhile, a bugle sounds in defense of the Empire, calling the soldiers to full readiness for battle, and one of the army commanders announces the approach of the enemy army and demands that they raise their weapons. At the command, arrows immediately flew into the air, cutting through the blue sky with a deadly cloud, and the enemy army, including skeletons, immediately felt the human weapons. The confrontation between the living and the undead heated up. Neither of them wanted to back down. The holy woman asked God for help, asking him to support the soldiers so that their bodies would become stronger and be able to withstand this battle. With shining hands holding the book, she spread God's grace to the soldiers around her, looking her enemies in the eye courageously. The soldiers immediately felt their bodies filled with divine power and rushed into battle with renewed vigor, hoping to finish everything before the reinforcement forces arrived. The squad commander immediately shouted to the soldiers not to relax because of this help, because the enemies are acting in various insidious methods, and most importantly, the strongest is still ahead. And his words were confirmed when the first white spirits with terrible smiles appeared, banshees and impenetrable black lats, dead knights. The commander shouted in horror at the soldiers to retreat and regroup before it was too late for them. But it was too late for him. One of the banshees was right in front of his face, extending its sharp claws towards him. Both the temple servants and the soldiers began to flee, unable to bear what was happening, but none of them managed to escape. And in the midst of these screams of pain and suffering, in a dark cloak that hid him from head to toe, was the necromancer, savoring every drop of blood spilled. He ordered his dead not to release a single living soul, and immediately the soldiers felt how the enemy army became stronger. And no matter how hard the surviving commander tried to help the soldiers by calling them back, he had a terrible thought. Were they really alone with the dead? The commander didn't have time to dodge the huge dead man's mace and prepared to say goodbye to his life. But in a split second, the situation changed, and a white flash saved him from horrible destruction. Rei appeared on the battlefield in his white robes unfolding, with such martial energy on his face that even the commander exhaled with joy and relief. Remembering how he ran to the army defending the Empire, Rei also recalled how the Pope ordered him to go to the border because of the Empire's plight. So now that all the soldiers were surprised to see the saint, Rei just activated his powers as he looked grimly ahead. Turning, he ordered those who remained in formation to divide the wounded among the priests to heal them as quickly as possible. But the soldiers and servants of the temple were not sure, because if they helped the wounded, fewer people would be able to defend themselves against the attack of the undead. Until they saw that the bones of the dead around Rei had already managed to melt like ice cream in the heat, and they praised the saint's strength with admiration. Rei just hummed as he faced the army of dead rushing towards him, led by the necromancer. Although his saint's powers helped a lot, due to the skeletons and other foul things being numerous, he decided to use his magic as well, sending a fireball forward. Explosions and bright flames filled the battlefield, burning everything in their path. And once the fire died down and the smoke cleared, only a figure with arms raised stood proudly alone, covered by a translucent purple shield. Without fear, Rei assumed it was the necromancer. The old man in the cape looked at the guy in shock, not understanding how he was able to use magic as a saint. The necromancer, with the rage inherent in working with the dead, began to cast another dark curse, not willing to give up so easily. With his command to reject the underworld's pleas and bring death to its knees, he summoned another endless army of undead and sent it into battle. The army knights once again moved behind Rei, looking at the new number of those who would have to fight, losing their lives. But the saint was with them for a reason. With a spell and the saint's power, he managed to get rid of all the summoned dead, causing the necromancer to take a step back in horror. The old man in the cape shouted that he would never give up and that no one would stop him, sending another deadly spell specifically at Rei. Once again, he was defeated with a wave of his hand. The sacred chains bound the necromancer before he could cast any more terrible spells. Rei's incredible strength, abilities, and combination of divine power and magic led the necromancer to a startling thought. He couldn't just be a saint. He must already be approaching the level of a god. The tearful knight, no longer afraid to approach the necromancer, bashed the thought out of his head with his fist. Looking sadly at the burning field, Rei realized the reason for his tears. Those people who had fallen in this battle were also dying and, unfortunately, falling under the power of the necromancer. And everyone they saw now in this horrible state used to be someone's murdered family. Rei berated himself for not coming sooner, so he did the only thing he could in this situation. Summoning the saint's chair, he laid the dead to rest, giving them a respite from oblivion. A cleansing rain covered the battlefield, covering the soldiers and priests who mourned the loss of their loved ones. Rei, scolding himself for his slowness, looked sternly at the kneeling necromancer, not forgetting the real culprit. But when asked if he felt guilty for what he had done, and if he was afraid of joining the dead he had once ruled, the necromancer laughed madly. Paying no further attention to the insane old man, Rei ordered him to be taken to the Holy Empire. Having done his business at this place, he hurried to help at the next point, for the war did not end here. Meanwhile, the dead terrorized another city where the saint was already waiting. And in that place, using her sacred power, the residents were protected by Iriel, supporting the soldiers. Divine power shone in her eyes as she stared at the next wave of approaching dead. Unfortunately, besides the undead, there was also an unknown army among them, so it was doubly difficult for them. A sudden sword strike caused an explosion that scattered a crowd of skeletons around him. Iriel looked in surprise, trying to figure out what it was, until, in answer to her unspoken question, the pink and purple-haired knights appeared before her, apologizing to the saint for their delay and saying that there was nothing to worry about now that they were here. Iriel, on the other hand, was even more worried, as Lord Zeke was supposed to be with Rei, and now he was without his support. When she learned that Lord Zeke had been ordered here by Rei himself, she couldn't believe her ears. The knight recalled the past when Rei had ordered him to stay in Salonia, as if he went after the saint. He would only cause him trouble instead of support. And when Lord Zeke took umbrage and still asked to go with him, worried about Rei, he offered to fight Rei one-on-one to prove he wouldn't get in the way. The man apologized for pulling his sword from its sheath and attacked Rei, not doubting his strength. Well, he should have doubted it, because the huge sword was capable of containing a small sword aura the size of a dagger. And now Zeke's sense of self-importance was hurt, because he couldn't imagine Rei's strength if he were able to deflect a blow with a small dagger. After explaining all this to Iriel, he justified his coming to her aid, leaving her amazed. Iriel, however, forgetting her image as a saint, looked anxiously at the sky, worrying about Rei, and even daring to call him an idiot, without understanding the real danger in front of the other knights. Rei, fortunately, couldn't hear such disbelief in his powers, at that moment running to another city full of already destroyed dead. There he was greeted by the crying child he saved earlier, holding his little sister in her arms. Rei took off his shoes, immediately running over to them and checking the girl's unconscious state. However, contrary to his hopes, he could not trace any pulse, breathing, or consciousness in poor Chris's body. The child snuggled closer to her sister, unable to let her go as Rei lamented that she was too weak even before what happened. With tears in her eyes, the child admitted that she had to protect her sister no matter what, not reacting when Rei blamed himself. After all, he shouldn't have brought them here, and apologizing for the pain he had caused her with that decision. Mary disagreed, continuing to sob and blaming only herself and her weakness. And as Rei rose above the broken child, his eyes fell upon a knight behind the children, clearly not missing from the Holy Empire soldiers. It must have been Mary defending herself and protecting her sister. Rei, looking calm and serious, ordered everyone who was hiding to come out into the light. Although it wasn't the first time, but just when he said who was where, the mysterious pursuers showed themselves, and their distinguishing feature was a bone mask on the lower half of their faces. Bowing in greeting, All members of the Dane family, the seven messengers, manifested themselves in the darkness of the night. One of the seven messengers came forward first, respectfully placing his hand on his chest. She also introduced the other six messengers, and each of them had a unique appearance and identical bone masks on their faces that hid their identities from prying eyes. They were given names that differed only in the first name, but the middle name was still Yong, which left Ray confused for a second. With his hands on his chest, he explained that he had summoned everyone because he wanted them to take care of Mary. Hong Yong, the first of the seven messengers, narrowed his eyes slightly to make sure she had heard correctly and that he was referring to the living child behind him. After hearing Ray's words about Mary's special abilities and the constitution of her body and spirit, the messenger confirmed that she was indeed capable of surviving where everyone else was already lying. Hong Yong opposed raising her as a murderer. Before he could clarify exactly what he wanted, Ray heard another messenger ask if he wanted them to train the child in special techniques, and Ray happily praised her for her guesses. Hong Yong refused again, as they had a main mission, which was to protect Ray, and they couldn't waste time on anything else. Furthermore, they needed to protect the identity of each of the seven messengers, and caring for the child entailed a high risk that they would be exposed in the future. All in all, the messengers refused until the end, when a desperate Ray mentioned that he could make an order. Seeing all seven people shudder at that word, the saint's eyes lit up and he seized the opportunity by simply issuing a thorough order. The messengers reluctantly had to obey the order. Ray also ordered them to take care of the girl's funeral, and Mary herself to listen carefully and train with the messengers, as they were trustworthy people. Having solved the problem here, Ray turned grimly and went to where his help was still needed. Meanwhile, things were not going well for Iriel, although the soldiers did not notice, continuing to receive the saint's blessing. Dressed in knight's armor, the woman commanded the knights and motivated them not to give up and achieve victory. As soon as the loud words were spoken, she exhaled heavily, covered in sweat, and the knight worried whether she was all right after using so much holy power. To distract her, Iriel asked to take control of the left flank and monitor her progress, which the girl immediately fell in love with. As she left, Iriel had a moment to realize that she couldn't go on like this. The battle was endless, and no matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be able to bless the knights indefinitely. Thinking this, the woman barely dodged the unexpected blow, miraculously jumping to the side. Holding her injured arm, she looked in disbelief at Duke Zahard, who had attacked her. Lord Zeke came to her defense and covered for her, clarifying if the saint was okay. Lord Zahard slung his one-handed weapon over his shoulder and greeted Iriel and Zeke sarcastically, not seeming upset or offended by the man's words about his betrayal of God. He mustered the courage to argue with a mad smile that the Holy Empire had no future because of its small size, unable to withstand the power of superhumans. Iriel was angered by his behavior to the point of gritting her teeth, but there was nothing she could do to restrain the swordmaster. She wasn't sure if she could fight him at full strength, and even Lord Zeke's presence wouldn't help. Suddenly, Lord Zahard suggested that each side retreat, and the saint wondered what their plan could be, for despite his recent doubts, the holy power was very motivating to the soldiers, and yet they would not be able to defeat the swordmaster. Gritting her teeth, Iriel mentally agreed that it wasn't a bad suggestion to pause and wait for reinforcements. When she voiced her thoughts aloud, Lord Zahard smiled in satisfaction and considered the decision a wise one. But just as he was about to leave, satisfied that he had achieved his goal, he was interrupted by someone's voice, and Iriel flinched, unable to control himself. Surrounded by holy magic, Ray approached them from behind, sternly wondering who this lord thought he was, daring to mess things up and flee the scene without being punished. Ray seemed almost insane, ready to defend what he held dear to the end, summoning all his power, both divine and various types of magic, against the flaming orb. Considering that the human body can only resist divine power, or only magic because in Saint's magic transforms into divine power, Lord Zahard could not take his eyes off the image before him now. Ray, placing his hands on his hips in a relaxed pose, asked if he had any last words before utter defeat. Looking for ways out of the situation, something occurred to the Lord, and he suggested to Ray a battle between the protected ones on each side. Zeke is quick to tell Ray not to get angry and accept the traitor's offer, as he might be up to something. But when has the Saint ever turned down a good battle? He canceled the fireball spell, and Zahard thought with glee and excitement that Ray was just an idiot who thought he was an idiot. Ray, in his usual manner, waved at his opponent without moving or drawing his weapon. Still thinking it was foolish, the Swordmaster calculated the Saint's weak points, feeling that he finally had a chance to deal with the threat. After all, even if Ray is an archmage capable of summoning a meteor, it doesn't make sense to him as long as he can't use magic. The boots squeaked under Zahard's sudden pull as he rose from the ground in seconds and took a wide swing, leaping into the air towards Ray. Still impassive, Ray summoned the aura sword in his hand, glowing with blue divine power. This was something the Lord was not prepared for, and as he faced Ray's sword with all his strength, he felt a recoil of terrible power. He was thrown back a few meters, almost dragged across the battlefield, and a small but noticeable crack formed in the powerful two-handed sword. A relaxed Ray stood before Zahard, almost provoking the same thoughts in the man that the necromancer had before. Who the hell was the guy who could summon meteorites, use divine energy, and create aura swords? Where did he come from? Zahard made another attempt, thrusting his sword into the Saint, gritting his teeth in anticipation. He tried his best until he found Ray acting strange, and the guy with the crazy smile was finally able to play to his full potential, having learned from Zahard all the previous moments in training and adopting his fighting style. So now he was already attacking Zahard, not giving him a moment's respite, as even his thoughts were racing. He had made a huge mistake. The Saint, in a devious move, deceived the Lord, and when he raised his sword to protect his neck, he cut off his leg, declaring that he would not give a second chance to men like the Lord. Zahard, feeling the wound, sensing Ray's speed and strength, and realizing that his fighting style was not only being copied but improved upon as he advanced, begged for mercy, kneeling down. The guy pointed his aura sword at Zahard and started interrogating him, saying that a swordsman like him would be ashamed to follow someone else's orders, so he was definitely acting on his own. The man who lowered his head suddenly stood up out of nowhere and tried to sneak attack, shouting that he only wanted to show the nobles in the shadows that even harsh methods like his could change the world. Of course, Ray dodged the blow and then made his sword disappear for a second. To Zahard's surprise, a second later, that moment was the last he ever saw in his life, with his head resting on the ground, separated from his body. Almost at the same time, in a quieter location, the commanders of the knights and mages of the various kingdoms heard the news of what had happened earlier on the battlefield, and were left in shock. The sight of a defeated, bound, and powerless necromancer who had managed to be captured alive left big question marks in their minds. A soldier from the Holy Empire's army smiled and thanked the people from other kingdoms who came to help, but said with a relieved expression that the necromancer had already been taken care of. The servant who ran to him caught the attention of everyone present, for he brought good news. The rebel forces had been practically defeated. Iriel was rubbing her tired wrists in the company of the unaffected Zeke and Feya, but as she looked around, she was pleased that they had cleared most of the area. The pink-haired Feya put a finger to her lips, wondering about Ray's origins, since he came here so easily and solved almost all of her problems on the battlefield, when Zeke wearily asked her to watch her tongue when speaking of the Saint. Everything was coming to an end when a purple glow appeared on the horizon and a terrible force pressed them to the ground as if it came from nowhere. Feya, Zeke, and Iriel were once again forced to prepare for battle, blown by the strong, icy wind. The brightness, intensifying with each passing second, made Iriel's eyes widen in horror. In front of them, the bone dragon appeared, wreathed in hellish purple flames. A clap of thunder signaled the arrival of a new demonic force, and Ray, who noticed this when he arrived at the mansion, realized with a sigh that it was time to return to the battlefield. The maid he had asked to take care of some things for him agreed, and said she would certainly pay special attention to the girl he had rescued. Upon hearing that the child would be in the care of the 7 messengers, the maid narrowed her eyes at the Danish family and was not happy about it. Things weren't going so well for Iriel and company, as the bone dragon had brought with it new problems, and now its huge wings and powerful strength were simply knocking the poor soldiers down. The saint crossed her arms and summoned her divine power, and once again shone with a warm golden light to aid the army and resist the generation of death. But contrary to their hard work, although some skeletons burned in the divine glow, there were still many crawling and trying to reach them from all sides. Feia wanted to take Saint away, but she didn't have time. Looking straight into the jaws of the monster towering above her, Saint froze in a strange frenzy. The bone dragon reflected in her eyes, and only then did she realize its hidden essence. It was not just a huge flying skeleton, but a true monster. The fear dragon. Her whole body stiffened, not allowing her head to move either. Iriel felt her consciousness floating, and fear made her heart beat so hard it was about to fly out of her chest, piercing her rib cage. Suddenly, Saint felt a small sense of relief, but it was only a matter of time before her vision returned, and she saw Feia and Zeke covering her back and taking the full force of the blow. None of them could move, but the cracking sound was getting closer to the night girl, and she froze now, not just from induced terror, but from actual fear as she couldn't move. And behind her, the skeleton was already trying to reach her. As she prepared for the worst, a sword blew off half of the skeleton's body. It was the work of Lord Zeke, who managed to overcome the monstrous force and began to move, returning to the battle. He didn't feel half his strength and doubted he would last long, but he needed to protect his partner and the saint, so he had no choice but to raise his sword and grip it tighter. Zeke fought like a wolf, with his last strength not falling to the skeletons or under the eyes of the terrifying demons. However, there were too many of them, and at one point a cracking sound meant a cloud of bones was coming towards him. They buried it beneath them, pressing down from above and blocking even the slightest sign of visibility. Feia asked the saint in panic what they could do, as she couldn't move. But if they didn't do anything, Zeke wouldn't last that long. No matter how hard Iriel tried, the divine energy would not leave her body, frozen with her. There was an explosion, and the skeletons scattered in different directions under Zeke's power, but he himself was in very bad shape, covered in wounds and scratches, breathing heavily. A tearful Feia asked if he was okay, but since she couldn't move to see for herself, Zeke risked misleading her by claiming she was overreacting. He himself, feeling tired for the first time as a swordmaster, still unable to balance himself, walked up to the dragon, leaning on his sword. Unable to stand still, seeing that the dragon only inspires fear but does not approach on its own, the Lord makes a serious decision. He must attack this monster. Not for nothing has he trained for so long. He fights back as best he can, but even though he's been called a genius in swordsmanship since he received the title of swordmaster at a young age, he's unable to deal with the undead army alone. Having been gravely injured, one of his last thoughts was to regret that it was he and not someone stronger who could handle this dragon and not put the saint in danger. It was then that Ray's calm voice reached him, surrounding him with divine power and ensuring that Zeke held out well until his arrival. Reaching out and muttering a cleansing spell, Ray destroyed the skeletons trying to reach the kneeling Lord. Now they were one-on-one, the holy genie's lightning bolt against the bone dragon of fear, nearly the battle of the century. Standing in front of the dragon, Ray remembered reading articles about dark magic, which spoke of a great weapon that neutralized all magic below the seventh circle, a great undead weapon that not even an aura sword could touch. The saint began to use holy magic, thinking with his mind that since such a demon appeared here, it means that somewhere nearby there must be another necromancer, but he will only be able to get to him after dealing with the dragon. When the dragon was completely hidden in the blue glow of divine healing, Feia and Iriel, having been able to move, marveled that it only took one spell from Ray to kill the great fear dragon. However, suddenly, their joy was premature. A violet light shining from the empty eye sockets destroyed Ray's magic, and the dragon opened its mouth. Zeke shouted for the saint to be careful because the dragon was gathering its breath for a deadly attack. A beam of destructive force pierced through space and rushed towards the battlefield faster than the speed of sound. Ray, in his typical fashion, was surprised to see that the creature was so powerful that even its magic shield was broken. Ignoring the shocked people behind him, Ray cast one healing spell after another, causing the bone dragon to literally float in his magic. Finally, a massive amount of blue magic collapsed, destroying the dragon and leaving only a trail in the air behind it, but even after that, Ray could not sense the necromancer. And from behind, Iriel had already reached Zeke, treating him with her magic. However, even after that, the Lord did not awaken, and his wounds were still covered in demonic energy, so dense that Iriel's divine power could do nothing to stop them. Behind, already understanding where this was going, Ray approached, creating strong scissors with his magic, and preventing Iriel from useless attempts. Seeing these wounds and knowing a lot about medicine, the guy was surprised to see that Zeke was still alive. Taking off his shirt, Ray promised he would do everything he could to save the Lord. Ray cleansed his hands with a spell, and though they were in the worst place to perform such an operation, he ordered Iriel to ensure that no miasma or demonic energy touched them from the outside. Faya, seeing the knife in Zeke's stomach, screamed in fear, but Iriel silenced her. Placing his hands on the man's chest, the saint decided to first cleanse him of at least some of the demonic energy and barely resisted a cry of pain. Sweating diligently, concentrating all the demonic energy in Zeke's body into his left hand, Ray regained his strength and began cleaning the wound before the operation. Having created an incredibly thin thread of divine magic, the guy now needed to connect the arteries to ensure the correct flow of blood in the body. Ray's hand turned black, but now was not the time to hesitate, even though Zeke already looked better. But Iriel, watching what Ray was doing, had mixed feelings. On the one hand, she was ashamed that she didn't fully trust Ray and his methods, and that by stopping Faya, she had restrained herself first. On the other hand, she could feel with every cell in her body that Zeke was improving, and this made her even more ashamed. Furthermore, she noticed the saint's blackened hand and was now worried about him as well. As soon as the last stitch was made, Ray fell unconscious. Iriel immediately ran towards him and stretched out her hands, wanting to heal his blackened hand. However, no matter how hard she tried, the saint couldn't do anything and almost cried helplessly, realizing that she needed an expert on the subject who could give Ray special treatment. As if in answer to his thoughts, one of the 7 messengers with the familiar bone mask appeared from around the corner, unnoticed as always. She ordered her colleague to take the saint away with a heavy sigh. As Ray hung his head on the messenger's back, Hong Yong informed Iriel that they were taking the saint with them to Salonia to give him proper care, and expressed hope that Iriel would also arrive for the same purpose. Iriel agreed to go to the saint's estate, but first she had to deal with the remaining business, worried as she was about Ray. A man in a surgical gown woke up when he was called several times to go to the operating room by a colleague. He provided his medical history to another doctor and confirmed that he clearly remembers that heart surgery is scheduled. Upon entering the room, he feels some kind of blockage. Something makes him uneasy when he looks at the patient with the oxygen mask, reminding him of someone he knows. He struggles to come to his senses, asks for a scalpel, but in response, the other doctors turn on him, their hands beginning to glow with a soft green light, and they themselves are wondering why a scalpel is needed when magic can be used. And at this moment, Ray jumps in bed in horror, waking up from a strange dream. The bright sun shines on him through a familiar window, and he realizes he is in his quarters, so the first thought that comes to mind is the thought of the servants. Both maids are already in their places, and while dark-haired Euclid looks stern, little Mary does not hesitate to cry and rejoice openly at the saint's return. After stroking the girl's head, Ray receives a question from the second maid, who does not hesitate to say that it was a foolish and insane act. Saint joked with the girl that she must be very worried about him, but the maid joked, defending that she just wanted to keep her job. As Ray remembered Zeke and Euclid grimly listed his horrible crimes, such as not taking care of Saint and even sleeping soundly now, Ray ran his gaze over his still dark hand. He looked at it with surprise and disgust, not understanding how he could still move his fingers, even though he still remembered the excruciating pain during Zeke's treatment. The maid told him that he had been healed by the saint and the high priest, at which Rei fell out again. Although Rei had just woken up, the first thing he did was not be fed. Instead, he was taken to the basement where, on a tall, square stand with a white cloth, was an object that emitted a frightening amount of demonic energy. The evil heart of a bone dragon, left in the exact spot where the dragon was defeated. Rei wondered why the hell he had brought that thing, and the maid told him that he should go to the auditorium and explain himself to the nobles who couldn't believe that the dragon had actually been destroyed. Rei's thoughts and mood were far from optimistic, so ordering the maid to muster up courage and follow him, he went with a warlike attitude to where he was invited. The classroom was filled with nobles, and the high priest, upon receiving word that King was present, asked everyone present to quiet down before the meeting. The representative of the kingdom of Veyborn questioned the fact that the saint not only defeated the dragon, but also used magic, something saints normally cannot do. Finally, Rei, dressed in the white robe of a priest, entered the hall and, right at the entrance, demanded that the questions be asked immediately and directly, and promised to answer. Marquis Philia of the kingdom of Glamon clarified whether Rei used magic to defeat the necromancer alone. Rei answered a simple yes, without further explanation, and simply demanded to move on to the next questions as quickly as possible. Now the representative of the Reincarnated Empire was offended, ordering him to provide some sort of confirmation of his words. The man disrespectfully said that they had come to the Holy Empire to avoid the terrible threat that loomed over the entire continent, so they had every right to be outraged and demand any proof. The princess of the Reincarnated Empire also intervened, claiming that even a captured necromancer was not a valid argument until they saw Rei's powers with their own eyes. The high priest immediately realized that they were now trying to test the waters and see if Rei was considered a threat to them, and if they should team up against him this time, since he had defeated the necromancer single-handedly. With a mischievous smile, Ekle looked at the boy, waiting for the show. Tired of all this, Rei did not disappoint him and asked his attackers directly if there was any difference in how exactly he defeated the necromancer. After another disdainful look from the Reincarnated Empire representative, Rei stepped forward, maliciously repeating his words about the test. And instead of answering, he materialized an aura sword, almost placing it at that man's throat, still wondering if the evidence was enough now. The princess, just as disdainfully as the man, asked if Rei's action was an official statement from the Holy Empire against the Reincarnated Empire. Completely exasperated by this, Rei called his maid over and took the package from her hands, pulling out a bone dragon heart, which immediately began to emit dark energy. He handed it to the princess, and she had no choice but to touch the heart with her finger. The brutal, demonic energy trapped the girl, and she couldn't even pull her hand away in horror. She couldn't even utter a word. Rei, on the other hand, brought his heart back closer to himself and loudly stated that the Holy Empire had enough strength to defeat even a bone dragon. Now it was Rei's turn to ask questions, and he immediately asked with a murderous expression on his face whether he should consider the Reincarnated Empire's actions as an official statement towards the Holy Empire. The surprised representatives were forced to apologize in their official names. The saint clicked his tongue unhappily, not hesitating to express what he thought of the intolerance of some nobles. As soon as the high priest agreed to Rei's request to return to his room, the boy left the classroom, hearing Ekle ask if anyone else had any questions. After a while, Rei wondered if he should visit Lord Zeke and check on his injuries. The maid immediately lectured him on how a saint should behave and how he should not distance himself from other people in different circles. Euclid also clarified that there was a waiting list to meet the saint, causing Rei to stop in surprise. And the fact is that as soon as he left the classroom, the high priest was bombarded with questions from all sides, mainly about Rei's current level, to which Euclid had to say that not even the Holy Empire knew the answer. However, she assumed her own estimation of the saint was at the level of an 8th or even higher circle of magic. The powers that be were as shocked as could be, as even the imperial mages of all nations stopped at the 6th circle, not to mention the common citizens. The princess of the Reincarnated Empire, who had attacked Rei earlier, was the first to get her bearings and immediately requested permission from the Holy Empire to stay here for a while longer. Ekle agreed to accept representatives from all the other empires as well, and could only empathize with the amount of work the guy would have to do. When Ray learned of this situation from the maid, he couldn't help but groan in disappointment. Even though the Rajyan Empire was the first to send him an invitation for a meeting, the saint ordered to cancel everything he had planned and decided to go to Zeke's house. The carriage took them to the Lord's estate quite quickly. Ray's hand remained dark, having failed to recover from the damage from the demonic energy, but he didn't care much about that. Stepping outside for some fresh air, the saint marveled at how much this grand estate reminded him of Zeke's, and Euclid confirmed that the Lord himself had designed the exterior. A maid from Zeke's palace reported that the master was in his room and offered to follow her, while Ray wondered why Zeke hadn't stayed at Salonia Palace to recover. To which he received a disgruntled reply from his maid that it was Zeke who first took care of the saint, and did not let anyone, not even Euclid itself, near his idol and savior. After the woman's words that such behavior, though kind, was not necessary, Ray discerned between her words her hatred for the knight, though she denied it. Swinging open the door to Zeke's room, Ray and the maid who follows him greet the man. Zeke jumped right there, looking in surprise at the saint he was so worried about. He immediately jumped out of bed and ripped off his shirt as soon as Ray told him he had come to check on his patient. What happened next was a real spectacle, with Ray marveling at the rapid healing of Zeke's wounds, the knight himself thanking the saint's power for it, and Euclid demanding that Zeke stop showing his exposed skin to the saint and finally cover himself. Zeke scolded the woman and suggested that she not come to him anymore since she was too busy, while Euclid explained with a furious look that she was following the saint, not choosing where she wanted to go. After Ray's cry, the woman immediately apologized, and the Lord quickly retracted his words and assured her of eternal peace and kindness. In fact, besides the main purpose, Ray also had a hidden purpose, so after checking Zeke's injuries, the guy ordered the 7 messengers to come out of the shadows. Hongyong was the first to appear, already stressed enough by this that Zeke hadn't noticed his presence before. But when he was prevented from raising his sword against the assassin by another of the messengers, the man was horrified to realize that he had not only felt it from afar, but also from close by. Euclid, despite disliking Zeke, recognized his abilities, so she stepped forward to defend the saint when she too was replaced. Ray clapped his hands and tried to break up the mess, and the 7 messengers lined up behind him in an obedient row as he introduced them. The knight and the maid stood in silent shock. One of the 7 messengers wondered why they had been summoned to appear now if they were not allowed to show themselves in front of other people and there were strangers in the room. Ray paused significantly and first said that it was an order and they could not disobey it, and then said that from now on they would all dine together, shocking not only the messengers, but also the knight and the maid, who were still in shock from the first time. Meanwhile, deep within some castle, a conspiracy continued to brew, where 2 hooded figures resented the failure of their plan with the bone dragon. While the blue cloak suggested the destruction of the empire, the red cloak said to start by removing the saint from their path, for example, by sending him away from the Holy Empire to other kingdoms. Using his magic to grill the meat and thread it onto the aura sword like a regular skewer, Ray gave everyone here a look of shock and regret. With his usual gesticulating smile, Saint, when asked why we were having dinner together, replied that he only hoped to improve understanding and work between the 3 families, since they would have to cooperate anyway. Encouraging everyone to eat, Ray made sure the 7 messengers took off their bone masks for the first time in a long time, though they looked confused as they did so. Hongyong, who followed the others' example, obediently lowered her head, interpreting this as an unavoidable order, but the man immediately explained to her that he did not want to gain their cooperation through violence. Lord Zeke was the first to speak, stating that the Trey family would cooperate. A somber Euclid asked if he realized this meant breaking family tradition, to which Zeke merely waved it off, as his family's purpose was to protect the saint, so there was no issue with his choice of methods. With glances consulted among themselves, the 7 of the Danish family raised their hands and swore to cooperate. Seeing that things were going better than she expected, Euclid had no choice but to follow through with her actions, and promised the Belacqua family's cooperation. However, she didn't stop there and said that although the Belacqua family's mission was to seek information for the saint, there was also a parallel mission no less important, to stay by the saint's side until the end, through marriage. Everyone's faces were inexpressibly dumbfounded at this moment, but Ray took the top spot as the main topic of conversation. The thoughts of what Euclid had said did not leave the poor boy the next day as he sat in the throne room beside Iriel. Everyone was so surprised yesterday that the woman was quick to confess that she didn't want to say such a thing because marriage was just a way to fulfill her mission with dignity, and that she hadn't yet thought of such a thing with Rayo. However, the look of fear in her eyes and her sly clarification that it was only for now kept him alert as he got to work. Coming to bow to the saints, the Rhesian Empire's own representative, Lord Gregory, once again apologized for his rudeness in the classroom some time ago and brought a box of gifts to make amends. As soon as she opened the box, Iriel jumped out of her chair upon seeing a jewel and explained to the confused Ray that it was a great craftswoman who lived several thousand years ago and created masterpieces. Furthermore, although there was only one earring, legends say that magic could be used to find the second earring, so it was an extremely valuable gift. Lord Gregory assured that this legendary treasure only confirmed his sincere intentions. Placing the earring in his ears, with a smile that shone like the jewels, Ray suggested that the Lord leave as quickly as possible, as the next nobles were waiting in the hallway to bow. Yu, however, managed to get another moment of the guy's attention and invited Ray to make a diplomatic visit to the Rhesian Empire. Ray's mind immediately spun with 100 thoughts about how majestic the Rhesian Empire was, what resources it had, and how different people's treatment methods might be because of it. The aristocrat, noticing his consideration, immediately began to pour honey into his ears, first praising him for the greatness of Ray's deeds in the territory of the Holy Empire, and then suggesting that they cooperate in organizing business with the Rhesian Empire. Their plans were simple. It was not so much business and money that mattered, but the power of the saint, which had never been seen before. But the impressed Ray warmly thanked him for the offer, but declined, saying he already had enough to do at his home, the Holy Empire. He even shouted these words louder so that the line of nobles outside the door could hear his intentions as well. Lord Gregory had to accept his defeat and gave up, asking only that Ray not forget his invitation to visit the Rhesian Empire. Euclid, behind Ray's throne, asked if he was truly thinking of the Holy Empire's interests, and Ray confirmed that he was telling the truth. The boy also asked to gather all the aristocrats who were still around in the hall to announce some very important news. And leaning towards Iriel, he asked for her help as well, but she, in her typical fashion, chose to hear the information first before giving her consent. With a slight smile rising from his throne, Ray spoke words that might shock. He wanted to open an entire academy for doctors to teach local healers how to treat people with their techniques. He reminded her of the condition Zeke was in days ago, and that it wasn't holy power that saved him, but Ray's medical skills, and explained that he wanted to make it possible for ordinary people to help the wounded. Iriel breathed a sigh of relief, agreeing to help since it was such a noble cause. However, she doubted her help would be needed, as Ray was a true hero to the entire holy nation. As Ray had planned, there was an uproar in the hall when the aristocrats learned of his plans to found a medical academy. But with Iriel's encouragement and his knowledge of political games, it was decided to create an academy not only for medicine, but also for magic, which pleased most of the aristocrats. And that's why Ray finally received the title of professor at the academy. Ray felt very comfortable in his role as a teacher, and his enthusiasm was contagious to everyone around him. He was surprised to see more people attending his first lecture on magic than he expected. It was because not only the students but also the teachers jumped in and decided to attend the class of the saint who had such a high level of magic. Furthermore, rumors of a strong and handsome lord were spreading among the students at an incredible rate, and given the eighth circle and mastery of two powers at the same time, it should go without saying that the hall was full. The academy was now filled with noble families of various statuses. Tapping chalk on the blackboard to get attention, the guy finally started the first lecture by asking the audience what an expression of magic was. One of the students answered correctly: magic conversion, proper spell casting, and proper spell redirection, for which he received praise. But beyond that, Ray had the idea of conveying that there are other ways to create magic, taking fire spells as an example. After writing his scheme on the blackboard, the saint was able to explain in simple words how to make any spell easier and more accessible to any magician, and offered to practice it right in class. One of the professors, who was present as a supervisor, looked with astonishment at the way the theoretical class was being converted into practice and was a little suspicious of Ray's skill in this scheme, although he admitted that he was right. Suddenly, the same student who had successfully answered the previous question shouted with joy that the method worked as a drop of water appeared in his hands without much effort. He was the first, but not the last, to understand the pattern and match the spell, and Ray watched their reactions with pride. The saint's thoughts were on the next medical class, from which he expected nothing worse, when he was interrupted by the professors who were attending the lecture as students. Jumping around him with joy, they showered him with praise and even asked the name of this ingenious theory, which was to be presented to the Association of Magicians. Shrugging awkwardly, Ray calls it the atomic theory. Sometime later, in a completely different place, the students couldn't contain their screams of excitement, looking at the bright blue glow in one of the classrooms. And the whole point is that the professor, previously amazed at Ray's methods, having created in his head the scheme that the saint had voiced in his free time, not only managed to succeed in casting spells, he advanced to the fifth circle of magic after years of stagnation. Then, while Ray was still sleeping sweetly on his pillow, he heard loud screams, banging, and noises that shouldn't have happened so soon. Barely getting out of bed, he opened the door, begging for the door to stop slamming in his room, and without realizing what was happening. And across the room was a crowd of students, sobbing at the prospect, begging for another lecture, and even signing a petition to make the magic lectures a permanent thing. Enraged at being torn from sleep by such a cause, Ray cast a bunch of spells in the room to ensure that the door wouldn't definitely be broken down with his enthusiasm for the students, and also so that he wouldn't be disturbed by that scream. Unfortunately, he had to compromise with all these people and increase the number of magic lectures to 2 per week, which made him regret doing so, because he had imagined it differently. Meanwhile, away from all the noise, a blonde girl read the elven village's request to move. The white-haired elf agreed, but asked that the paperwork be done by the end of next week, putting aside the tea and checking the order. Her companion was surprised by such speed, but Lord Era explained that she had plans to travel somewhere soon, so she didn't want to delay her. The elf immediately realized what she was talking about, and asked Era to tell Ray that she was also living well, making her blush slightly. The vehement denial didn't help, as Era was indeed heading to the Holy Empire, so the pause was awkward for the elf. Looking up at the sky with a warm smile, she remembered the guy she hadn't seen in 6 months, which wasn't a long time for an elf, but a strange melancholy settled in her chest. At the academy, however, things were much more active, as Ray had brought in a professor who had advanced in magic the other day to assist in another class. The students' laughter was quickly interrupted by Professor Clarice's threatening look. Ray once again adopted a serious expression, which combined with the glasses on his face and the academy uniform gave him the appearance of a proper teacher, and ordered the start of the second lecture. Ray didn't use very complicated examples, preferring to show everything in practice, so he asked Professor Clarice, who was helping him, to demonstrate the air-cutting spell. Doubt was written on the faces of the teacher and students, but Ray remained steadfast. He offered to use the spell, aiming not at himself but at the board behind him, to calm everyone present at least a little, and through gritted teeth the professor agreed. Sending the spell forward, the wind was ready to cut through everything in its path, but Ray used his favorite word and canceled the spell faster than it was created. He explained to the students that due to the scheme of magic, since both types of magic come from the same place, mana, even if a spell was created, it could still be canceled, and his words caused a real wave of disbelief from the students. Briefly summarizing that this was his entire portion of the lecture, He told everyone to split into pairs and practice stopping someone else's spell, to which they logically said that it was impossible for them since they weren't Rei. With the fervor with which soldiers in war are usually supported, Rei shouted that magic is essentially something that defies logic, so they should never stop accepting and believing in new ideas. The students were incredibly excited and motivated to at least try to practice, and that was all Rei needed, so he quickly left the lecture, wishing them good luck. Standing up, the tired boy was glad he had had time to prepare everything he needed for his upcoming medical classes. He was nervous that these lectures would be unpopular compared to fencing and magic when an incident caught his attention. A girl was being surrounded by 3 guys, and one of them was particularly huge. In the company of his friends, he was clearly trying to declare his love for her or something, but the girl didn't seem satisfied. Rei felt it was his duty to step up and intervene in the conversation to defend the student. The big guy immediately started making excuses that he didn't mean to intimidate her. But after the girl admitted that she was just scared by his size and that guys that big weren't her type, now Rei had to be rescued because the big guy had somehow implicated him as the main culprit. He said so much nonsense that Rei couldn't tell if it was a compliment or an attempted insult. The big man, encouraged by the beauty's words that Rei was indeed her type, immediately drew his sword and threw the glove at Rei, challenging him to a duel. He loudly shouted his name and his achievements, such as exam scores and fighting skill, but it was obvious that he simply didn't recognize the teacher who taught mages. He paid for it when Rei hit him in the head with a stick, not even using his powers to calm the angry boy. Rei tossed the stick aside and snorted almost contemptuously, treating it like the squeak of a mosquito in his ear. And what was his surprise when the crowd around him broke out in applause and praise, almost calling him a hero. After responding to the student's sincere and shy thanks, Rei suddenly smelled the familiar scent of alcohol and at first complained about the perfume. The girl, however, admitted that she had been making potions recently as she planned to give medical lectures, since even people like her were allowed in. Rei, hiding behind a mask of cordial calm, inwardly shouted with joy, now believing that his lectures had gained at least 1 student. The girl asked to be called Gria, and even compared Rei's presentation to the name of the professor who would be giving the lecture. But it was the friend who clarified the situation until the end, running to the student and asking what she was talking about with the teacher. Looking at Gria, blushing and nervous, her friend elbowed her in the side, joking that she must have fallen in love with the handsome new teacher. Gria's mysterious smile was his answer. Meanwhile, Rei finally arrived at his room, almost complaining about the lack of calm during the day. As he was thinking about how exactly he should conduct his upcoming lectures while sitting on his bed, suddenly Iriel's voice came from below him, and she stood out, accusing Rei of messing around while she had to hide in her room. More scared than before his encounter with the bone dragon, Rei regretted what she was doing in his room like that. Saying she was just worried about how her day at the gym would be, Saint also admitted that she was doing a lot more for him than a normal person. The atmosphere heated up when she changed Saint's address to Rei's name, almost breaking her personal boundaries, and things could have gone too far. But the seal on the guy's hand glowed with a white light, and from the special portal to Rei's room came a superior-looking Ira. The smiling expression on his face was immediately replaced by discontent when he saw Rei not alone, but in the company of another girl. If Iriel was surprised to see a high elf standing before them, Rei was surprised to see exactly Era here, only guessing that it was a teleportation spell. Crossing her arms over her chest, the beautiful lady pretentiously stated that it was obvious she wanted to see Rei. Sparks literally flew between the 2 women as Era advanced towards Iriel, and the Saint immediately retorted as usual. He couldn't take the tension anymore, so Rei pulled off the cloaks and handed them to the 2 girls, telling them that they planned to leave the academy. Even the rough fabric of their robes couldn't hide the beauty of both of them, and the Saint just sighed, realizing that if he were seen with the elf and the Saint in the same company, they would attract a lot of attention. Arriving at the cafe and sitting at a table, Ira recognized that not much time had passed since her last visit to human lands, but a lot had managed to change. Rei's thoughts that elves have a very different concept of short time were interrupted by a waiter, awkwardly asking permission to seat a group of other visitors who had been waiting for a long time for a seat. The guy immediately recognized the travelers in them, and they hardly argued, except to clarify that they looked more like mercenaries. The only woman on the team said they were members of the Biblical Mercenary Guild. Ray thought about what he had heard earlier about the success of his work, and meanwhile, the conversation was intercepted by Iriel, enthusiastically questioning these mercenaries and their reason for being here. With great pride, the mercenary showed them the contract in which they had been asked to help with monsters and opposition directly from the Holy Empire. Ira had only said a word about being interested in their story, with all her emotionless elven beauty, and the mercenaries were already floating and ready to tell her even the code to their vault, with both male and female members falling under this spell. Thanks to this, the members of Biblical's Mercenary Guild released all information normally, which gave Ray a solid understanding of what was happening in the Empire. It turned out that although the number of lower-ranked monsters was almost zero, suddenly the higher-ranked monsters began to gather in groups and act so coherently as if they had some special tactic. This worried Ray as he remembered the bone dragon and summed up that someone must be controlling them. Otherwise, the stupid monsters wouldn't have come up with such plans on their own. Suddenly, the ground shook and screams from outside signaled the appearance of the monsters. Running out, they saw not an ordinary monster but a whole dragon-like wyvern. Furthermore, the mercenaries and mages were immediately frozen by an unnatural fear, forbidding them from even moving. Ira found this interesting but hummed boredly that using fear only worked if her opponent was weak. With 2 fingers, without much effort, she threw the wyvern at the nearest chips. And it was the chips that were the most unfortunate in this situation. Pressing her lips together, the elf snorted in disdain and finished her sentence about how having a stronger opponent to use fear on was foolish and pointless. Even after counting the food and wood on the counters with its nose, the wyvern shook itself and tried to attack again, but Ray restrained it in time with holy chains. Looking at its futile attempts to free itself, the saint assumed it had a will of its own, as after Aira's use of the fear spell, the wyvern should not have remained so active. Iriel, however, promised to deal with the approaching monsters. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of the Holy Empire, the torture of the captured necromancer continued. He was surrounded by the brilliant minds of all the empires, but the necromancer was a tough nut to crack, and even by reciting a spell, he managed to mock them. The mages gritted their teeth in fury as the necromancer called their 6th circle abilities a mockery of a great man like himself. In fact, he had already come to his senses and, with the help of his black magic, discovered that the saint was not there, so he dared to continue making plans to overthrow the Holy Empire without fear of being beaten again with a right hand. The high priest, entering the dungeon with a quick step, informed the exultant necromancer that the saint had already arrived at his door. Ekle leaned over the mad old man, explaining to him regretfully that all his plans would remain mere dreams, whereupon he laughed madly in her face with yellow, rotten teeth, for it was still unclear who was laughing last. It wasn't until sunset that Ray and company managed to defeat all the monsters in the area, now a little perplexed about what to do with the bodies. A frowning Aira, who was behind the guy's back, suddenly summoned him for a private conversation at that moment. Stepping away, she cast a silencing spell on the outside world so no one could hear them. She said that, given her absence from human lands, she might not understand much about local customs, so she would only describe her feelings about the environment. Growing more and more somber, Ira admitted that she felt large magic circles around her, even on the academy grounds in different locations. Ray wasn't ready to hear about the magic circle, but the elf confirmed that at first she only felt faint flows of mana that confused her. But the moment the monsters appeared, these flows intensified and accelerated. Unfortunately, Aira couldn't tell what kind of circle it was. She could only feel the raw power without exact data. Ray froze in horror, knowing full well that it would be very difficult to break these circles without breaking some regions. And even if it's enough to erase 30% of the circle, since they don't know its location or the materials used to draw it, it becomes an impossible task. Realizing that even he might not be able to do this, Ray immediately began preparations to evacuate the people. Searching for escape routes, he and Iriel concluded that the evacuation would have to be in two parts, north of Garel and south of Sulian. To inform the people to leave the city immediately, Ray climbed Era's high-conjured cliff, where there was better hearing. The guy used magic so that all the residents could hear him from every corner. With an order in the name of the Holy Empire, Ray warned everyone of the danger, taking off his cloak, perfectly audible thanks to the spell and visible against the sunset. People recognized his voice and appearance, but they kept running closer to him, asking questions and not wanting to leave so easily, so the guy had no choice but to launch a blast of fire at them. Hoping that such a demonstration to the people would be enough, he jumped off the cliff and ran down, feeling incredibly furious. Iriel, having received her mission, hurried north, mentally calculating that the evacuation would take about 3 days and that the mountains would only make the road more difficult. Suddenly, she looked over her shoulder, sensing pursuit. The girl stopped at a favorable spot where she was ready to meet the 5 people whose auras she felt almost the entire way. Dropping her hood, the saint turned directly to her pursuers, and those who had no longer thought of hiding looked at the real saint with malicious anticipation. Their masked faces couldn't cover their mouths, so they said nasty things without paying attention to their language, and most importantly, they thought that Iriel was almost no longer alive, so they weren't shy at all. The girl was quickly surrounded, and if she wasn't too worried about the 3 of them, the middle-aged men had energy like Lord Zeke's, which meant they weren't less experienced sword masters and were the main danger to her. Faced with Iriel's kind offer to lightly beat them if they confessed about the empire that had sent them after the saint, the young men merely brandished their swords at her. Going after the saint with such skills and weapons was foolish, so they were instantly swept away by a golden glow. However, the problem of the 2 sword masters still remained, as they were barely affected by Iriel's blow, and the girl wondered what kind of empire could afford so many mercenaries at once. Taking off her cloak, the girl prepared for a tough, unequal battle, in which just one wrong move from her and an open weak spot, and she might not get out of this clearing alive. She tried to approach them slowly, using not only her sword but pure divine power. But suddenly, both men jumped from their seats at the same time. Iriel was surprised, for in such a battle they were risking more than just injury, they were putting their lives at risk. And this was an advantage for the girl, because in such a battle even a simple turn of events, quite unexpected, like the divine golden flash that blinded the mercenaries for precious seconds, could win. It was not Iriel for whom the battle was unequal, but rather the hand of one of the masters, severed by a sword of divine power. The men suddenly decided to talk, threatening the saint with great trouble because of the immense power that hung over the Holy Empire, which not even Iriel could control. But the girl dismissed all his words with a faint smile, for unlike the strongest forces of darkness, the Empire had an incomparable advantage: Ray. The swordmaster, having nothing more to say, received the final blow from the saint's hand with a smile on his face. While Iriel was dealing with the swordmasters, the first 3 mercenaries managed to get away from her, but there was no way the girl would let them go so easily. The voices of the same 3 boys who had managed to escape echoed in the dark forest, cursing the saint for her incredible power and questioning how they could return to their own. However, a bright flash prevented them from even thinking about it, and the saint herself appeared before them almost in the form of a war goddess. Iriel sternly suggested that they follow her quietly while she was still well, otherwise they would still return with her, but no longer as unharmed. But the 3 boys, one by one, almost hysterical, suddenly shuddered. Looking at them in shock, Iriel realizes that the mercenaries had bitten off the poison pills hidden in their teeth and were now choking on the red liquid that filled their mouths. Such an attempt to hide the information and prevent it from leaking would be very effective if they weren't dealing with the saint. She simply cured them, and no one usually provides a second pill like that. Displaying none of the attributes of a God's servant, Iriel looks at them with contempt and offers to simply cut off their legs so they won't try to escape from her again. She refuses to make concessions to the mercenaries with an indifferent look, reminding them that the attempt on the saint's life is a terrible sin and that they will have to pay with their own lives, but after interrogation. The blond boy still asked for a favor, adopting a submissive pose, and even the spirit within him had already surrendered to the victor's mercy. When Ariel promised a small favor for the pure truth, the mercenary, despite the threats of his partners, swore an oath on Mana, promising to tell only the truth and nothing but it. The mercenary revealed that he belonged to the Proxia faction, which had already attacked and committed crimes in the Holy Empire 20 years ago. According to the official historical version, there was then an attack of monsters, but now it turns out that everything was organized by just one criminal group with far-reaching plans. So, the monsters not only attacked people and found their food, but selected the strongest representatives from which good mercenaries could be created. Those who didn't fit certain parameters were given to the monsters as sacrifices, and those swordmasters Ariel had seen before were also kidnapped from other kingdoms. With tears in his eyes, the mercenary confessed that Proxia had even kidnapped family and friends, and challenged the mercenary to threaten to kill them if they did not comply. After hearing their story, Ariel suddenly turned and released them. Furthermore, she told them not to worry about the Proxia faction, as she planned to turn it upside down just to protect her empire, which they dared to sharpen their teeth on. Hearing such bold words from the saint, that is, not the last person in the empire, the two remaining mercenaries also asked to speak, and Ariel agreed, but ordered them to follow her, as time was running out and the people were still in danger. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the academy, Ray tried to find even a trace of magic circles, but unfortunately, he couldn't feel a single magical reaction. The surroundings were deserted, and only frozen in running poses were the people who were unable to escape and were therefore petrified and frozen with a terrible expression of panic on their faces. Suddenly, a surprising realization occurred to Ray thanks to this. After all, not a single building had been destroyed despite the problems with the people. Remembering Ira's words that at least 30% of the circle had to be destroyed for it to stop working, Ray sent fire magic into the building and a huge explosion shook the surroundings. And then it became clear to Ray, because it was after the explosion, when some of the buildings were destroyed, that he felt the faint echoes of magic, which meant that the entire village was one big magic circle. Ray was suddenly distracted from his thoughts by nearby voices shouting about explosions. Ray was surprised to see that there were still people here, even though they must have been evacuated long ago, or at least turned to stone, so he immediately called out to them. The two men, recognizing the saint, tried to justify that they were in no way violating the evacuation order, and that they had only been caught off guard by one of the demons, and the only possible escape for them was to hide in the building. Ray wasn't so easily fooled, however, and quickly realized something wasn't right here and found inconsistencies. As soon as he asked some important questions, the mercenaries went crazy. And after saying that they killed the soldiers who tried to fight the ghosts, and thus helped the monsters escape, the mercenaries even drew their weapons. But their weapons weren't swords. They were pills that suddenly melted as if they weren't even there. Ray would have been interested in examining these pills, as the trails left by people were catastrophic, but he no longer had time. So, after subduing his curiosity, Ray cast a spell that fixed the mana around to track the presence of people around, as it wouldn't be enough for him to destroy 30% of the city from the face of the earth with just one explosion. In detail, calculating every possible possibility, Ray used his magic and caused a huge earthquake. Meanwhile, Ariel had already heard the story of the three mercenaries and realized that all this time, although they were training Proxia and doing all sorts of horrible things, they were not deeply immersed in that filth. Now that he knew much more about this group, Saint could appreciate how extensive their deeds were and how many things they had done under the guise of ordinary coincidences. Relaxing a bit, the mercenary who first told him about herself asked Saint about her own childhood and assumed that she had grown up in a rich and wealthy family. This caused the girl to sink into memories that echoed in her with both warmth and sadness. Memories of a happy girl with golden hair and charming pink eyes. Ariel's story began in a small church on a small island that was part of the Holy Empire. The girl was very different from the other orphans because of her bright appearance. In addition, she had an angelic character and a very sharp mind, which is why she was always the center of attention. One day, one of the priests suggested to the then little girl that she try to travel and see the immense world outside the island. Although Ariel was really eager to get there and see what it was like out there, she strongly doubted her ability to live alone. But the priest with a loving pat on the head reassured the girl and said that he would always be by her side. Having received so much encouragement and support from a loved one, it was natural that the then still little girl was truly excited about seeing the world. But instead of planning the trip thoroughly, the priest suddenly said they would leave today and didn't even give the girl a chance to say goodbye to her friends. Riding in the carriage, Ariel suddenly realizes that they had time to pass through the village but never entered. But the priest assures them that they plan to head towards the port. The girl did not realize the danger and did not suspect her kind uncle when he said they were going to Garrel, a rather large city and quite different from the villages on the island. Climbing aboard the ship, the girl happily endured the entire journey, enjoying the sea and the sensations of the journey that lay ahead. Then the man, as they climbed onto the pier, offered Ariel a sip of the holy water he had prepared especially for her to celebrate the trip. Obediently drinking what he offered her and not even suspecting his intentions, Ariel immediately felt something wrong. His entire mind went blank, and the last thing he saw in front of him was the smiling face of a seemingly kind priest. But the priest was only kind in appearance, because when he came to his senses, he saw that the same man who had supported her all this time had sold her to some strange people, and he resented the fact that she had received only 2 gold coins instead of 3. With the same sweet smile, the priest admitted that it was a slave port for the slave trade, leaving the girl in a state of shock and with a feeling of betrayal. Ariel couldn't believe what she heard and felt, as if something in her soul broke at that moment when she heard the priest call her a slave. Finally getting her every word, the man said she could indeed write letters to her friends and send them whenever she wanted, but not out of kindness. He planned to send other children from the orphanage here as well. So the colorful-looking girl became a slave. The only thing she wanted was to hide from the world. She sat for 4 days, staring at the wall, unable to get up and recover from the moral wounds of betrayal, alone in this big world. When the day came for her to be sold, all her apathetic observations came in handy. The girl managed to memorize all the characteristics, habits, and weaknesses of the gang that trafficked children. The cross around her neck had been given to her by her mother, and she remembered how painful the loss of her mother had been for her, looking at the only memento left to cherish. As the slave keeper gleefully lost his hands at the sight of the child's striking appearance, Ariel thought of a plan. And when the man thought that the girl was already out of breath because she had not moved for a long time, she stuck in his throat the same cross that her mother had given her, so that the girl would always remain strong. Memories of the cross that had once been sprinkled with another's blood, just so she could live, still lived in that small iron attached to a thin, tattered rope. Of course, Ariel didn't go into details when the mercenary asked about her childhood, but she honestly admitted that they could have called her an assassin, which the mercenary didn't believe. They had already arrived in Garrel, and the priest of that city came out to meet them, bowing before the saint. The girl had a right to look at him with hatred, for this was the man she trusted more than life, and who had sold her to the slave traders years before. Heavy memories filled Ariel's head again as she remembered how she had escaped from the other slave traders and how she had to survive. So she resorted to the dirtiest methods to stay alive and didn't care about the lives of those who tried to capture her. The cross in her hands, which should have been a symbol of her freedom and her faith, became a symbol of her hope in her own future, which she had to forge alone. And each time she was persecuted, the girl violated the same terrible church doctrine, and with each encounter, she was left covered with more than just blood on her skin and in her hair, as if she were marking herself with stains that could not be washed away. She was covered initially by guilt, and then by an armor that made her blame not herself, but the world around her that allowed such an outcome. Iriel was about to become another lost child, completely ruining her soul, when a sudden golden glow illuminated her path. For some reason, the goddess chose her and endowed her with the gift above all others. But that was what saved her. For it was then that she realized the value of human life and the futility of revenge, which only caused more pain. So now, looking at the face of the frightened priest who had betrayed her before, she didn't feel that pain. All that remained in his eyes and in his soul was pity for the fallen man who continued to live with the weight of guilt and the fear of receiving punishment for his actions. Meanwhile, Rei continued to destroy the city, but with each blow he realized that he couldn't just pick up and break absolutely everything. Already seeing the outline of the circle, he noticed the symbolic arrangement of the buildings. And now he realized that the entire layout of the city was built in such a way that the buildings themselves became part of the runes of the magic circle. Suddenly something warm ran across his face and he felt his consciousness grow hazy. Another magic circle unfolded above him, and he found himself at the epicenter of the demonic magic happening. Due to the unfortunate location and his own efforts, now the circle's magic began to clash with Rei's power, and the guy couldn't contain a scream of pain as the purple lightning struck his body. Furthermore, the main problem was that the saint had already used a lot of magic when forming the explosion previously. And now that the demonic energy from the magic circle was penetrating his body, he couldn't control it and resist it, much less heal it. As if these problems weren't enough, he discovered that portals had already begun to form on the sides of him, and monsters were coming out of them in droves. With brown under his nose from overexertion and with purple mana hovering around him and demons coming, Rei admitted to himself that he wouldn't be able to fight them in this state. However, the truth is also that if they didn't, they would definitely go after the people they had evacuated. Therefore, he had to bear his aura sword instead of hiding and at least recover a little. Unfortunately, the spell on the circle he was in was created in such a way that every time he used his magic, the blood in his body began to boil. Suddenly, arrows from somewhere pierced his back, and Rei himself fell, unable to dodge in time. The boy felt a bit guilty for being too careless, as the monsters around him were already approaching, watching with red eyes. He was unconscious, alone with these creatures. Meanwhile, Era watched the people evacuating the city and thought that Iriel was doing her job right since everything was going well. Suddenly she felt, rather than heard, Rei calling her, and her ears twitched with excitement. The elf immediately activated the portal, sensing that Rei's life was in danger. There she saw that it was practically inhabited by monsters, with the boy himself unconscious. Filled with uncontrollable rage, the girl swept through the monsters with just her emotion as her eyes glowed with blue power. However, she was terribly shocked by how the man she loved stood before her. For Rei was completely enveloped in dark mana, unconscious and covered in his own blood. Ira immediately began treating him and tried to wake him up. But the very feeling and smell of the dark power that she had never forgotten for 20 years left her in shock. It reminded her of the curse that had put her into a long sleep for 20 years, and now she could smell it on Rei, and she had no choice but to lower her head in sadness. The guy was lying on a daisy-strewn bed in the center of the hallway, looking cheerful and carefree. After news of what had happened to Rei spread, many of those who followed him were moved to tears, and the Holy Roman Empire itself hailed him as an incredible hero, and even granted him a title no one had ever received before: Abel. This was to be expected, but as soon as the Holy Empire lost the support of the saint, who represented the forces of an entire country, one of the kingdoms began to attack. Now they had to save themselves. Feeling almost on the verge of insanity, Iriel sadly recognized that even if the problem of physical exhaustion could be solved, no soldier during those 3 days could rest mentally. Suddenly, many people she had never expected such a thing from, such as the representatives of the Rhesian Empire, came to her aid. The saint looked with unimaginable sadness at all those she had previously thought were just children, but who were now fighting directly, without respite. Iriel admitted that Rei should have rested for the rest of the war and only then woke up, so that for once they would rely on their own strength instead of engaging the saint. However, her moment of melancholy was suddenly interrupted when mages and swordsmen of surprising power appeared on the battlefield. ones she had not expected to encounter so easily. According to recent spy reports, they were seen in Celine's empire just a few days ago, so she didn't understand how they could have arrived at the Holy Empire so quickly. Ariel glared at Zeke, and when one of the swordmasters tried to attack them, they barely managed to resist the blow. The man didn't take them seriously, and his next blow was much stronger. He didn't believe they could stop him. Lord Zeke pushed the saint and was hit because of it, but he didn't doubt for a moment, as she couldn't withstand such force. This man was at least an intermediate or even upper-level swordmaster. Ariel frantically shouted for the soldiers to retreat as quickly as possible while there was still a chance. The swordmaster of the enemy group who had attacked Zeke earlier didn't like this very much and tried to attack Ariel as well. But at the last moment, the divine energy managed to save her, and the man almost lost his sight. Ariel remembered how at camp they had discussed their next moves, and one of the newcomers who helped make plans was Gria, the same girl Ray had once saved. Ariel had to listen to her because she was an amazing volunteer among the academy students, and the plan was quickly accepted. Then, at the campfire, when they took a moment to breathe, Zeke asked Ariel if it was hard to live without the saint. The girl unfortunately confirmed her words. She said she had no idea how much Ray had endured and how much he had done for them, but she also said she was a saint herself and couldn't count on Ray all the time. The three people who joined them agreed with her and said that it was time to bring back the true strength of the Holy Empire. Lord Zeke was perplexed that they had so easily left their comfortable chairs and exchanged them for a military camp, even though being aristocrats they didn't need to. But one of them said there was no point in convenience when the empire was on the brink of destruction. War. One couldn't help but think that it was thanks to Ray that they were now able to gather here, because his plans to reorganize the empire had greatly helped the aristocrats, mages, and warriors. After all, if before these people were just aristocrats taking care of their estates, now they came to the rescue at the most difficult time for the empire, regardless of their own benefit. Meanwhile, at the castle, Era continued to cleanse and heal Ray, though unfortunately there was no result. The elf ordered the maid to always talk to Ray so that he would always have contact with the real world. Euclid couldn't help but recognize that no one could have achieved what Ray had achieved, receiving so much attention and care not only from humans, but from elves as well. The girl took what Ira had said about keeping in touch with the saint to heart, so she spoke aloud about how Ray missed so much more than one person at that moment. Depressed and dejected, she didn't notice Ray's little finger twitch. In fact, Ray only slept outside, but inside he was in some strange subspace. He did not rest because his normal mana was replaced by the mana of two curses that were of the same type and therefore opposite to each other. Both curses were visualized in the form of a bone dragon and in the form of a snake, and at first they were distant from each other. The guy was calculating how to deal with this problem, as a similar case had already happened when he tried to cure Era. So now he just had to wait for the two manas to be expelled from his body. However, Ray unfortunately couldn't contain himself, so coming to the tricky part, the guy disturbed the dragon's mana stone and made him think of another snake-shaped curse. So now Ray was watching two different mana battles, the bone dragon's magic and the new curse's magic, but so far, no matter how hard the bone dragon tried, its opponent was too strong. Although this was affecting Ray negatively, he just tolerated it and thought angrily that he didn't know who had created such magic. But once he caught him, that person wouldn't be happy. Meanwhile, in the chatter of the maids in the castle, stories were spreading that the war was very difficult, and even Lady Euclid had gone to the battlefield. And the main thing is that the criminal group approaches and not only gets rid of, but also takes not only adults, but also children, who could be raised as walking weapons. Meanwhile, at one of the fronts, everyone warmly greeted the girl, and even the captain of the 8th Cavalry Unit was extremely happy to see Euclid. The girl was gathered on the battlefield and believed that with such successes, they could very well defend not only Celine, but also Geralt and Salonia. However, since her enemies were scattered not just on one side, but in different places, she decided to split her squad and send some of them into the mountains. Suddenly, Euclid felt a strange flow of mana and tensed up. Meanwhile, in the castle, Ray finally opened his eyes after a long time, and the curse that had made his hand darken, and that had been eating away at him, at least mentally, all this time, finally left his hand as well. Ray's method of provoking the two forces and making them attack each other was obviously successful. Ray still couldn't move, but he could feel the mana, and that was very important to him, because now he was sure that he was okay, and now he just needed to heal. However, when he began the healing, his own hand, which had been cursed previously, looked very different. It took the guy a few moments to realize. Now, thanks to what happened, Ray could activate mana much more easily and in larger quantities. So he literally stepped forward, and everything that happened was not for nothing. Having cured himself while applying a new special method, he felt much better than before. He was now ready to fight and save the Holy Empire, and was free from any restrictions to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, Iriel wasn't doing too well, and after commanding the army to group up and retreat, she began to accumulate divine power in her body because she absolutely had to arrest those people from the criminal gang. She was stopped from doing anything reckless by Zeke and company, saying they would take care of it and do their best. Iriel disagreed with them and tried to dissuade them, but Zeke said that even though they knew they would die here, it was still the most important thing to make sure that the saint of this empire was in order, otherwise the war would be over in an instant. Sighing, the girl summoned her mana again, but no longer to attack, but to protect all the soldiers from being hit, applying healing and full protection. By saying that they shouldn't have died in the camp, she already knew that unfortunately not everyone would be able to escape given the strength of those men. Zeke began to give orders, but was so surprised by the words of his attackers that he abruptly stepped forward to punish those who dared speak such loud and obscene words against the saints of his empire. However, he was blocked by one of the sword masters who spoke disdainfully of the skills of the Holy Empire soldiers. Despite all of Zeke's skills, this master was quite difficult to fight against, and so far the score was 1-1. The man from Proxia's prudent faction couldn't believe that this small empire had so much talent that he wouldn't mind getting rid of it. As they talked, another member of the villain team walked around Gria and almost defeated her with a punch, but the girl managed to stand her ground. The members of the criminal group proceeded to battle, and the army of the Holy Empire constantly suffered terrible injuries, as the strength of these people was much greater than that of ordinary people. Zeke was shocked that just because of just 2 people, his army was suffering such defeats. The enemy team's swordmaster was tired of waiting for the Lord to turn his attention to him, so he charged forward, and Zeke barely managed to defend himself. Suddenly, something flashed before his eyes, something bright and shiny. It was the snow that appeared along with the arrival of Euclid, who emotionlessly told him to calmly surrender to those attacking the army. Meanwhile, Iriel managed to get out and almost reach Colonia. But she didn't mind the fact that she had left the soldiers behind and had to flee in such a shameful way. She had no time for respite. 2 of the men who had attacked the army earlier had already arrived behind her, never leaving her alone. The girl prepared her swords with the help of divine power and promised that she would not give up and would defeat both of them at once, no matter the cost. The faction members, having activated their power, simultaneously attacked the girl, and she could hardly survive this blow. Suddenly, however, those mages were split almost in half by a blue light, and a wave of relief swept through Iriel's eyes as she saw the back of her favorite Ray, alive, unharmed, and very angry. Ray, in his usual way, asked if they had planned all this in his absence, and if they were the ones who cast that spell on him. After the villains of the criminal group admitted that unfortunately this only detained him for a month and they regretted it, Ray angrily exclaimed that a month was not just a period of time for him. So having already wasted a lot of time, he said he would get rid of 2 at once, so as not to waste any more time. 2 of the group exchanged glances and, though frightened by his power, stepped forward and grabbed his arms. All of this happened in a second, and Iriel could only think that their mana movement was as if they were trying to transfer their mana to the boy. One of the mages shouted that he was only human and could not withstand the mana infusion of 2 swordmasters at the same time. In a moment of confusion, Ray recognized that such an amount of forcefully infused mana could disrupt his mana flows and seriously harm him. However, After a huge explosion pierced the sky with a blue light, the boy shook off the dust as the two men lay prostrate and said that they just needed to choose their opponent wisely. Ariel, again in shock, looked at the boy, feeling that she had lost something in him, something new. Ray, in turn, said he wouldn't wait for her, as there was very little time left, so he ordered her to simply follow him as best she could. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zeke looked terrible and was in critical condition. Euclid tried to find out how bad it was and if she could take it anymore, but she saw for herself that all was not well there. Even her moment of confusion was attempted to be exploited by the enemy, and she had to defend herself urgently. She had originally planned to fight two at the same time, but one after the other. But now she saw that even though she defeated the first villain, Zeke might not survive this fight. The witch of the criminal group was surprised by Euclid's strength, considered her an abnormal person, and even admitted that it was quite difficult for her to dodge the ice spears. Suddenly, a terrible sound distracted Euclid. Unfortunately, the criminal group's master swordsman found an open spot in Zeke's path and pierced him in the stomach with his sword. Euclid called out frantically, but Zeke fell to the ground in front of the enemy and couldn't utter another word. And that man, even without receiving significant injuries, was already preparing to attack Euclid. The girl was in a terrible rage and prepared to defend herself to the last, but she did not have time to cast her spells, as the enemy army suddenly began a rapid retreat with terrible screams. And one of the soldiers pointed out that he had arrived, the saint. The witch and the swordmaster of the enemy group were shocked by his appearance, and the entire battlefield practically froze, leaving the battle and watching his walk. As he approached Zeke, Ray sadly realized that the body of the man he cherished so much was already cold, and that he had died just minutes ago. Euclid confessed, clasping her hands tightly and almost crying, that she was weak, and that her abilities were not high enough to protect Zeke. Ray sternly asked who dared to do this because he planned to cut that person into pieces. Frosty's witch told her partner to be very careful, as she sensed incredible strength from this guy, and that he wasn't as simple as he seemed, but she didn't see Ray as a serious threat. The girl didn't have time to say anything else, because in the next second she was literally divided into unequal parts. And Ray himself, in a somber voice without turning around, said that judging by her position and power, Zeke's death was clearly not on that girl's hands. It seemed like only white rage remained of him as he turned to this guy. The swordmaster tried to say something like a sly assurance that the saint of the empire was indeed a monster, but it was clear that listening to him was the last thing Ray wanted. Lifting Zeke in his arms, the saint entrusted Euclid with finishing off the military operations in this field and prepared to depart. Ray himself teleported to the forest and placed his friend's body on a rock, analyzing his condition. Unfortunately, the swordmaster had lost a lot of blood, and many parts of his body were already injured, so Ray simply saw no way to save him. Finally, Ariel reached the saint and, with the same great sorrow, looked at Zeke's body, not believing that the man had actually lost his life in that battle. She unleashed her divine power and illuminated her body with light, promising that the Empire would never forget his sacrifice and all he had done for its inhabitants. However, this light triggered some flashes of memory in Ray, and an absolutely incredible idea, considering the current medical era, came to his mind. Maybe, just maybe, they could save Zeke. Ariel was terribly upset and understood Ray's condition, but divine magic was not omnipotent, and Ray simply could not bring a dead person back to life. The boy, it seems, agreed that magic couldn't do it, but he himself was quite capable, so he materialized a scalpel in his hands, looking serious, once again saving Zeke. As soon as the scalpel touched Zeke's chest, the saint immediately shouted for him to stop, as the previous case could not be compared to the current one, as life and death are God's affairs alone, and ordinary mortals can do nothing about it. Ray, with terrible seriousness, said that if life could only be saved by God's will, then he would either break that will or become a god and do it himself. Expecting the worst, because such expressions were taboo and such words should be followed by divine punishment, she was very surprised that nothing happened to Ray. Ray had no choice but to shrug and ask her to believe him. Remembering everything that had happened before and all those cases in which Ray had shown himself capable of doing what no one had managed before, the girl agreed and even offered her help. Ray wasted no more time and began analyzing Zeke before starting another operation. As a doctor, he understood that the Swordmaster's brain was no longer functioning, but his body, after using Iriel's divine power, was in excellent condition. Using his medical knowledge, he realized that the golden hour was beginning. Those 4 minutes from the moment the heart stopped beating, and he could save the man. Gaining access to the heart by removing the ribs, Ray thought about what he could use instead of medical instruments, and using his creativity, shot a ray into Zeke's body as a defibrillator. Furthermore, he had to use air magic to circulate air through the man's body, as he could not breathe on his own, and there was no lung ventilation system available. He had to massage the heart with his own hands, and Ray prayed to all the gods that it would work. Lightning after lightning, air after air, massage after massage, he performed resuscitation actions in this magical medieval world. And suddenly, Ray and Iriel heard a short thud, but that meant Zeke's heart was beating without Ray's help. The boy immediately demanded that Iriel heal Zeke quickly, and the girl, in absolute disbelief, began to use her power. Zeke breathed evenly and deeply again, although she had already seen with her own eyes that he could not do so, and there was no spirit in his body. The logical question followed: who the hell was he, having done all this with his own hands? Ray responded simply and cheerfully, in his usual way, that he was not the only one involved in Zeke's resurrection, and that it was their joint work that brought such amazing results. To which Iriel immediately tried to excuse herself from this, as such dark magic was not something she desired, and this made Ray laugh in relief, seeing that everything was slowly returning to normal. Now that Zeke was okay, he still had other tasks, so leaving Iriel, Ray immediately galloped off. The girl didn't even have time to tell him that going to the Pope now wouldn't be the best decision. Meanwhile, the entire city was engulfed in flames. Standing on a rock, towering over all this hell, was Lord Gregory, the representative of the Regent Empire who had initially offered his assistance. He laughed madly, looking at the horror unfolding beneath his feet, thinking that soon the people of the Holy Empire would carry him to safety, for he had hidden himself well and played his part to the end. However, apparently he hadn't hidden himself well enough, because a gun was already pressed to his throat. When the mysterious man ordered Gregory not to move, and he shuddered sharply, trying to free himself from the grip, his hand flew to the ground, followed by the Lord himself, but only in pieces. The man was sure he had surrounded himself with a protective barrier, so he was very surprised that someone had found him and even managed to approach him so quietly. Stepping on him, a member of the Dane family angrily asked who his boss was, and the man suddenly realized it was not one person, but 7. Gregory tried to blame the senior priest of his empire, but Hong Yong clarified that he wanted to know who gave him orders in the Proxia criminal group, not some silly excuse. Realizing that even though he was handless and completely defeated, the man would not say anything, Hong Yong ordered one of the 7 Danes to enter his brain. The girl was unhappy with this, but she obediently applied magic, and the outlines of a cross began to appear on her forehead, quickly gaining the glow of a golden glow. The man did not believe that such magic could be within anyone's reach, since even the oldest priests or saints cannot do anything like that, but this was the last thought that formed in his head. Having received the information from the gentleman, the girl disdainfully pushed him away with her foot, as he could no longer say anything coherent, struck by this magic to the point of foaming at the mouth. Having received their tasks, the Dane family split up to resolve this issue and eventually return to the saint. Meanwhile, Ray arrived at the heart of the Holy Empire and ordered the soldier who greeted him in surprise to tell the Pope that he wanted to meet with him. Arriving at the Pope's house, Ray told him that Proxia was not only a bad organization, but that it was formed not out of thin air, but from an alliance of its neighbors and even the Holy Empire itself. The Pope immediately declared that he would track down all traitors to the Empire and deal with them as quickly and harshly as possible, but Ray advised him that there was no need to do so, and that it was better to wait until all the rats were out. Angered by Ray's words, The old man could not understand how anyone could turn a blind eye, even for a while, to these criminals. And Ray didn't understand why he was so angry and reckless. He again asked the Pope to calm down and not give in to his emotions if he wanted to achieve a good result and be free from the criminal group for a long time. Leaving the hall, he did not see how much the Pope's face had changed and how gloomy his thoughts were, not filled with thoughts of the prosperity of the empire. Walking in the opposite direction of the office, Ray was still thinking about it. This criminal group certainly had gathered more masters than they had shown before, but Ray needed accurate information to prevent another such group in the future, when he could no longer help the Holy Empire. Meanwhile, a bright dawn was breaking as Lord Zeke rode down the road, clutching the reins in impotent anger and shame. It was all because the saint forbade him from appearing on the battlefield when he finally came to his senses. Although he was very indignant about this, the girl, using the trump card and saying that Zeke needed to be careful because the saint had already helped him once, managed to convince him. She promised that the three families and herself would solve the problem of this war, and Zeke needed to come and join the path of the saint. During the trip, Zeke reminisced about his childhood, how strong he was as a teenager, and how he was called the strongest one possible. As a member of the Trey family, his destiny was to help and protect God's representatives, the saints. However, when Ray met Zeke and blocked the man's sword with just his bare hands, the swordmaster thought that there was still much he didn't know in this world, because after that moment he wanted to hand his entire life over to Ray and become his faithful servant, assistant, and bodyguard. And the most painful thing for him was to realize that he had not become a sword, but a real burden to the saint. And because of this, he felt terribly sad. He shouted that he was the worst guard, and Iriel, watching him through the window, became worried about the man. In fact, she kept Zeke away from the war, as Ray had asked, but she still didn't understand what he planned to achieve with his actions. At the same time, the saint came to the dungeon to the necromancer, and the old man met him with a sly smile, assuming that the empire was now in flames, and Ray simply confirmed that everything was very bad, and he came to ask the necromancer a few questions. When the necromancer laughed and said he wouldn't tell Ray anything under any torture, the boy seemed completely unopposed. On the contrary, he seemed quite cheerful, having carte blanche to use not only torture, but a more terrible method, pointing out the shortcomings of the necromancer himself. Taking a file out of his bag, he listed other terrible illnesses that were on the necromancer, and then suggested that when he got rid of these illnesses on the old man would be immensely grateful. However, looking like a true demon, he did not plan to act out of the necromancer's gratitude, but simply wanted to check how compatible the bodies of humans and trolls or orcs were. Then, after some time, when the old necromancer looked like a young beauty, albeit hairless, the necromancer begged for mercy, asking to be saved, just so they wouldn't touch him anymore. Ray was terribly disappointed that the old man gave up so soon, because he had so many other modifications planned. So, the essence of Proxia was quite simple: 5 magical towers that maintain balance between each other. And then when Ray competed and fought with a dragon and an army of dead, he actually defeated the Dark Tower, so all the other towers hate him and want revenge. The necromancer also proudly and enthusiastically told about the fact that Proxia has 15 swordmasters and 7 sixth circle magicians, and that no matter how strong he is, he will not be able to defeat them, which Ray, of course, did not even listen to. But to his question about where the criminal group's main base is located, the beautified necromancer replied with a sly smile that it was in the Grencia Mountains. The Grencia Mountains were the first mountains on the continent where elves and gnomes could coexist, as it was a neutral zone with good land and resources. Ray had to admit that it was actually a very good place to keep an army away from the Empire and go unnoticed for so long, and he would even like to send a meteorite to those mountains. But he didn't want to harm the innocent elves and gnomes. Not to say that Ray was too scared, especially after the recent modification, thanks to which he had no previous limitations, but the fact that in addition to the 15 swordmasters and mages, there was also a mage of the 7th circle, made the last battle a little more difficult. Summoning Hong Yong, the saint ordered her to go to neighboring countries to monitor movements and react to everything that happens. Sensing something was bothering her, he asked what the problem was, and she replied that of course his orders came first, but she would also like to join the army. Rei was surprised by her initiative, but agreed with her, saying that they need to use their strengths more carefully. His first decision did not change, and he still sent one of the 7 messengers on a reconnaissance mission because this mission was much more important than an ordinary battlefield. Hong Yong looked at the boy, who seemed to have gone crazy, saying that if the other army has special forces, they need to create something too, with some doubts. Sometime later, Zeke stood at the door of the saint's office, hesitant to enter. However, the maid reported his presence, so he had to move and even enter the office, lowering his head. He expected to be scolded or even scorned, but instead, Rei simply appeared, patted him on the shoulder, and told him to be at the training ground the next morning. Shocked, the man asked if Rei really didn't want to send away a soldier who failed his mission, and Rei was angered that even his friend would have such thoughts. He tried to convey to Zeke's guilty conscience that he had worked hard to make the man invincible, so all he needed to think about in the next few days was training as hard as possible. He also said that he knew how much Zeke had suffered and tried, so if there was anyone he could trust with his life, it would be the Lord. With a confident look and a sparkle in his eyes, he stated that Zeke was the saint's sword. The man was inspired and immediately knelt before him, expressing his respect. And the next morning, he was so full of strength and enthusiasm that Rei himself wanted to cry. Now Rei has begun teaching Zeke to use his powers again, not just to summon the Swordmaster's mana into the weapon, but to find a balance. He suggested visually dividing the sword into 3 parts and distributing these parts equally to feel maximum control over the weapon. After the words Zeke needed to break old habits, the process went much faster and the man himself was amazed at the results. The Lord tried again and, with guidance, quickly did what he was told in the end. Rei just told him not to give up for 3 more days and to hone this skill in that time, which Zeke agreed with without a doubt in his master's mind. Although it was said to be about 3 days, Rei didn't plan to push it and expect a perfect result in such a short time, as he knew how difficult it was. However, he had plans to leave the Holy Empire for a while to deal with matters, so he needed to leave this in the hands of someone he trusted deeply. Suddenly, he felt a strange yet familiar flow of mana, and the beautiful Ira emerged from the portal again. Rei called her happily and even got up from his chair to greet her. However, Ira apparently didn't expect him to be in perfect condition, so she blushed and became nervous as soon as she saw Rei alive and healthy. Unable to contain herself, she hugged the boy, and he returned the hug with tenderness and gratitude. When the emotions had calmed down and they had had enough hugs, Rei told Ira about his suspicions regarding the Garcia Mountains, and the elf said that this place is not ruled by her, but by another high elf. Because of this, Rei was a little worried because it wasn't easy to enter these lands, considering how hostile this race could be. He understood that, especially since he planned to fight on his territory, he would be extremely undesirable, and not only the village he needed to go to, but also all the other nearby elven villages would be against him. Hearing that he was asking about the strength of the elves, Ira said somewhat indignantly that every high elf is immensely strong, but she is the guardian of the high elves, so her power is much greater. Rei promised Ira that he would try not to cause conflict with the elves, but she didn't really believe him. Much to Ira's regret, she had to return and said she was immensely happy that Rei had recovered and was frank in her words. Finally, she said that Mountain Chief Garcia is a calm and accommodating elf, so as long as Rei doesn't act too loud, everything will be fine. Hearing these words during the farewell, Rei felt even more repulsed by the criminal group because they chose the most convenient location for themselves, but did not think about the poor residents of these places. 3 days later, Rei sought out Zeke to check his results. The man demonstrated his new abilities, and Rei made such a sour expression that the bruises under Zeke's eyes deepened twice. Then the man confessed that when Rei taught him and showed him how to wield the sword, he felt something awakening inside him and wanted to improve. The saint realized that by explaining to Zeke how to use the aura sword, he had not only given him a technique, but also a profound understanding, which the man, worthy of the title of Junior Swordmaster, had successfully developed. Now the Holy Empire, in his absence, will be in good hands, and he need not worry. Offering to teach the swordmaster another tactic, Rei got into a fighting stance, ready to attack with a sly but satisfied smile. He swung but didn't immediately strike Zeke, as if waiting for something. The man was a little offended by such disbelief in his strength, but at that moment he obediently analyzed the saint's sword, which, despite the difference in color, seemed the same as his own. Firmly deciding that he would deflect the attack, the man was not prepared for the sword to suddenly melt into thin air. His eyes reflected question marks. With the same smile, Rei said that this would be his last lesson, and that in Battle Royale mode it is even more exciting. Because the blue aura sword, passing through the sword that Zeke placed for defense, advanced towards his head without any obstacles, as if it was made of water. Deeply shocked, the man reverently asked if there was any way to block such an attack, to which Rei avoided answering evasively. It was time to talk about the future, and the saint, returning to a serious attitude, announced that he plans to go to the Proxia base. Zeke immediately got up to follow the boy, but was slapped and forced to calm down for at least a minute. Even though the man was entrusted with the defense of an entire empire, he felt offended that he could not follow the saint and was even reprimanded so rudely. Finally noticing Zeke's tired look, Rei asked if he had eaten anything during practice. With visible bruises under his eyes, Zeke responsibly responded that he would never leave the training camp to eat. He only didn't get another slap because those who are hungry don't get beaten. Meanwhile, the servant Eklai informed him that his departure had already been recorded as a time of prayer, and none of the soldiers would follow. Another piece of news about the Inquisition's advance made the High Priestess bang her fist on the table in excitement. And the news that the Inquisition did this despite the absence of her order, but with the Pope's permission, shocked her. Eklai immediately jumped up, put on her priestly clothes, and ordered the servant to follow her, almost flying out of the office with sudden steps. And Rei was already in the mountains, dressed warmly for winter. A loud sneeze echoed through the mountains, alerting everyone to the arrival of the frozen saint. Realizing that with each step, even his specially heated, magically heated clothing is no longer helping, and the blizzard is worsening visibility, Rei decides to set up camp and make a stop. Warming himself by the fire, the boy resembles a happily shivering cat. Wondering if he can use something in this forest to fuel the fire, he spots a slender tree growing right in the middle of the field. Grabbing its thick branches, he tries to pull and tear out the stump when an inhuman voice demands that he immediately stop these attempts. Rei doesn't react immediately, remaining stunned for a few seconds. But when the tree turns and looks at him with a toothy, eye-filled face, he raises his hands in a comforting gesture and walks away. As Rei wonders what kind of wonder this creature is, he declares aloud that normal people don't roam these forests. Rei replies that he didn't expect to see a forest monster tree here either. Feeling offended, the creature claims that it is actually a dryad and asks not to be confused with some demons. Rei already had images of dryads from his own world in his head, so naturally he didn't believe a dryad could be anything other than a half-dressed forest beauty. The creature, angered by disbelief, extends its roots from the ground to make itself more upright. After a long, silent, eye-to-eye confrontation, the creature turns its back on Rei with a funny tail and changes the subject to the boy's extraordinary, godlike powers. After hearing that Rei is a saint, he asks to share a drop of divine power with him and promises anything in return. Rei thinks long and hard about his request offer, without forgetting his original plans. The dryad, lowering her head, says sadly that without these powers she cannot return home to the forest. It so happened that one day some dark people arrived, weakened the forest and its creatures, and occupied these places for themselves, depriving many of their homes. Rei is immediately impressed by this story, realizing he has encountered a creature from the mountains he is heading to, and these shadowy people are the criminal group Proxia. With a bright smile and a nod of approval, Rei says it's a fantastic coincidence, as he came to this place to punish those people. After these words, the dryad still agrees to help Rei and fetch branches for him so that he does not need to sustain the fire with magic. So, he simply breaks off one of the branches from his arm and throws it into the fire, even commenting that it is the best wood Rei will find in the area, further awakening Rei's desire to help this creature as soon as possible. The next day, the blizzard ends, and the boy walks through a normal forest, no longer needing wood and magical clothes. Suddenly, as soon as he enters elven territory, he is stopped by one of the border guards. With naive and childlike simplicity, Ray requests an audience with the High Elf, which naturally results in his profound and long-term banishment. Ray wasn't expecting a warm welcome, but it still upsets him. Who knows where this conversation would have gone if the High Elf hadn't descended into the clearing, supported by the wind. When greeted in a more friendly manner, the boy begins to share his problem, but the elf's attention is not captured by him, but by the earring in his ear. The High Elf of this village had exactly the same. In just a moment, from a gentle soul, he transforms into a fighting machine, emitting a terrifying aura around him. The elf doesn't believe Ray's words that it was a gift, as these earrings were the property of the village and his mother's legacy. Honestly admitting who he is and where he comes from, Ray scratches the back of his neck awkwardly, not understanding the confusion. But as soon as he hears the name of the Riesian Empire, the elf begins to attack directly, declaring that the friends of this empire are his enemies. Ray, disappointed, admits that things aren't going so well when the magic hits him and an explosion is heard. Barely avoiding being roasted to a crispy, appetizing crust, but unable to keep his clothes in good condition, Ray fled in a wild frenzy from the enraged elf. The elf yelled for Ray to immediately return those earrings, not considering that dodging someone else's magic would be the last thing on the boy's mind. Responding with the remark that he would suffer either way, whether he returned the earrings or not, Ray continued running as fast as he could, not wanting to draw the group's attention by using magic. The elf quickly lost sight of him, no matter how hard he tried, and began to doubt Ray's human nature because of such speed. In a calm atmosphere, the saint deeply regretted what had happened, as he planned to defeat Proxia with the help and consent of the elves, but instead, the legend of the second pair of earrings was unleashed. Even in this escape, the eternal optimist managed to find a positive point, as he was able to understand the geography of this place and roughly understand where Proxia could be located. Devastated, the boy set up camp to avoid going hunting in the middle of the night, and instead got a good night's sleep and left the next day. Even before sunrise, Ray had already gotten up and tracked down all the locations he had previously mapped on the map. He figured they probably use the same defense circles as the academy, so he needs to be careful not to repeat that situation. Suddenly, the boy was interrupted by some noise. Going a little further, he surprisingly saw a group of injured elves and gnomes in the middle of the forest, looking at him suspiciously. Realizing that they needed help, despite the fact that he had been very rudely kicked out of the elf village before, Ray couldn't help but help. Suddenly, he lunged forward, and before being grabbed, blinded everyone with a bright flash. When the gnomes blinked, there was no one in front of them, and they thought everything was fine. However, Ray himself jumped out of a nearby portal, not alone, but with a wounded elf, who immediately began cursing him with all his might. He put some green slime on the elf's wound, and the elf immediately felt relief, while the boy said that he made these remedies from plants found in these forests. The elf and the goblin, realizing they had been helped, immediately slowed down and thanked them for the rescue, even apologizing for their initial rudeness. The elves said they had a conflict with the gnomes, as always, over territorial issues. Introducing themselves in turn, they noticed Ray's respect for nature and looked upon him even more favorably. Then came the logical question of what the boy was doing here, to which he briefly told them about the enemy army of humans hiding in their forests. The elf snorted and said he knew that, and even quoted the exact number, 150 people, shocking Ray, because such a number could not simply cross the snowy mountains, meaning that Proxia had already established connections with other kingdoms, allowing them to enter via a more convenient and safe route. Now Ray said directly that that army plans to destroy the continent, and he came to make them disappear from the face of the earth. Receiving an offer from the elves to help in exchange for saving their lives, Ray asked them to take him to the village and arrange a meeting with the High Elf. However, as much as this couple wanted to help, it was not in their power, as only the elders can decide whether to let someone into the village. Deciding to at least get one problem out of the way, Ray handed them the earring and asked them to take it to Chersi, the High Elf who had chased him through the mountains. And for the next 3 days, Ray spied on the criminal group Proxia, spending all his time recording all their actions, habits, culture, and generally collecting any information that could help him in the battle. And one day he began to act, starting by catching a small animal from the forest. The seven of the Dane family, having initially embarked on a special mission for Rei, were now discussing the results of their inspection of other realms and were dissatisfied with what they saw, as there were traces of Proxia everywhere. However, the main culprit still remained in the Holy Empire, and his movements were beginning to cause concern. They had just started talking about how all the threads led to the Pope, who had taken all the power under his control, when one of them suddenly stood up and made everyone fall silent. She detected a strange mana source located in the Vatican, leaving the city very quickly. Immediately entering combat readiness, Hong Yong gave the order. They were to eliminate this source of mana, and any actions aimed at protecting the saint were permitted. Meanwhile, Ikle was also going through a difficult time, as she was furious with the Pope's actions, which she still considered childish behavior. But the next moment, the door to his office was almost ripped off its hinges and soldiers began to pour in, ignoring his words. Furthermore, she was ordered to silently say goodbye to life, while one of the mercenaries drew a knife with clear intentions. However, before he could act, he was intercepted by Hong Yong, who ended his life with one blow, managing to turn around and ask if Ekle was okay. Having never met them before, the High Priestess was now in a state of shock and could only sweat nervously. Meanwhile, Rei began a new chapter in the life of the enemy group, hiding in the mountains, having released rodents that he had been collecting for several days. These rats transmitted the plague, which claimed many lives in the Middle Ages. Even though it was a magical world, sanitation here was on par with medieval Europe, so with his knowledge, it wasn't difficult for Rei to replicate this virus. From the same observations over these 3 days, in this town, there were almost no priests to whom people turned in case of illness and who were unaware of the existence of penicillin. Continuing with his torn clothes, Rei was extremely pleased with himself and the plan he had implemented. Mold spread quickly on the bread he obtained. He then threw away the brown mold and separated the bread into different piles with white and blue mold. He quickly finished his work, preparing to wait until he could produce penicillin. The village was already infected and lost its calm, as the dark spots and the first victims fell due to the magic of the Black Tower. Naturally, the spores began to spread throughout the area, as soldiers quickly began to bid farewell to life, and many people contracted fever and inflammation. Rei watched all of this from the bushes in his favorite comfortable spot, making sure everything was going according to plan. Proxia was supposed to collapse and disappear from the face of the earth without his further intervention, only with the help of a disease, which even the priests could not cure. However, the boy was in no hurry to leave, as he was still worried about the story of the 7th Circle Mage in Proxia's ranks, and wanted to make sure everything went smoothly and eliminate this threat if possible. Besides, Rei was a bit crazy, so he also hoped to find more grimoires here with the information he needed. For example, travel magic, allowing him to avoid crossing those snowy mountains on the way back. After a while, Rei was already running up the tower, eager to reach the Sanctum Sanctorum, mocking the guards who didn't have the strength to catch him. Seeing that the top of the tower was guarded by master swordsmen, the boy realized that there must be something very important hidden there, something that Rei desperately wanted to get. Without wasting a moment more, Rei dispatched the guards in such a manner that a saint would have long ago suggested he take a course in rehabilitation from insanity. His eyes lit up at the thought of taking what they kept as a war trophy for all the days he would spend there. As he expected, behind the door at the top of the tower awaited a massive library, infused with magic from the floor to the high ceiling. However, something that lay at his feet prevented him from going any further and satisfying his desire for magical folios. It was a young man. They exchanged mutual looks of misunderstanding. Suddenly, the man on the ground realized that Rei was the one who had released the rats and the plague, and he stood up, surrounded by a dark energy unusual for these parts. Rei, remembering the power he felt when the Academy's demonic magic circle absorbed him, smiled fearlessly at the circle's creator. The Black Mage and leader of Proxia immediately assessed Rei's level and achievements as if he were reading facts from a sheet of paper. During the conversation, the topic of the need to commit inhumane crimes just for revenge came up. But the man Ray met refuted the saint's assumption, saying that revenge was of no interest to him. However, experiments and research were important to him, for which he would do anything. Ray frowned, for to sum up this man's words meant that all the human sacrifices, all the suffering and tears, were just to satisfy his scientific curiosity. Suddenly, the man activated a new circle, deciding that Ray would be an excellent research subject, especially since he was such an interesting representative of humanity, endowed with unique powers. The seventh circle magician already considered victory in his pocket and even behaved with contempt. But suddenly he felt that he could not move, and chains began to bind his body. Ray focused his power, coldly indifferent, stating that he could not allow such a threat to society to survive. In the last second of his life, the wizard realized that Ray was much stronger than him and in a much higher position. Unfortunately, this knowledge did not bring him comfort, as there was no one left to comfort him. Along with a massive flash that stretched for miles around the tower, the Proxia criminal group was destroyed. As the sun was setting, Ray was heading home, feeling great about this thought, as he was very tired and had already planned to surround himself with medicine when he got back. One of the books he stole from the tower, which was supposed to contain information on teleportation, was supposed to help him get home faster. The rest didn't interest him. Unfortunately, contrary to his expectations, the book did not yield to its magic and continued to tease him with the clasp locked. Meanwhile, the people who had tried to attack Icle had already been destroyed, and one of the 7 messengers explained that they had been sent from the Vatican. Icle did not refute this and quickly believed that the Pope was behind it all. She remembered her conversation with him a few days ago and tried to prove that they needed to quietly round up all the criminals in Proxia, but he didn't calm down for a minute. Furthermore, he declared that only the Pope can decide the future of the Holy Empire and that he was endowed with this gift by God himself. Not falling into the trap of choosing sides, Icle asked the Pope if he thought the saint undeservedly held his position as God's representative and that his words were unfounded. The Pope did not respond, but judging by the fact that he later sent mercenaries to save the High Priestess's life, his answer in her eyes was unequivocal. Icle, gathering his thoughts, asked one of the 7 messengers to deliver a message.